The new regime's experiments with actual communist class structures, in the surplus sense, were very limited. As we will discuss further in the next chapter, relatively few households established communes and only some of them involved actual communist class structures of household work. By the late 1920s, as state support for communes vanished, most of the communist households did too. In contrast, the new regime's experiments with what it, and most supporters, meant by communism were not limited and, indeed, bold. A workers' vanguard party had seized state power from the former ruling groups, socialized much productive wealth, displaced or controlled markets via planning, and generally reoriented state policy toward the interests of workers and peasants as the Revolutionary Alliance understood them. New cultural forms celebrating workers and denouncing non-workers, in school curricula, movies, newspapers, government pronouncements, and so on, dramatically altered the feelings and self-consciousness of Soviet society from what had existed before. 11. No doubt these actions helped to win the Civil War and enable the new Soviet system to survive. War communism did comprise much of what revolutionaries, and especially Marxists, had long envisioned as communism. Yet, since war communism paid little attention to the organization of surplus in production, it is hardly surprising that pre-1917 forms of surplus organization survived through the period. Especially within industry, by changing who appropriated the surplus, the workers' state officials rather than private capitalists, the issue of how the industrial class processes were organized, what the class structure should be, escaped any basic transition. Lest we be misunderstood, we are not arguing that some conspiracy or conscious betrayal blocked the workers from achieving a different, non-capitalist class structure after 1917. The socially prevalent discourses of class revolution at the time focused on property and power distributions. The workers thus largely concurred in celebrating as a transition from capitalism to communism, done in their name, what was actually a transition from private to state capitalism. They did not clearly see, any more than their leaders or their enemies did, that the two transitions, from private to state capitalism and from capitalism to communism, were radically different. The major changes in Russia's non-class structure, culture, politics, ownership, economic planning, and so on, did not include the new laws, rules, consciousness, or economics that would have positioned the productive workers and enterprises as collectively the first receivers and distributors of the surpluses that they produced. Despite the official celebration and dissemination of Marxism, those of its arguments focused on class and surplus terms, already faded from pre-1917 Russian Marxism, virtually disappeared thereafter. Instead, Soviet discourse held the presence or absence of markets, the social distribution of power, and, above all, private versus state property to define socialism and its boundary from capitalism. Even Lenin's explicit recognition of the state capitalist limits that the revolution had reached did not enable him to lead beyond those limits. 12 Communist fundamental class processes were not established in state enterprises. No SVK term ever appeared in the Soviet state equation. Rather, the state rapidly expanded its state enterprises embodying capitalist class processes alongside its multiple actions concerning military, cultural, political, and economic non-class processes. Thus, the SVC term in the state equation inherited from pre-revolutionary Russia grew dramatically. To the ensemble of social processes found in the post-1917 USSR, we pose the Marxian questions raised in our theoretical exploration of communism in chapters 1 and 2 above. First, how did the actual Soviet state industrial enterprises organize the production, appropriation, and distribution of the surpluses produced there? Secondly, once we determined that the productive workers did not appropriate and distribute those surpluses collectively, who did? Our examination of laws, planning arrangements, bureaucratic lines of authority, documents, speeches, and various works of other authors led to a specific small number of appointed officials. They occupied positions at the top of a state agency established soon after the revolution, the Supreme Council of National Economy, or VZNK. That agency was soon reorganized as the Council of Ministers. Soviet laws, economic arrangements, power configurations, and cultural practices combined to make the top members of this council the first receivers and distributors of the surpluses produced by industrial laborers. 13. The state bureaucrats leading this council function similarly to a centralized board of directors of a private capitalist industrial combine. Initially centered in transport, oil, munitions, and heavy industry generally, the council expanded to include most industrial production. Under Stalin it expanded once more to include the state capitalist farms and, thereby, a significant portion of agricultural production as well. As many observers have noted, The Soviet industrial economy approximated one giant enterprise whose board of directors comprised the leadership of Zenka and later the Council of Ministers. 14 Most of the historians of the period that we reviewed admit that the council functioned like a private capitalist board of directors but stress two key differences. First, council members were appointed state officials. Second, they operated in a workers' state plan/command, rather than a free market economy marked by collective, rather than private, ownership of the means of production. For most historians, these two differences suffice to determine the board's non-capitalist nature and hence the USSR's socialist. Here we encounter again the theoretical framework that distinguishes capitalism from socialism and communism by reference to which group wields power over productive enterprises, private corporations interacting in free markets or state enterprises interacting under state plans. Such power-focused analyses undervalue the empirical parallels between state capitalist enterprises and private capitalist enterprises. The Council of Ministers, like any private capitalist board of directors, appropriated, gained first access to, and distributed the surplus labor extracted from productive laborers. From a Marxian perspective, this appropriation of the surplus is precisely the class aspect of the Soviet Council's economic functioning. 15. The particular configuration of all the non-class processes during war communism overdetermined the specific class processes of that time. In other words, the social context produced the state capitalist class structure of industrial enterprises. The dramatic and diverse social changes over the next several decades of Soviet history altered the forms of state capitalism in industry. For example, as we show below, Soviet state industries oscillated between centralized and decentralized forms of capitalist appropriation across their entire history. However, none of the alterations suffice to take state enterprises beyond one or another form of a capitalist class structure. In the new history we propose to sketch here, we will simplify by referring to Zenka or the Council of Ministers as the capitalist industrial appropriator throughout, even though each institution went through changes and reorganizations. Under the NEP reforms, Zenka's centralized appropriation of industrial surpluses was challenged for a time by a decentralized appropriation located in the boards of various trusts and syndicates. The end of the NEP saw state capitalist appropriation return to a centralized form in which the Council of Ministers became the first appropriator and distributor of both industrial surpluses and agricultural surpluses in the newly established state capitalist farms. A last prefatory caution: just as the class processes of Soviet society depended on, were overdetermined by, its non-class processes, so the non-class processes depended upon, were overdetermined by, the surpluses distributed to sustain them. Our approach can enter the mutual dependence of production and distribution of surplus from either end, so long as the mutual dependence is integrated into the analysis. Our history begins with distributions of the USSR's state capitalist industrial surplus and then proceeds to its prior production and appropriation inside state enterprises. In discussing those who appropriated surplus labor, we shall generally refer to them as the Council of Ministers, the state agency charged with that function across most of Soviet history. However, in our class analysis of the particular histories of war communism and the NEP, we shall refer to Zenka, predecessor to the Council of Ministers, when considering centralized appropriation and to trusts and syndicates when discussing decentralized appropriation. The Council of Ministers distributed some portions of the surplus it appropriated to its own regional and industrial sub-agencies. It also distributed portions to such other state agencies as the state planning apparatus, eventually called Gosplan, the military, the educational system, and so on. It made further distributions to the Communist Party. All such distributions, included in the SSCPC term on the expenditure side of our state equation, aim to finance their recipients' activities, political, cultural, and economic processes needed for the Council to continue to appropriate industrial surpluses. Because these recipients produced such non-class processes and received distributions of the surplus for doing so, they occupied state capitalist subsumed class positions. Only members of the Council of Ministers occupied the fundamental state capitalist class position of surplus appropriators. To investigate the distribution of state capitalist surpluses more closely, we may consider the portion paid to Soviet legislative and judicial institutions. They designed laws and administered courts in ways that helped to place the Council of Ministers in its state capitalist class position. 16 Thus, Zenka and then the Council of Ministers, as the legal personifications of state industrial enterprises, legally possessed and used the state-owned means of production that Gosplan allocated to it. Soviet laws and courts confirmed the Council's productive consumption of the labor power allocated to it by Gosplan. In effect, The laws and courts made Resnick and then the Council of Ministers the Soviet equivalent of the set of corporate boards of directors legitimized by the different laws and courts in countries where private capitalism prevailed. The Council distributed another portion of its appropriated surpluses, salaries and operating budgets to the state's economic planning apparatus, Gosplan. Its directors thus occupied capitalist subsumed class positions and were responsible for performing various economic, cultural, and political processes crucial to sustain the Council of Ministers in its fundamental state capitalist class position. Gosplan allocated means of production and labor power to the Council. Gosplan bureaucrats also performed the accounting processes that assigned the state-administered values, surplus values, and prices to all produced outputs and thereby organized their social allocation. Gosplan's provision of these and other, related processes, such as publishing and disseminating economic plans with their justifications, enabled the Council of Ministers to equip Soviet industrial workers with means of production in more or less appropriate quantities at more or less appropriate times. Using the state-calculated values assigned to outputs by these same bureaucrats, the Council could calculate the surplus values it was appropriating and distribute them according to its objectives. In sum, Gosplan's activities directly sustained the Council of Ministers, not the workers collectively, in the position of appropriator and distributor of surplus values. Enterprise managers on local and regional levels received distributions of yet another portion of surplus from the Council to supervise production and the labor process within each state capitalist enterprise. These managers too occupied capitalist subsumed class positions. From Lenin to Stalin to Gorbachev, priority for rapid industrial growth required intense work discipline to maximize surpluses as a key source for capital accumulation. To this end, the Council distributed a portion of the surpluses it received to enterprise managers for accumulation that would, in turn, yield additional surpluses that the Council would appropriate and so on. The Council distributed portions of the surplus as well to the Communist Party and the police apparatus. They performed the political and cultural processes designed to pressure and/or persuade workers to perform surplus labor in state capitalist industrial enterprises. Workers should fear the consequences of not working according to plan, believe that their labor contributed to a socialist future, equate labor with patriotism, or feel it to be a patriotic duty, or internalize all these motivations. 17 Theorizations of the USSR as a class society with exploited industrial workers, let alone as a state industrial capitalism, would only have made the persuasion of workers to produce surpluses more difficult. Military and police forces protected the Council's class position from perceived threats, domestic and foreign. The Communist Party and other state ideological apparatuses designed and disseminated the concept of the USSR as socialism. This precluded or undermined notions of the USSR as a state capitalism in favor of viewing it as a workers' state free of exploitation. To assert, expose, or struggle against exploitation, or its social conditions of existence, inside the USSR became equivalent to being an enemy of Soviet socialism. Producing and disseminating specific meanings, interpretations, of Soviet life provided key cultural conditions of existence for the Council of Ministers' continued appropriation of surplus values from state capitalist industrial laborers. State efforts to establish and/or sustain all these political, economic, and cultural processes, the non-class structure underpinning the Council of Ministers' state capitalist class position, yielded contradictory effects. The state's successes always also produced contradictions, tensions, strains, and at times active struggles within Soviet society. Sometimes those struggles rose to the level of challenging the very hegemony of the kind of state capitalism developing in the USSR. As we show in Chapter 10, the class contradictions, struggles, and challenges first encountered during war communism prefigured those that contributed to the crisis of the 1980s and to the subsequent oscillation in Russia from state-backed to private capitalism. A class and value analysis of war communism. To defeat foreign invasions and win the Civil War, the Soviet state moved quickly to eliminate, subordinate, and/or transform a disparate grouping of class structures, Carr 1985, 73-100, Siriani 1982. These class structures were viewed as inimical to maximizing production and hence to the war effort, socialism, or to both. They included, 1. Some pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary Soviets, likely communist class structures tentatively and fleetingly established by workers' committees in the private industrial enterprises that they had taken over early in the revolution. 2. Industrial enterprises returned to private owners after the revolution. 3. Enterprises and industries taken over by trade unions. And 4. Various kinds of regional and central state committees operating industrial enterprises. The Soviet state eventually succeeded in replacing them all with a uniform, Centralized state industrial capitalism with Vzenka as the surplus appropriator. This success created, however, new kinds of contradictions. Among them, the class contradictions remained largely invisible to the Soviet leadership, and to most Soviet cadres as well, because their theoretical frameworks precluded recognizing their existence and social effects. However, one non-class contradiction, between state and industry, on the one hand, and the peasantry, on the other, did become centrally important in the debates, practical policies, and successive crises of Soviet history. The Soviet leadership depended on an underdeveloped industrial state capitalism, and vice versa. Both were interdependent with the non-capitalist class structures that existed outside industry and the state. Most important among the latter were the massive individual peasant producers. In their ancient kind of class structure, these peasants produced, appropriated, and distributed their own surplus labor individually. They did so privately, not as state officials or employees. Their numbers, already large, had grown dramatically because of Bolshevik land grants to returning soldiers, former feudal tenant farmers, and former agricultural wage earners. These Bolshevik policies thus replaced private capitalist, and remnants of private feudal, with private ancient class structured farming units. To develop successfully, state industrial capitalism needed to draw increasing food and raw material products from private ancient farmers. Yet, if the ancient farmers sold such products to state industry and thereby enriched and strengthened their non-capitalist class structures, that might potentially challenge or threaten state capitalism and Soviet political hegemony. It was hardly difficult to envision conflict between state capitalist enterprises and private ancient farmers over, for example, state set prices, state subsidies, favorable state policies and expenditure patterns, new laws, and so on. The possibility loomed that state capitalists and private ancients might well construct and pursue their political, cultural, and economic interests in contradictory ways. The Bolsheviks partially recognized and increasingly agonized over some of the contradictions among the multiple class structures they were trying to manage. Of course, they did not conceptualize these in the surplus terms used here. Rather, they feared a politically and economically strengthened non-socialist peasant sector, especially as they noticed the small capitalist class structures emerging there across the 1920s. This non-socialist sector might, they thought, eventually retard, undermine, or even overthrow socialism, i.e., in our terms, industrial state capitalism, or even the Soviet regime itself. Managing the contradiction between supporting private ancient and small capitalist farmers while constricting the unwanted consequences of their productivity occupied much of the attention, time, and effort of the Bolshevik leadership during and after war communism. The Bolshevik debates and struggles, for example, over whether to use markets or state allocation or requisitioning to secure rural products, have received considerable attention from historians. Carr 1954, 89-92. However, neither the Bolsheviks nor the historians worked with the class analysis we use below. Had they done so, their conclusions would have been different. Soviet state industrial capitalists had first to acquire labor power if they were, as Marx wrote, then to consume it in the fundamental class process of producing the surplus they appropriated. Newly centralized under Vzenka, state capitalists acquired labor power in part by paying wages to laborers for it. Those wages equaled the specific values assigned to labor power by a state planning bureaucracy using the classic Marxian accounting system. First, it determined the kinds and amounts of commodities that workers should be able to purchase to reproduce their labor power at an acceptable socialist level. Then it estimated the number of socially necessary abstract labor hours needed, given the technology in place, to produce those commodities. This determined their values. Finally, the bureaucracy assigned a value to workers' wages that roughly equaled the values of the bundle of commodities they should be able to buy. In this way, state bureaucrats set state-administered values for all produced inputs, all produced outputs, and for the value of the labor power sold by workers, i.e., their wages. The difference between, on the one hand, the state-administered values of labor power plus the inputs used up in production and, on the other hand, the state-administered values of state capitalist industrial outputs, represented the state-administered surplus value in Soviet industry. The productive laborers inside state capitalist industries produced it. Vzenka first appropriated and then distributed it. The Marxian class equation for capitalist production, CVS equals W, where C was the value of input commodities used up in the production process, V the value of labor power, W the value of output, and S the residual surplus value, applied perfectly. Marx had devised this value calculation to understand the private capitalism of his time and to inform political efforts to overcome it. The Soviets had used a very similar value calculation to manage their state-industrial capitalism. This included negotiating, consciously or otherwise, its internal class contradictions, between and among the producers and appropriators of capitalist surpluses and the receivers of its distributions. It also entailed managing the contradictory relations, including market exchanges, between state capitalist and private non-capitalist class structures coexisting in Soviet society. This latter management involved setting state market prices, the prices of actual commodity exchanges, that deviated from the state's own value calculations. This price-value difference became, as we shall show, a key part of the class contradictions and class history of the decade after war communism. Returning to the basic state equation of this chapter, namely SVC SSCR CAF, NCR equals SSCP-CX, CAF, Y, Vzenka appropriated state industrial enterprises capitalist surplus value, SVC as a state revenue. Vzenka also distributed that surplus value in subsumed class payments, SSCPC, to finance the various non-class processes that it deemed necessary to sustain that state capitalism. The vast Soviet bureaucracies who provided these non-class processes, the Communist Party, local enterprise managers, the Red Army, and so on, depended for their survival on the surplus that Vzenka appropriated and distributed to them. Likewise, Soviet state capitalism depended on the bureaucracy's performance of such non-class processes. During war communism, a large portion of SSCPC paid for prioritized military expenditures to fight the Civil War. Victory required maximizing the SVC so as to maximize the SSCPC available for the war effort. War communism thus entailed intensified exploitation of industrial workers. That exploitation in turn depended upon securing food and raw materials for urban industrial workers from private ancient farmers. Not only the quality and quantity of those inputs but also their values would help determine how much surplus value state enterprises could yield and so make available for the war effort. In an ironic contradiction, the new Soviet state defended its revolution against private capitalist exploitation by intensifying its own state capitalist exploitation. An analysis of war communism in Marxian value terms can clarify the new Soviet state's dilemmas in relation to both industrial and agricultural production. We begin with some basic definitions. Let VC represent the state-administered value, the average money wages, of the labor power purchased from industrial laborers and consumed by state capitalists in their industrial enterprises. Let CC represent the state-administered value of all the produced tools, equipment, and raw materials used up in industrial production. Let UV represent the different individual physical commodities, use values, produced by state capitalist industries. Finally, we may designate as EVs the values attached to each UV by the state bureaucrats charged with that task. Those bureaucrats calculated the value of labor power, VC, by setting it equal to the following: the bundle of produced goods, UVs, to be consumed by the laborers, their real wages, multiplied by the values, EVs, assigned to each UV in that bundle. To simplify, we shall assume that laborers consumed only ancient-grown food, a set of use values that we shall label UVF. Then VC, the value of productive labor power, equaled the number of items in the workers' food bundle, UVF multiplied by the value per unit of those items, F/UVF. Thus, VC equals F/UVF x UVF.18. These laborers worked with and used up tools, buildings, and other commodity inputs, CC, whose values were similarly calculated as F/UVC multiplied by UVC. Thus, CG equals F/UVC x UVC. Lastly, we need to specify the values of raw materials supplied by private ancient farmers to state capitalist industry. To do this, we divide CC into two components. CRMC stands for the value of agricultural raw materials, cotton, sugar beets, tobacco, etc., used up to produce industrial commodities. Since C represents the value of non-agricultural, that is, industrial, input commodities used up in the process of producing state capitalist industrial outputs. Thus, CRMC equals F/UVRM times UVRM. The value of agricultural inputs is the product of the state set values of raw material inputs multiplied by the physical number of such raw materials used up to produce industrial commodities. Having specified these value relations, we can continue our class analysis of the food and raw material problems of Soviet state capitalism, first under war communism and then under the NEP. It is important to keep in mind that few if any private markets existed, legally, under war communism, whereas private markets and hence private prices were re-established under the NEP alongside and interacting with state markets and prices. Given the relatively low productivity of ancient farmers, The new state capitalist industry's war-driven demand for food and raw materials exceeded what the farmers could supply. Desperate to solve this problem, the Soviet state faced alternative price strategies. It could have assigned prices to raw materials and food higher than their actual costs, set by state officials and based on the average labor hours needed to produce them. 19. That strategy might have stimulated greater agricultural supplies by rewarding the ancient farmers who reaped the success of prices over costs. However, that strategy would also have forced the state, given its budget limits, to reduce its purchases of food and raw materials, thereby slowing the prioritized industrial growth. While that strategy would have eliminated the excess demand for food and raw materials, it was initially rejected because of its negative impact on industrial growth and thus upon the war effort. The state adopted instead an extreme strategy of reducing state-administered prices of the desperately needed food and raw materials almost to zero. It compelled ancient farmers to deliver them for little or no value in return. War communism amounted to a state-administered seizure of, the official term was requisitioning rather than trade for food and raw materials. Over time, Soviet officials actually oscillated between these two price strategies because of the different contradictions each set in motion. To analyze these contradictions, we begin with a counterfactual question. What might have happened had the Soviet state chosen to wage civil war and repel the invasions by deploying the first price strategy, raising state-set prices of food and raw materials above their values per unit? Our answer will help to explain why this policy was not adopted under war communism but was adopted, in part, during the subsequent NEP period. Had Soviet state officials raised the prices of foods, the impact on industrial workers would have depended on what else state officials did. If, for example, they also increased the price of labor power, money wages, an equal amount, then industrial workers would have been able to maintain their food consumption standards. Because of the ideological and political role of industrial workers in the Bolshevik view of socialism, this kind of wage policy might have been likely. In Marxian value terms, this wage policy would have raised the price of labor power above its value, PLPC greater than VC, to match the raising of food prices above their values. Paying productive workers wages above the values of their labor power would necessarily have come from the surpluses appropriated by state capitalist enterprises. In effect, these workers would thereby have come to occupy a subsumed class position in relation to state industrial capitalists. The latter would have had to add a new subsumed class payment, SSCPC workers, equals, PLPC, VC, to the others already straining the surplus value available for such payments. 20 While such a policy might have bought labor peace by sustaining the workers' real wages, it would have equivalently reduced the surplus value left for distribution to secure the other conditions of existence of state capitalist industry. In the first years of the USSR, this would have meant reducing the surplus distributions for the war effort, for rebuilding from war damage, and for developing industry. It would have jeopardized the new society's survival. The solution to one set of problems would have provoked another set. The state might have tried to resolve this latter set of problems without reducing surplus distributions for the revolutionary regime's survival. For example, it might have tried to get more surplus from the industrial workers, by intensifying the work effort, lengthening the workday, or both. State industrial capitalists could then have returned this extra surplus to the workers as the higher wages needed to afford the higher-priced food. Yet such an increase in exploitation risked provoking the workers' anger, just what the state sought to avoid in the first instance by raising the price of labor power. To avoid such threats, Soviet state policy under war communism did not raise the price of labor power above its value. This policy alone, of course, would have placed the burden of higher food prices entirely onto workers, whose consequent reduction in food consumption would have been intolerable given their already very low standards of consumption. Nor could Soviet leaders risk a variation on this policy. 1. Make state capitalist industries pay higher prices for food but purchase less of it, and 2. Pay workers the higher wages needed to afford the food but hire fewer workers. Reduced industrial employment and output would have resulted, contradicting both socialist survival and socialist industrial growth priorities. Comparable contradictions beset policy aimed to secure more deliveries of raw materials to state capitalist industry. To set their prices higher than their unit values would have required state industrial capitalists to pay for that increment. To do so, they would have had to distribute a share of their surplus to private ancients farmers, a new subsumed class payment, SSCPC ancients equals, PRM, EV/UVRM, times UVRM.21 as with subsumed class payments to workers if their wages rose above the value of their labor power, The diversion of state capitalist surpluses to ancient farmers for raw materials jeopardized the other distributions on which Soviet socialism's survival was thought to depend. The web of contradictions in this case was just as daunting and dangerous. Considering the contradictory consequences of higher state-set food or raw materials prices, the Bolsheviks' reluctance to pursue that price strategy becomes clear. Beyond winning the wars they faced and achieving basic survival, the Bolsheviks also sought to achieve a successful socialism. Three indices of success dominated their thinking: real consumption per worker, the capital-labor ratio, and the absolute number of productive state workers in industry. The last was the most important sign of successful growth of socialism. A rising capital-labor ratio, proportion of machinery to laborer, enabling growing labor productivity, unleashing the forces of production that had been fettered by capitalism, was another success indicator. Lastly, as a fruit of rising industrial productivity, a slow but steady rise in the real wages of industrial workers was still another standard by which a successful socialism could be identified. These three indices informed much of the thinking and strategies deployed by the state in regard to state capitalist industry and its relationship to the class structures that evolved in Soviet agriculture over the ensuing decades. Thus, it became next to impossible for the Bolsheviks to purchase less of food and raw materials for state capitalist industry. To have done so would have compromised one or more of their socialist success indices, decreasing the number of industrial workers, the use of raw materials per industrial worker, in this context a proxy for the capital-labor ratio, or the real wages of workers. 22. Class contradictions after war communism. War communism had displayed one strategy for state management of the class contradictions within industrial state capitalism and between it and the class structures of post-revolutionary agriculture. Requisitioning food and raw materials, effectively setting their prices far below their values, avoided the dilemmas of many of those contradictions even as it produced new ones. Moreover, war communism's class contradictions and policy options remained central issues for the USSR after war communism stopped and after many Soviet social conditions changed. Through the 1920s and beyond, the sorts of class contradictions and policy options discussed above in relation to war communism returned anew under the heading of the scissors crisis. Whenever prices for ancient agricultural commodities rose relative to industrial prices, the state capitalist industrial enterprises found their funds available for industrial expansion cut. A price scissors was thus undercutting the top priority of the state and the party. Given Soviet leaders' concepts of successful socialist development, as noted, the state policy response was to close the scissors again by raising industrial relative to agricultural prices. Through twists and turns of circumstance and of policy, the state always returned to its basic goal: maximize the flows of food, raw materials, and ex-farm workers into industry while minimizing the reverse flow of industrial output to agriculture. To this end, as we shall see, the state used its power during the NEP to ensure favorable terms of trade, price ratios, for state capitalist industry. The contradiction between capitalist industry and ancient agriculture was resolved by choosing for the former and against the latter as a matter of Soviet principle. The milder form of this Soviet policy would entail persuading or minimally coercing private ancient farmers to supply state capitalist industry with increasing quantities of food and raw materials at stable prices. Under such circumstances Vzenka could reasonably expect to expand the capitalist industrial labor force, assuming a roughly constant value of industrial labor power. Vzenka could reasonably plan to equip the additional labor force with additional plants and equipment, all rising roughly at the same rate as agricultural deliveries to state industry rose. 23. In a more aggressive form of the policy, reminiscent of war communism's requisitioning, the state turns the terms of trade against farmers. If food and raw materials prices were officially reduced below their unit values and if industrial workers' money wages were correspondingly reduced, affording them the same quantity of food as before since food prices had fallen, state capitalist industry would gain. More surplus value would be appropriated from state industrial laborers than before since they could now be paid less. More surplus would enable more accumulation of means of industrial production by state capitalist enterprises. More raw materials could be purchased by state industry than before since their prices had dropped. An aggressive policy of turning the terms of trade against ancient farmers would allow more growth, more socialist successes, in state industry than before. The ancient farmers' losses from such state-imposed unfavorable terms of trade in the 1920s threatened their survival, albeit less quickly and drastically than the earlier requisitioning had done. This had the potential to drive many farmers out of agriculture into urban industry even when wages there were still low. The resulting economic landscape would display ever more industrial workers, working with more machines, because of high investment, at steady wages, but it would also display an atrophying agriculture. The great risk to an aggressive Soviet industrialization policy was that private ancient farmers might respond in ways other than emigrating to state industrial jobs. They might challenge the Soviet development strategy and system in serious ways, perhaps even withdrawing from the worker-peasant alliance politically undergirding the Soviet regime. Lenin had sought to cope with just such risks, provoked by war communism's requisitioning, when he inaugurated the new economic policy in 1921. Yet the same basic challenges and strategic options remained after requisitioning ceased. Insofar as industrial growth remained the top priority, the state would have to replace requisitioning with manipulations of the terms of trade between state capitalist industry and private ancient agriculture. As this replacement strategy unfolded, agriculture underwent a class change. As many private ancient farms failed, in part because of the state's pricing policies, some farmers survived by selling their land and then their labor power to those few ancients who succeeded and could buy them. A small-scale private capitalist class structure grew in Soviet agriculture. Not surprisingly, the state's net pricing policies soon provoked negative reactions from both private ancient and the increasing number of small private capitalist farmers. These reactions eventually proved as counterproductive and dangerous to the state's industrialization strategy as the earlier reactions to requisitioning had been. Hence, yet another variation of the state's basic strategy had to be devised. It turned out to be the collectivization of agriculture. And when collectivization reached its limits, a renewed policy of price and value manipulations before and after World War II shaped yet another phase of the enduring Soviet basic strategy. This sought to manage the basic contradictions within state capitalist industry and between it and the more complex class structures in agriculture so as to maximize the growth of industrial capacity and output. Soviet debates over economic strategy neither recognized nor made distinctions in terms of class structures in the surplus sense of our approach. While invisible to the debaters, the class effects of their proposals were nonetheless significant. Quantitatively, each particular policy or strategy proposed would uniquely influence the sizes of surpluses appropriated within the different class structures comprising Soviet society. It would also uniquely shape the sizes of the distributions of those surpluses to subsumed classes. Each strategy or policy entailed a particular alteration of the relative balance and social position of the different class structures coexisting in the USSR. Qualitatively, the contesting policies sometimes also entailed transformations of the class structures, for example, from ancient to capitalist, and so on, existing at the different sites of Soviet production, state, private, industrial, agricultural, and household. Given our concern with class conditions and effects, we may also consider class contradictions and changes involved in particular policies that might have been, but were not, pursued after the October Revolution. For example, suppose that the new Soviet regime had established some combination of private and state communist farms instead of ancient farms right after the revolution. 24 Then the new Soviet state would have confronted not ancient food and raw material commodities but rather their communist counterparts. In that event, the USSR's basic class structure would have combined state capitalism in industry with private and/or state communism in agriculture. The prioritizing of industrial expansion would then have had to cope with the different contradictions of that complex class structure. A different Soviet history would have emerged. However, with very few exceptions, what actually occurred under war communism and the NEP was the Soviet state's commitment instead to ancient class structures in agriculture, and tolerance for small private capitalist class structures to develop there as well. So long as Soviet industry could obtain the rising quantity of food and raw materials and favorable terms of trade that its prioritized growth required, the contradictions between state capitalist and private ancient class structures persisted. Soviet policy did not seek to resolve the contradictions by an explicit policy of altering either class structure. However, war communism's requisitioning and then the NEP scissors crises and responses thereto sharpened and aggravated class contradictions. Tensions between state capitalist industry and private ancient and small capitalist agriculture rose ominously, as the tempo and tenor of scissors debates across the 1920s revealed. Integrating rural immigrants into Soviet industry likewise produced all sorts of class tensions inside state capitalism. At the same time, the developing small private capitalists in agriculture, revealingly called kulaks or fists, experienced intense conflicts with their employees, often former ancients. Finally, the tensions that flared repeatedly within and between the feudal and ancient class structures of Soviet households interacted in complex ways with class contradictions everywhere else in Soviet society. These class tensions and conflicts contributed significantly, alongside international political isolation and other non-class problems, to raising increasingly acute questions about Soviet society. Could the state manage its contradictions in the 1920s to achieve what Soviet leaders defined as economic indices of socialist success? Might not basic changes be needed to address the seemingly intractable, recurring crises across the 1920s? The questioner's theoretical assumptions and frameworks precluded their admitting, let alone considering, the USSR's complex, multiple, and contradictory class structures. They rather sought essential causes for the crises elsewhere, for example, the revolution's particular land reform, private and state price changes, speculation, foreign intrigue, cultural underdevelopment, insufficiently democratic institutions, and so on. Many saw only one remaining class conflict, that asserted to exist between socialist industry and capitalist agriculture, and which was perceived to be the essential cause of economic problems in the 1920s. Such formulations captured first Trotsky and then others, including Stalin, and underlay the strategic shift decided toward the end of the 1920s. Given their indices of success, Soviet leaders tended to reduce all social problems to effects of insufficient industrialization funds. That insufficiency resulted from the inadequate quantities and excessive prices of food and raw materials supplied to industry. They rarely blamed workers inside state industries for the insufficiency. Such an argument, intimating criticism of industrial workers, their employers, or the relationship between the two, was then politically as well as ideologically inappropriate, if not dangerous. 25 The consensus settled on the rural capitalists and richer ancients, the rich peasants, as the ultimate problem and culprit. Their greed, hostility to socialism, and desire to secure their own non-socialist future threatened Soviet survival. What was to be done? Requisitioning had necessarily been abandoned by Lenin at the beginning of the decade. Under the NEP, recurrent scissors crises interrupted and threatened the effectivity of state manipulations of industrial relative to agricultural prices in securing adequate quantities and prices of agricultural inputs. By the end of the 1920s, a new strategy had to be found. Not surprisingly, given the prevailing thinking that had no place for notions of society as configurations of multiple class structures, the new strategy came to be conceived as finishing the anti-capitalist revolution. The new strategy in fact rapidly transformed Soviet agriculture's class structures. The elimination of both its ancient and small capitalist class structures proceeded under the slogan of abolishing rural capitalism. In their place, the Soviet state did not establish state communism. Instead it herded most peasants into private collective farms, private since the farmers held no positions within any state apparatus. A minority of peasants were drawn into state farm enterprises where they became productive laborers producing surpluses for state officials functioning as surplus appropriators, replicating the state capitalist class structures of Soviet industry. Inside many, not all, collective farms, the mass organization of communist class structures actually occurred as state policy, the first and only large-scale establishment of communism in Soviet history. Collectivization found little difficulty in destroying the relatively few rural capitalists, albeit at heavy and enduring social costs. The mass of ancient peasants were not managed so easily. The state did collectivize most of them, but their deep attachments to ancient class structures persisted, fueled their resistance, and threatened Soviet power. The collective farmers' attachment to the ancient class structure simply had to be accommodated. For the rest of the USSR's history, that accommodation entailed the allocation of the famous private plots to collective farmers who there pursued ancient class structures of production alongside, and often at the expense of, their collective farm labors. The interactions between the USSR's actual class contradictions and perceived policy options across the 1920s not only provoked collectivization and its contradictory coexistence with ancient class structures on farmers' private plots. From our standpoint, those interactions and their results also yield overlapping ironies. The USSR's socialist industry remained consistently state capitalist in its actual class structure. In contrast, the newly socialized agriculture at the decade's end actually encompassed four contending class structures: state capitalist on the state farms, private communist and private capitalist on the collective farms, and ancient on the collective farmers. Private plots. 26 Both urban and rural households remained feudal and ancient from 1917 to the present. Applying the terms socialist or communist in any general, aggregate way to the USSR in war communism, in the 1920s, or indeed at any other time, hides rather than reveals the class structures, conflicts, and dynamic of that society. Chapter 7. Revolution, Class, and the Soviet Household. Class or other kinds of analyses of societies rarely include households within their purview. This chapter offers the outline of a class analysis of Soviet households across the nation's history. We will then refer back to, and sometimes further elaborate, this chapter's arguments as needed in our chronological sequence of class analyses of Soviet society as a whole in the final 3 chapters. The importance of including household class structures in social histories, especially when, as in the USSR, that history involves explicit movements to alter class structures generally, lies in 3 basic considerations. 1. First, most individuals live much of their lives inside households where production of goods and services occurs. That production typically entails a surplus and hence a class structure. The USSR exhibits distinct household class structures. Second, the class structures existing inside Soviet households likely interacted in significant ways with class structures outside to help shape all aspects of social life. Third, Soviet adults likely became predisposed toward some and against other particular class structures, outside as well as inside households, in part as results of their childhood experience of class inside their households. The household class structures inherited from pre-revolutionary Russia changed in some ways and remained the same in others. We propose to show how both the changes and the constancy worked to sustain Soviet state capitalism in industry while also creating certain problems for it. Further, we will argue that the possibility of introducing and sustaining communist class structures in Soviet industrial and agricultural enterprise is dependent in part on how Soviet society dealt with the class structures of household production. 2. Throughout, we demonstrate how Soviet policies only inadvertently affected households' internal class structures, since the Marxian theories informing those policies had no concept of class inside households and hence no plan to change them. Bolshevik household policies reveal a blindness to class in its surplus sense parallel to what we have already encountered in relation to communism and state capitalism. The departures from the countryside of 14 million Russian men mobilized for World War I changed the class structures inside many agricultural households. 3. The men's absence left their wives in a new situation. They no longer performed household surplus labor, cooking, cleaning, making and repairing clothing, childcare, and so on, and delivered its fruits to a husband within the feudal class structure typical of Russian households. With husbands gone to war, Russian wives had 2 main options. They could replace the departed men by becoming heads of feudal households themselves, if, for example, younger women and/or children worked as household serfs delivering their surplus to these women. Otherwise, they could alone perform and appropriate their own household surplus labor. In short, the war imposed sudden and radical changes in many Russian household class structures. 4. Women either became feudal surplus appropriators inside households or else the household experienced a transition from feudal to ancient class structures. Those were the class implications of what a delegate told the 1916 Women's Congress in Moscow: once the men are gone, peasant women have no other recourse except to do the men's work. Meyer 1991, 217. If the 1917 revolution raised issues of class transformation for Russian enterprises, for millions of Russian housewives class transformations were already underway inside their households. These class changes were not, however, altogether new, since they replicated the history of Russian widows. Bohek 1991. High death rates especially among rural Russian males in the centuries before 1917 had raised the problem of how to organize household production as well as farm production in their absence. 5. Not all widows remarried or returned to their original families, despite heavy social pressure to do so. Some became heads of households. Bohek 1991, 109-112. They headed either ancient class households, individual widows with children, or feudal class households where such widows, or still others, replaced their deceased former husbands as feudal lords within extended, multi-generational family units. World War I produced widowhood on a massively intensified scale. Millions of wives of dead or incapacitated soldiers either experienced household transitions to ancient class structures or else became the feudal lords of their households. 6. For most women in the countryside, these transformations were as traumatic as, for example, the changes experienced by women newly drawn into industrial wage labor to replace men there. Meyer 1991, 213-214. That Russian women worked hard inside households because of wartime deprivations was not the major change. They had always done most of the housework by all accounts. It was how the work was organized, in particular, its class organization, that had changed. 7. Many women newly experienced being a direct, feudal appropriator of the household surplus of others or being the appropriator of her own individual household surplus. However strong their hopes for the war to end and the men to return, conscious and unconscious resistances to resuming their serf positions within the old feudal households were also products of the war. As we shall see, these resistances influenced the class evolution of the USSR after the 1917 revolution. Millions of husbands never returned from the war to resume their feudal household class positions. Many of their wives had also died, returned to their original families, or become part of a large mass of vagabonds roaming the country. For the husbands who did return, most resumed their old feudal household class structures in both the towns and the countryside. However, many widows retained their feudal surplus appropriator positions within households, and millions of women settled ever more deeply into ancient class households, where war-scarred, non-working husbands, brothers, and sons often depended totally on them. 8 new tensions beset this post-war social combination of male-headed and female-headed feudal and female-headed ancient class-structured households. Women surplus appropriators often became less willing to accept the political and cultural subordination typical of pre-revolutionary Russia inside the household and beyond. With many men newly dependent on surplus distributions from newly independent, surplus appropriating women, both genders increasingly resisted and resented all the ensuing adjustments in thought and feeling. Even where traditional feudal households continued, the class transformations of women elsewhere in society had profound effects. More or less, depending on time and place, the image of the male as dominating household feudal lord shifted to an image rather of dominant household leech. Tensions between men and women, emerging in part from this class history of Russian households, continued as enduring features of Soviet society. The widespread image of husbands as more or less bitterly tolerated burdens on women inside feudal and ancient households took root in Soviet culture. Many Soviet women have tried to understand how this image worked its way so deeply into Soviet culture. For one, with emancipation we not only freed ourselves, we created a generation in which too many women tried to be the heads of families, while another believed in the 1980s that Soviet society had finally to awaken the individualism in our men so that they cease feeling superfluous, to create less aggressive females who can at last regain their womanliness. 9. A major recent history of women in the USSR refers to the deep fount of bitterness between Soviet men and women by the mid-1930s, Goldman 1993, 336. Bolshevik class blindness. Feudal and ancient class structures were the prevailing but not the only household class structures after 1917. There were also communist class structures in which residents collectively produced and appropriated their own household surplus. These emerged within the revolutionary experiments in household reorganization after 1917, Stites 1989, 205-222. Among the movements for household communes, a few organized actual communist class structures of household production. 10. It was chiefly revolutionary militants in both rural and urban areas who established household communes. Partly they drew inspiration from the history of socialism and Marxism. However, they were also reviving old Russian traditions, religious and secular, favoring collective living arrangements. The militants' efforts also attracted widows, orphans, vagabonds, returned soldiers without families, and rural emigrants arriving in cities. Extreme post-war shortages of housing, jobs, and food also propelled many who found communes an affordable household option. The euphorias and dangers of the years immediately after 1917 prompted the establishment of all sorts of communes across the USSR. Many included households within the realm of what was to be communized. 11. However, commune received differing interpretations. Sometimes it meant shared housing, dining, or childcare where families collectively owned the household's productive assets or pooled individual resources to hire someone outside the commune to clean, cook, and so forth. Sometimes it referred chiefly to collective decision-making regarding political or ideological activities of the group. Sometimes interpersonal relations were the focus of collective decision and activity, especially sexual and parenting policies and behaviors. Household communes did not necessarily entail or include a communist class structure of household production. While the evidence suggests that most did not, in those that did all adult members collectively produced, appropriated, and distributed their household surpluses to reproduce its communist class structure. They did not discuss their households in those class terms, since such terms did not exist in acceptable public discourse. They believed that the collectivized property and power of the militants' household communes entitled them to the term communist. For nearly all of them, how they organized household surplus labor was not pertinent to communism. Even those that actually established household communist class structures did so as derivative extensions of their collectivization of property and power. That class structure was not a central objective of their politics per se. Since communist class structures never characterized Soviet industry, their only urban sites were a small subset of these household communes. From 1918 to 1931-32, The Soviet Union officially supported and even subsidized many household communes, and hence their experiments in communist class structures. Lenin 1959, 335, 388, Stites 1989, 222. The transition to a communism defined in terms of social justice, equality, democracy, and solidarity seemed to warrant such households too. The immensely popular Vladimir Mayakovsky offered this poetry, Stites 1989, 205. Communism, it's not only on the land. In the mill, in the sweat of your toil. It's at home, at table, in family life and daily round. The years of war, revolution, and war communism thus yielded a traumatized and a transformed household in the early years of the USSR. Feudal households underwent major changes. Sudden and difficult transitions to ancient households were imposed on millions of others. Radically different communist class structures in household communes appeared and won praise and support from the new state and party powers. Soviet households were caught up in a class conjuncture of genuine transitional possibilities, at once disorienting, troubling, yet also full of promise. The class dimensions, however, went unseen. The Soviet state could have tried to weaken the conditions of existence of feudal and ancient household class structures while strengthening the conditions of existence for communist households. To that end, taxes on non-communist class-structured households might have exceeded those on communist class-structured households. Greater subsidies and better services might have favored communist over non-communist households. The state might have launched educational campaigns to persuade households to institute internal communist class structures as part of the revolutionary goals and strategy of the new society. 12 None of these policies fostering communist class structures inside households was ever debated, adopted, or even unofficially pursued by the Soviet state. Early Soviet discussion did debate the need to eradicate purely feudal marriage law, Goldman 1993, 192. Yet despite the reference to feudal, no participants in these debates formulated any notion of a feudal household class structure formed by such marriage laws. A more suggestive theorization in a 1922 Soviet Supreme Court decision declared women's household work productive labor, Goldman 1993, 194-196. Now, Marxists had long stressed the distinction between productive labor, whose work yields a surplus, and unproductive labor, which yields no surplus. Yet, neither the court nor anyone else pursued the point to determine which particular mode of producing and distributing surplus, i.e., class structure in our terms, existed within households where such productive labor occurred. The court's remark could not be pursued because the theoretical context needed to make that reasonable was absent. The Communist Party might have organized campaigns in opposition to some and in support of other household class structures. It might have argued that the revolution's success depended on establishing communist class-structured households no less than collectivizing industrial property or substituting state planning for markets. Lenin, Bukharin, Trotsky, and other major leaders might have become famous for their statements on household class structures. 13 However, the party, like the state, never made class transitions inside Soviet households a matter of debate or policy decision, neither during the revolution nor later in the USSR's history. The absence of a class theory of households and the lack of interest in them among state and party leaders contributed to keeping Soviet households overwhelmingly feudal and ancient. Household communes and communist class structures inside some of them never became more than very limited movements marginal to the mainstreams of Soviet society. By the early 1930s, even that marginal status was eliminated, leaving the household realm of Soviet life to the contradictions and tensions of feudal and ancient class structures. Class exploitation thus continued throughout Soviet society, not only in its state enterprises but also in most households. After the early 1930s, the feudal and the ancient were the only household class structures into which Soviet citizens were born, where they matured, and where they formed their first understandings and loyalties vis-à-vis class, both unconscious and conscious. Before then, Soviet citizens had occasionally heard about, been provoked to conceive of, or perhaps personally encountered household class structures other than the feudal and the ancient that had prevailed through centuries of Tsarist society. The communes that arose after 1917 had likely struck many as more compatible with the revolutionary new regime. 14 To borrow from Mayakovsky's poetry, there were at least some places for Soviet citizens to see or at least to imagine communism at home. The ironies, tragedies, and social consequences of this class history of Soviet households invite attention to its diverse causes. No doubt, early Soviet society displayed widespread pockets of social conservatism, Massel 1974. Successive Soviet regimes worried lest their uncertain peasant supporters be alienated by too much change too soon and too close to home. A certain productivist bias prevalent in Soviet thought considered social development dependent on the course of production in factories and on farms. Hence, developments inside households mattered far less and/or were also thought to be dependent on factory and farm conditions. Goldman 1993, 132-133. Another cause helped to explain the class history of Soviet households. We refer here to the particular way in which leading state and party figures theorized household production and the proper way for the new Soviet regime to deal with it. 15 They occasionally glimpsed and denounced household production relations in a general way. Yet they saw the appropriate response as the elimination of all production, and hence class, from the household. They did not pose, let alone answer, questions about the alternative possible class structures of households. They thus could form no explicit policy about such structures. Feminist critics have denounced the successive Soviet leadership's single-minded focus on production and consequent betrayal of their promises to socialize household labor and to foster freer, more equal relations between men and women. Goldman 1993, 343. Much feminist literature sees Soviet experience as but one instance of a broader Marxian theory and practice that is sex-blind. In their view, Marxism marginalizes gender relations in favor of positioning production relations as the determinants of all social structures and histories, including those of men and women in families and households. Barrett 1980, 24. 16 While such feminist perspectives capture some of the overdeterminants of the Soviet experience, they also miss others that we believe worthy of emphasis. The problem and the irony is that Marxian class analysis of production was not applied to the Soviet household. Soviet policy proceeded precisely without reference to the direct and often antagonistic class relations between men and women in relation to household production. The USSR thus achieved improvements in several aspects of women's lives, education, medical care, formal equality, etc., but not a basic alteration in their household class positions and all the consequences thereof. In short, some kinds of Marxism were utilized by Soviet leaders in ways that blinded them to the class relations inside households. However, other kinds of Marxism offer theories of household class structures whose use by Soviet leaders might have altered Soviet history in fundamental ways. Not Marxism in general but rather some particular Marxian tendencies dominated the thinking of Soviet leaderships. Those tendencies blinded them to the capitalist class structures of state-industrial enterprises, the feudal and ancient class structures of Soviet households, and even to the communist class structure of household communes. As we argue in later chapters, this conceptual blindness contributed as well to the collapse of the Soviet Union's original revolutionary goals and eventually of the USSR itself. The early Soviet goal was to eliminate the individual household itself as a social site. The reasoning held first that women's oppressed status inside households, overwork, lack of education, sexual servitude, etc., required its elimination as a central goal of socialist policy. Secondly, since building the socialist economic base needed women's as well as men's labor outside the household, women had to be freed from housework. The Bolsheviks drew on a few basic axioms about households taken from prestigious authorities to express these ideas. 17 From Engels's Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1969b, the modern individual family is founded on the open or concealed domestic slavery of the wife, and within the family he is the bourgeois and the wife represents the proletarian. The Woman Question 1951, 39. Notably, Engels here borrows Marx's language, bourgeois and proletarian, for class exploitation. Yet he never proceeds with his metaphor to inquire systematically into class structures inside households. Lenin's pamphlet Women and Society speaks of capitalism having placed the toilers in conditions of poverty and wage slavery, and women in a position of double slavery. The Woman Question 1951, 50. For Trotsky, 40 million Soviet families remain in their overwhelming majority nests of medievalism, female slavery. 1970, 61-62. Both Bolshevik leaders glimpsed the class dimensions of households, but the glimpses remained extremely undeveloped. They seemed incapable of imagining alternative household class structures. The Bolsheviks responded to households as they understood them with plans to eradicate the individual household as a social site of production, as in Engels's abolition of the monogamous family as the economic unit of society. The Woman Question 1951, 40. Lenin insisted that the real emancipation of women, real communism, will begin only when a mass struggle is started against this petty domestic economy, the household, or rather when it is transformed on a mass scale into large-scale socialist economy. The Woman Question 1951, 56. Italics and original. Two leading women theorists added another ingredient that became central to Bolshevik thinking. Clara Zetkin had argued historically that machine production has killed the economic activities of women within families. Productive activity within the family became economic nonsense. The domestic activity of women became meaningless. Foner 1984, 46-47. Alexandra Kollontai developed this idea to reach the following conclusion that proved to be key for Soviet policy: the family no longer produces, it only consumes. 1977, 117, 254. Also Buckler in 1925, 156, and Goldman 1993, 43-48. Arguments that production conditions inside households were utterly intolerable, a humiliating yoke. Stites 1978, 258-269 were inconsistent with arguments that production had ceased there and left only consumption. Partly to resolve the inconsistency, the Bolsheviks believed that capitalism had gone part of the way toward dismantling the family and individual household as sites of production. This partial process left women and children still engaged in marginal household work under the worst conditions, while the men worked in the socialized and modernized spheres of production outside the household. The Bolsheviks planned radically to complete what capitalism had left incomplete, to liberate women and children from household drudgery and slavery. The individual household was to be dismantled, neither production nor consumption should occur there. The goals of women's equality and expanding industrial production would thereby be achieved simultaneously. The state should socialize housework by removing it from households and reorganizing it into state industrial enterprises alongside the others in the developing Soviet economy. Such enterprises would produce meals, clean clothes and living spaces, care for children, and so on. All consumption of these enterprises' products would occur collectively: dining halls, dormitories, creches, and so on, not in individual households. Kollontai 1977, 255 ff. In Bolshevik thinking, such a socialization of housework would eradicate the domestic slavery of women and move them into work lives similar to those of the men. Genuine equality of the sexes would ensue: freedom for both men and women to divorce, equal educational and job opportunities, full civil rights, free access to abortion, and equal wages for women. Only by eradicating traditional families and households could couples form, change, and unform as free unions of equally productive and truly free adults working in socialist enterprises. Goldman 1993, 101-118. Only then might children be assured of loving care, since state-run enterprises producing child care and education would be given the highest priority in state support. Interaction between parents and children would then, and for the first time, emerge from what both freely desired. From 1917 through the early 1920s, most Bolshevik commentators argued that socialism and the transition to communism required the total disappearance of individual households. The cumulative exigencies, famine, economic collapse, destroyed housing, etc., of the World War, Revolution, the military invasion by hostile governments, and the Civil War confronted the Soviet state with emergency conditions. Among Bolshevik policy responses was the mass provision of collectively consumed meals and housing. Chase 1990, 173-213. Suddenly, what Kollontai called the withering away of the household, 1977, 257-258, seemed a practical policy already underway. Bolshevik theories of family and household appeared to dovetail with emergency realities and policies. Serious attention did not extend to examining what Bolshevik policy ought to be if individual household units similar to those existing before 1917 survived into or redeveloped during the 1920s. Initially, few worried that Soviet state resources might not suffice to sustain mass collective dining, housing, and childcare service enterprises beyond the emergency circumstances. No officials designed or planned a fallback Bolshevik policy on individual households if state-socialized housework could not be maintained. No debates over alternative class structures inside households occurred before or after 1917. Having developed no theory/policy to distinguish/favor communist as against other household class structures, Bolshevik analysts and policymakers had no strategy, revolutionary or otherwise, once individual households proved their mass durability across the 1920s. Trotsky complained in 1924 that the USSR had achieved economic transformations without touching on the forms of domestic traditions inherited from the past. Yet he repeated no more than the vague proposal that individual families group themselves into collective housekeeping units. Trotsky 1924, 47, 59. No Bolshevik had proposals regarding the internal class organization of work either inside the individual households that remained the Soviet norm or inside any collective housekeeping units that the state might support or establish. Theoretical blindness to the possibilities, conditions, and social effects of alternative class structures within households weighed heavily on Soviet history. It precluded any systematic state policy of favoring some kinds of household class structures against others, in contrast, for example, to the explicit Soviet policies regarding alternative class structures in industrial and agricultural enterprises, Lenin 1959. Class blindness also weakened any chance that the fledgling communist class structures in militants' household communes might become models for the USSR generally. The Bolshevik silence on alternative class structures within households had still other, lasting social effects. As we shall see, it helped to shape policy reactions to the social consequences of the new economic policy after 1921. Including the collapse of war communism's emergency programs for mass state feeding, housing, and child care and the subsequent costs of such programs. The eventual policy decision affirmed that the best course was to fall back upon the family. The family would have to produce inside the household what the Soviet state could not, or not yet, socialize in state enterprises. In effect, Soviet policy thereby endorsed and reinforced the traditional household structures inherited from pre-revolutionary Russia, Farnsworth 1977. Absent the class analysis of households, Soviet leaders and thinkers could not pose, let alone answer, a key question. Might their efforts to build what they called socialism fail because they were reinforcing feudal and ancient class structures inside households? Yet Lenin had understood that there would be great costs to leaving women in traditional households. In a 1920 conversation with Clara Zetkin he wrote, "So few men, even among the proletariat, realize how much effort and trouble they could save women, even quite do away with, if they were to lend a hand in woman's work. But no, that is contrary to the right and dignity of a man. They want their peace and comfort. The home life of the woman is a daily sacrifice to 1,000 unimportant trivialities. The old master right of the man still lives in secret. His slave takes her revenge, also secretly. The backwardness of women, their lack of understanding for the revolutionary ideals of the man decrease his joy and determination in fighting." The Woman Question 1951, 93. Such recognitions of the costs of the traditional, feudal household surfaced less frequently across the 1920s. The reaccommodation to traditional households and families made such sentiments of Lenin, and of others, decreasingly relevant to actual policy and troubling in their critical intimations. New economic policy/old household policy. The net marked a major retreat in the economic aspirations, resources, and activities of the state. Meanwhile, the USSR's international isolation and recovery from the successive catastrophes of 1914 to 1920 put huge demands on the state. Not surprisingly, the de facto state policy toward households shifted away from the collectivization that had been envisioned in the days of revolution and war communism. Politically and economically, the costs of household collectivization were deemed too high. One social problem linked to household and family became the topic around which debate crystallized, positions hardened, and strategic shifts can be seen. The new USSR confronted masses of children without parents or homes, 7 million waifs by 1922, according to one recent study, Ball 1996, 1. They wandered both urban and rural areas, often became criminals to survive, and thereby threatened others. Visiting Moscow in 1926, the deeply sympathetic Walter Benjamin referred to them as derelict, unspeakably melancholy, savage, mistrustful, embittered people. 1986, 103. Debates over these children highlighted the huge costs for state institutions to feed, house, clothe, and educate them versus reintegrating them into existing family/household structures at less cost to the state. The context for the debate was the national discourse then over how the state could best rebuild the nation's infrastructure, invest in industrial growth, provide consumer goods to the peasantry in exchange for agricultural goods, no longer requisitioned as in war communism, and so on. At the same time, millions of women with neither husbands nor secure land tenures pressed the state to alleviate their distress. 19 Likewise, millions of demobilized men without sufficient income or work to survive looked to the state to provide costly public services and supports for them. Partly because these demands overwhelmed the new Soviet state after 1917, especially while fighting foreign invasions and civil war, war communism had emerged. When it was undermined by ancients' resistance, insufficient state resources, and so on, the state retreated to the NEP. The hope was thereby better to meet the demands upon its resources. Some demands would fall as the Civil War subsided and opposition from the ancients lessened. On the other hand, resources might fall if ancients, revived small capitalists, and small merchants, the famous nepmen, used their NEP independence to withhold or divert resources from the state, legally or otherwise. 20 When Bukharin argued that all classes and strata in Soviet society could, consciously or unconsciously, contribute to the building of socialism, he expressed a consensus that the Soviet state must carefully cultivate support among those made relatively independent by the NEP, which required relentless opposition to those Bolsheviks whose programs produced new discord and civil strife. Cohen 1980, 120. Advocates of communal households came increasingly to be viewed as Bolsheviks of that sort. Their activities, if unchecked, risked undermining crucial public support for and cooperation with the NEP. Soviet leaders abandoned the grandiose plans for collective institutions, dining halls, creches, laundries, etc., to replace individual households. The estimated costs of establishing and maintaining such planned institutions were too high. The state's expenditure priorities lay elsewhere in heavy industry, munitions, and infrastructure. The weight of conservative traditions bred opposition to collective households. All these factors combined to cause the state to retreat from programs and plans to eliminate individual households across the 1920s. Instead of collective dining, laundry, cleaning and childcare facilities, Soviet policymakers returned to a reliance on the individual households. Dissenters from this retreat included women leaders. 21. However, the retreat was far from total. A complete return to the households of pre-revolutionary Russia would have betrayed the revolution's commitments to women. Instead, the 1920s saw major changes in Soviet laws and social arrangements that very significantly improved women's social positions. Goldman 1993, ch. 4-7. Laws entitled women to own property, especially in land, improved access to abortion, divorce, and alimony, and moved toward equal political participation with men. The 1918 Family Code, the 1922 Land Code, and the complex, interdependent interpretations of these codes across the 1920s steadily enhanced women's roles as heads of households. For example, singled women-headed, i.e., ancient class-structured, households received formal, legal recognition for the first time. Women could also assume the position of head of a multi-family household. Women could take equal shares of household property in divorces. While enforcement of these reforms was often limited and varied widely from region to region, the changes were significant and historic. The Bolsheviks had kept several key components of the promise that the revolution would free Russia's women. 22. Notwithstanding the abandonment of household collectivization, women's powers and rights inside Soviet households had been changed dramatically. However, their class positions, feudal and ancient, were minimally affected. The equality of women newly advanced by Soviet policies, albeit within the old class structures, produced new problems. They are revealed most clearly in the key question addressed by the 1926 Family Code that replaced the original from 1918, how to support the smaller households that had replaced the larger, pre-revolutionary households. 23. Households in the 1920s were often barely viable. Simplified divorce and a culture of gender equality produced many split households. Men often refused to pay alimony, partly because of low wages in state enterprises. Women left in smaller feudal or ancient households faced increasingly difficult conditions for themselves, for their children, and for any other household members. Double shifts exhausted the women drawn into wage labor outside the household while obliged to continue surplus labor performance obligations inside. Mason 1963, 102-105, Kingsbury and Fairchild 1935, 248-251, Stites 1978, 409. Women divorced their husbands, legally or informally, on a rapidly increasing scale after 1922. Criminal assaults bind on their husbands grew markedly, and abortions increased as well. The retreat from state-supported collectivization of household life had left Soviet citizens with only the pre-revolutionary options in household class structures. Yet, the latter were increasingly difficult to sustain under the actual conditions of the 1920s. Chase 1990, 196-199. Children in huge numbers abandoned non-viable and unbearable households. This only aggravated the problem of homeless children that the state had hoped to solve by its retreat to individual households. Homeless women reappeared as a social problem when the double shift proved too much of a personal strain or the elderly could no longer be supported. The individual households able to manage the difficult circumstances felt threatened by, and blamed the state for, the social chaos created by the homeless population. By the end of the decade, This situation provoked a second phase of retreat. The state went beyond merely abandoning its original plans to eliminate the individual household in favor of collective institutions. It actively induced or forced Soviet citizens into traditional feudal household structures. Official doctrine portrayed such families as the Soviet ideal, with men as heads of households. 24 New policies moved to force divorced husbands to pay alimony to support children and to discourage divorce in the first place. By 1929, the leading theorist of the Soviet family, S. Volynsky, could argue that the state had actively to support the feudal and ancient class-structured households. The state, he wrote, needs to use this social cell as an auxiliary social formation in managing the transition through socialism to communism. Goldman 1993, 310. Of course, he did not use such class-analytical terms, he spoke rather in the then-standard sociological terms that completely ignored surplus. If the Soviet reversion to traditional household class structures solved certain pressing problems, freeing scarce state resources for industrial growth and avoiding confrontation with traditionalists over family values, it also provoked others. To survive as class structures, feudal and ancient households had to yield enough surplus to sustain their conditions of existence. For women inside feudal households, they had to produce and deliver enough household surplus to their husbands to secure their marriages. Yet they increasingly also undertook paid work outside the home, while the number of relatives living and helping to work inside the household shrank. The real incomes of the men from work outside the home were also mostly shrinking, given the state's efforts to maximize the industrial surplus it appropriated. Likewise, men's farm incomes fell under price pressures, as noted in chapters 6 and 8. In short, husbands had little in the way of incomes with which to offset the strains on their wives. The burdens on their wives reached unbearable proportions. Finally, the double shift similarly undermined the ability of women living in ancient class-structured households to perform enough surplus to enable them to sustain that class structure. In feudal households, conflicts between producers and appropriators over the size and use of household surplus labor, that is, class conflicts, deepened. Rising rates of alcoholism and divorce and widening antipathies between men and women showed how their class conflicts could be displaced onto and aggravate confrontations around issues other than class. The comparable difficulties besetting ancient class-structured households blocked some women from leaving feudal households and likely thereby worsened tensions within them. Troubles inside Soviet households had effects outside, on workers' productivity, on citizen civic participation, on children's education and mental health, and much else besides. Many social problems included, among their causes, the feudal and ancient class structures to which Soviet policy had reverted and also the unfavorable conditions with which Soviet policy surrounded them. However, the blindness of Soviet thought, both official and popular, toward household class problems contributed to the illusion that abandoning the collectivization of households and returning to a per-family orientation would solve them. As we shall show, the dilemmas of Soviet household class structures, like those of Soviet agricultural and industrial class structures, were never solved. They remain costly, if untheorized, drains on economic and social development across Soviet history. The role of women in Soviet technical education provides one example of how unviable household class structures contributed to undermining other Soviet development objectives. Training a new generation of engineers and technicians ranked among the top priorities after the revolution. 25 Soviet leaders tried repeatedly to recruit women into the new technical intelligentsia, Bales 1978, 201-202. These efforts failed, even when women were enrolled, they withdrew at higher rates than men. The contradictions of Soviet household class structures surely played a part in this costly failure. Women's responsibilities for performing surplus labor inside most Soviet households interfered with their abilities and dispositions to undertake the advanced technical training necessary for rapid Soviet development. Since policy could not address alternative household class structures as possible solutions for this problem, the official response merely bemoaned women's scarcity in technical training institutes and occasionally promoted more childcare facilities. 26. A 1928 newspaper report reveals another example of the complex impacts of traditional household class structures on Soviet society. Kiev's women, it said, shopped at private rather than state or cooperative shops, replicating women's habits across the USSR. Ball 1990, 166 ff. The first, and presumably most important, reason given was the problem of waiting in lines, the cost of shopping in terms of time. The significance of this cost was formulated by a Soviet woman worker in a 1990 interview, but her words apply as well to the 1920s. Our Soviet woman has a very hard life. She has to earn a wage and then run around to the shops to find something to feed her family. All her free time and days off are lost in that way. I have to stand in a different line for each product. I have to get to the store before it opens to buy milk. I have to go to another store for cereal. I have to go to Moscow for meat. Mandel 1994, 83. In the 1920s, bearing sole responsibility for performing household surplus labor, women patronized the Nepman's private stores, short lines, rather than the state and cooperative stores, long lines. This enhanced private profits at the expense of state revenues on a massive scale. In short, women's particular class positions inside their households negatively affected the Soviet state's resources for its prioritized development. As Goldman, 1993, documents, many Soviet women leaders exposed the intolerable burdens faced by women in the 1920s. However, these were understood almost exclusively in terms of the quantity of labor, measured in time and intensity, demanded of them, especially the double shift of labor outside as well as inside households. Soviet women as well as men lacked the conceptual apparatus of class analysis that might have enabled them to identify the class structure of household work as part of the problem and hence a class change as part of the solution. Since the only alternative to the traditional feudal and ancient household class structures that they could conceive, a state-run collectivization of consumption, had been declared unaffordable by Soviet leaders, they concluded that women simply had to bear their traditional burden. 27. A third example, the much-discussed soaring Soviet divorce rate in the 1920s, while often cited, has not yet been linked to household class structures. 28. The revolutionary euphoria of post-1917 Soviet life provoked many new aspirations and opportunities. Women's immobility within traditional household class structures likely became more difficult to bear than in pre-revolutionary times. If rooting exploitation out of Soviet society was proclaimed the highest social value, its dogged survival inside the household likely became untenable, even if the concepts and language needed to identify it explicitly as exploitation were lacking. Husbands and wives clashed not only over the quantities of housework demanded of men and women, but also, unconsciously, over the newspaper report reveals another example of the complex impacts of traditional household class structures on Soviet society. Kiev's women, it said, shopped at private rather than state or cooperative shops, replicating women's habits across the USSR, Ball 1990, 166 ff. The first, and presumably most important, reason given was the problem of waiting in lines, the cost of shopping in terms of time. The significance of this cost was formulated by a Soviet woman worker in a 1990 interview, but her words apply as well to the 1920s. Our Soviet woman has a very hard life. She has to earn a wage and then run around to the shops to find something to feed her family. All her free time and days off are lost in that way. I have to stand in a different line for each product. I have to get to the store before it opens to buy milk. I have to go to another store for cereal. I have to go to Moscow for meat. Mandel 1994, 83. In the 1920s, bearing sole responsibility for performing household surplus labor, women patronized the Nepman's private stores, short lines, rather than the state and cooperative stores, long lines. This enhanced private profits at the expense of state revenues on a massive scale. In short, women's particular class positions inside their households negatively affected the Soviet state's resources for its prioritized development. As Goldman, 1993, documents, many Soviet women leaders exposed the intolerable burdens faced by women in the 1920s. However, these were understood almost exclusively in terms of the quantity of labor, measured in time and intensity, demanded of them, especially the double shift of labor outside as well as inside households. Soviet women as well as men lacked the conceptual apparatus of class analysis that might have enabled them to identify the class structure of household work as part of the problem and hence a class change as part of the solution. Since the only alternative to the traditional feudal and ancient household class structures that they could conceive, a state-run collectivization of consumption, had been declared unaffordable by Soviet leaders, they concluded that women simply had to bear their traditional burden. 27. A third example, the much-discussed soaring Soviet divorce rate in the 1920s, while often cited, has not yet been linked to household class structures. 28. The revolutionary euphoria of post-1917 Soviet life provoked many new aspirations and opportunities. Women's immobility within traditional household class structures likely became more difficult to bear than in pre-revolutionary times. If rooting exploitation out of Soviet society was proclaimed the highest social value, its dogged survival inside the household likely became untenable, even if the concepts and language needed to identify it explicitly as exploitation were lacking. Husbands and wives clashed not only over the quantities of housework demanded of men and women, but also, unconsciously, over the. A parallel with similar results may clarify the point. Studies of the Soviet blindness as official and unofficial toward sexuality have reached conclusions congruous with ours regarding blindness toward class relationships within households. After some vigorous and open discussions of male and female sexuality in the 1920s. During the 1930s, sex surveys disappeared, all sex education vanished from schools, a strict puritanical morality was proclaimed for society. Soviet society had restored more traditional links between sexual behavior and marital family relations, began consistently to root out and disparage all that was erotic in human beings. Kahn 1993, 23-24. A doctor, directly involved, described the 1930s Soviet medical approach to female sexuality. The notion of primordial female asexuality and non-involvement in all things carnal was implanted in the mass psyche. The education of young girls took on a puritanical air, sexological problems were ascribed to men only, the sex advice bureaus being basically concerned with male sexual problems. Shklov 1993, 157. He concluded that many Soviet women with sexual problems to which their society is blind suffer serious neurosis and depression, and even attempt suicide, yet the socially conditioned shame that women bear stops them from seeing a specialist. Shklov 1933, 157. The fact that Soviet women and men lacked the concepts with which literally to see, let alone discuss or diagnose, female sexuality in terms other than morally condemnatory dismissal, contributed to major personal problems on a mass scale. These problems exercise their deleterious effects, directly and indirectly, on production too. Parallel logic and conclusions apply to the Soviet blindness to household class structures and their social effects. Goldman 1993, 296-336 has documented what in our class analytical terms we might call the historic compromise reached in the 1930s between Soviet enterprises and households' class structures. The first and second five-year plans sought and obtained a massive movement of women into wage labor. Together with the concurrent drop in real wages enabling heavy industrialization, this movement further undercut not only the financial but also the interpersonal over-emotional cohesion of the families and households of the USSR. Dramatic increases in homeless children, crime, and family breakdowns alarmed state and party officials. Some way had to be found, without additional major demands being placed on state revenues, to address family and household disintegration in the face of women entering the wage labor force and real wages falling. That way was the historic compromise. 29. On its side, the state mandated a large-scale program of daycare centers in enterprises, unions, schools, and other institutions. Soviet women in urban and industrial areas were to resume quite traditional family and household class roles alongside their wage labor positions. Rural women once again left behind as another wave of young men left the countryside settled more deeply into their ancient and feudal household class positions. 30 Soviet men were to stop their pursuit of divorce and their evasion of alimony obligations, they were to resume their feudal head of household positions. Blind to the overstressed contradictions of these revived feudal and ancient household class structures, both urban and rural, the authorities confronted the continuation of homelessness among large numbers of children as a mystery as well as a policy dilemma. The homelessness of the earlier 1920s had been theorized as a product of revolution and war, but its persistence into the 1930s required another explanation. Homeless children literally could not be thought to be products of the class contradictions specific to Soviet enterprises and households. The resolution of the mystery and dilemma lay in criminalizing the vagabond children. They were a pathological element deserving the harsh punishment and isolation they increasingly received. Ball 1996, 192-197. Culminating in the June 1936 law that promulgated family responsibility punishing evasion of alimony, virtually outlawing abortion, restricting divorce, etc., the historic compromise solidified the basic contours of Soviet class structures in enterprises and households. In exchange for state assistance in child care, Soviet men and women were to settle into feudal and ancient household class structures of the traditional sort. Soviet men were to contribute portions of their wages to support and sustain households. Their wives would not only also contribute portions of their wages, but would also deliver their household surplus labor to the husband. He would distribute it to sustain this kind of household class structure. Soviet industrialization would thereby secure women's labor in the present and their children's labor in the future. The state could save some of its scarce resources because it needed to provide fewer social supports for individuals once the family did so. Part of such savings would finance the childcare programs required to enable the women to work outside the home. The rest of the savings would become available for industrial growth. The political and cultural envelope for the historic compromise was the much-discussed return of official ideology to the celebration of traditional family values and the bureaucratic reliance on the traditional households and their internal class structures. For example, where most Soviet citizens lived after the collectivization of agriculture on the collective farms or kolkhozes, the reliance on the traditional household was nearly total according to the most comprehensive recent survey of Soviet peasant life in the 1930s, Fitzpatrick 1994 b. 112. From the peasant's standpoint, however, the household remained the basic unit in the village. Indeed, in most of the functions of everyday life, the primacy of the household was untouched, regardless of whether or not jurists recognized it as a legal entity. Politically, this situation reassured all who had clung to traditional households as islands of stability in a USSR that had overturned so many other aspects of the previous centuries. Culturally, it helped to divert discourse from the harsh realities of labor and income to a nobler focus on rebuilding the Soviet family and household as secure havens in a difficult world. By officially endorsing and solidifying feudal and ancient class structures in Soviet households, the historic compromise buried the remaining class impulses to transform society's intimate arenas households and further distanced the USSR after 1936 from its more radical Bolshevik origins. Neither socialism nor communism were ever again seriously associated in the USSR with any fundamental challenge or alternative to such household class structures, neither in practice nor in any significant theoretical debates. This historic compromise on class issues mirrored other compromises reached elsewhere in Soviet society at the same time. For example, in the early 1920s, dramatic plans to transform and improve medical care in the rural areas won widespread support. The often minimally trained feldshers had provided most of the rural medical practice in Russia before the revolution, other than the specialized work of rural midwives. Feldshers were to be replaced by an army of well-trained physicians bringing modern, Soviet medical practice to the countryside. Lenin personally supervised what he viewed as a crucial part of the Soviet revolutionary program and of the strategy to secure the new regime's survival. Weizmann 1990. However, first the fiscal exigencies following upon the NEP and then the social consequences of the collectivization of agriculture combined to erode the early revolutionary plans. The original proposals to abolish feldshers as a category of medical practitioner could not be implemented in the 1920s, and by the 1930s they were abandoned. The Soviet state could not provide the physicians desperately needed in the countryside, given its industrial and military priorities and also the political support it sought from socially influential physicians with parochial, professional interests. Thus, the countryside and the peasantry came to occupy a permanently second-rate position in Soviet society. The resurrection of the feldsher as a legitimate rural practitioner was but one recognition of this fact. Raymer 1990, 139-140.31. Alongside abandoning the class transformation of households and industries and also the collectivization of housework, the hope for transformation of rural medicine faded away. As the 1930s passed into the 1940s, industrialization campaigns, 5-year plans, political purges, rising expenditures on party, police, and prisons, and anti-Nazi defense campaigns absorbed most of the state's resources. The state drew those resources largely as subsumed class revenues from distributions of the collective farm's surpluses, non-class revenues by turning the terms of trade against agricultural commodities, lowering agricultural prices relative to industrial prices, and paying low industrial real wages to increase the surplus it appropriated from state capitalist workers. These strategies relied heavily upon rural and urban households, supported by minimal state resources, to produce and sustain workers economically and culturally. For men, the status of lord of the feudal household and the possibility of securing the wife's household surplus labor would compensate for low wages. For the women, motherhood, domesticity, and the status of wage employment were to compensate for low wages and for the household surplus labor they had to perform and deliver to their husbands. In some ways, this strategy succeeded. Soviet real wages declined over the 1930s. The increased surpluses thereby appropriated in state capitalist enterprises, added to revenues drawn as subsumed class and non-class payments from the collective farms, enabled rapid industrialization, victory in war, superpower status thereafter, and slowly rising standards of living. On the other hand, this strategy had high costs of long duration. Family life was extremely difficult as women resented their household situations and rebelled against them in different ways. Relationships between husbands and wives became even more alienated and distant than they had been earlier. The class exploitation of Soviet women inside their households played a role in the bitterness of their emerging attitudes toward their husbands and the family itself. What kind of a condition are we in when we finally get home after an hour or more of commuting from work, after another hour of being pushed around in the bus, the subway, the food queue? That's when we take it out on our husbands. The man is the one we've been shopping, cooking, scrubbing, darning the socks for all week, so in our exhausted state we see him as the most immediate enemy. We start shouting, yelling, breaking up the family again. Du Plessis-Gray 1990, 186. This 1980s quotation from the Soviet feminist philosopher Olga Voronina condenses our class argument. The anger of woman against man in the household setting, although intense and deeply disruptive of family life, is yet also accompanied by a vague and dimly glimpsed sense of something else, something absent that is taken out on the husband. Might that be, in part, the suffering occasioned by being entrapped within an exploitative household class structure that seems inseparable from the desired intimacies of family? Has this experience of class taken the disguised form of such Russian proverbs as women can do everything, men can do the rest? Du Plessis-Gray 1990, 47? Were Soviet women, like other exploited people, both drawn into complicity with their exploitation and also rageful against it? Did rage and complicity combine to damage other aspects of Soviet life, including economic growth? One answer is offered by Elvira Osipova, a Soviet professor, in the late 1980s. If our men can't manage to curb the aggressive, sadistic element in their spouses' characters, women will always end up tyrannizing them, like no other women I can think of in history. Du Plessis-Gray 1990, 48. Another part of the answer is offered in a recent survey of late Soviet literature by and about women. Gender disposition in the Soviet Union today corroborates Simone de Beauvoir's aperçu that men have found more complicity in women than the oppressor usually finds in the oppressed. Gosilo 1993, 237. We interpret these remarks from a class-theoretic perspective. The USSR defined and celebrated itself in terms of eradicating exploitation. Yet it maintained exploitation inside its industries and its households. At both social sites, alienated, bitter, oppressive, frustrating, and mutually destructive relationships festered and spawned their costly social consequences. The combined pressures of low wages, hard working conditions, and household class conflicts contributed to the severe problems of worker alcoholism, absenteeism, low productivity, and workplace irresponsibility that increasingly plagued Soviet industry and agriculture over the decades since World War II. Nor did moral suasion, political pressure, and the growing provision of consumer durables succeed in resolving the long-simmering crisis of Soviet households. The class as well as non-class conflicts besetting those households remained a major problem throughout Soviet history. That the costs to Soviet agricultural and industrial development from the official commitment to feudal and ancient class-structured households may well have exceeded the gains is obvious. That the question was never even raised is tragic. No doubt, the resources required for the priorities of industrialization and defense would have placed heavy pressures on households with communist class structures had the Soviet state and party fostered them. Since they did not, even marginally after 1930, it is difficult to assess how they might have functioned differently inside the USSR. However, we may reasonably suppose that the absence of significant communist class-structured households deprived generations of children of any household model of communist class relations that they might have taken with them into factories, farms, and offices. Then again, exploitation within feudal class-structured households probably conditioned Soviet children to accept exploitation in the state capitalist enterprises as adults. Perhaps the recent transition from state-backed to private capitalism in the former USSR owes its speed and relative smoothness in part to the ease with which feudal and ancient class households can coexist with and provide laborers for either kind of capitalism. Alternative class scenarios were and are possible. The rapacious private capitalism now spreading in the former USSR may add burdens to feudal and ancient class-structured households that will suffice to explode them. Russians may then become as accustomed as U.S. citizens today to discourses mostly reactionary on the collapse of families and family values. Perhaps a new movement to rediscover communist class-structured households may emerge, or else a return to notions of eliminating individual or group households altogether as sites of production. The history of the USSR, because it remained steadfastly blind to the issue of alternative class structures of household production, bequeathed few conclusions that might have helped citizens after the USSR collapsed to cope with the household crises of their societies today. To refocus assessments of the USSR on its class processes in households as well as enterprises may yet help to yield useful lessons for their citizens and beyond. In any case, no class history of the USSR's rise and fall can legitimately ignore the class structures of household labor and their complex social effects. Chapter 8. The New Economic Policies of the 1920s. Bolshevik requisitions of food and raw materials during war. Communism provoked such contradictions and resistances that Lenin had to proclaim the new economic policy NEP of 1921. The NEP, while partly a solution, also engendered other contradictions that prompted Stalin's strategic shift to the collectivization of agriculture in the late 1920s. The recurring difficulties emerged mostly from the ancient and slowly emerging capitalist farmers' efforts to improve their situation. The state sought to placate agriculture while simultaneously favoring industry at the expense of agriculture. The basic logic of the NEP paralleled that of war communism, although the mechanisms had changed significantly. Hence this chapter begins with a brief resume of war communism's logic. War communism's requisitions of the ancients' agricultural output were not exchanges, they involved no prices. Carr 1985, Volume 2, 150, Dobb 1966, 102-103. Little or nothing was given in return for requisitioned output. Without requisitioning, their surpluses would have remained available for farmers to secure their ancient class structures for repairs, insurance and contingency funds, more equipment, and so on. State requisitions were thus a compulsory ancient subsumed class revenue SSCRA that ancient farmers paid to the state. This payment supplemented the surplus values that the state appropriated from the productive laborers in state capitalist industrial enterprises. Taken together, these two different surpluses comprise the key revenue flows enabling the state to survive militarily. However, deprived of their surplus, the farmers' ancient class structures were jeopardized, as was their personal survival. Thus, while initially successful, the requisitioning strategy eventually undermined the alliance between peasants and workers that had achieved the October Revolution. Undermining this alliance constituted the Achilles heel of war communism. Dobb 1966, 103. Reacting to requisitioning, the ancients could attempt to increase the surplus labor they performed by working longer hours and over or reducing the portion of output they consumed, fruits of their necessary labor. Either reaction would further strain already difficult personal circumstances. They might squeeze out more surplus through partnerships often problematic for individualist farmers to economize on certain costs. Farmers might also pressure their wives to perform increased surplus labor inside feudal households to compensate husbands for farm surpluses lost to requisitions. Yet such reactions risked household class conflicts and interpersonal tensions that could impact badly on the viability of the ancient farm. Caught between requisitions and the risks of all possible responses, many ancients tolerated the situation for a time after the revolution. They feared that if the Reds lost the Civil War, the Whites might retake the land that the revolution had granted to them. Other ancients, often the more prosperous, expressed their opposition by producing grain for the Whites. The different reactions reflected disparities between richer and poorer farmers who all occupied the same ancient class position. Dobb 1966, 105-106, Nove 1989, 51. However, to survive the requisitions, ancients increasingly hid their grain stocks and over or consumed the animals that had been means of production. The latter jeopardized the next period's harvest. By 1921, Lenin and other Soviet leaders recognized the dangers of these reactions, the building anger, and open revolts. The class crisis of the ancients threatened to turn Bolshevik victories into defeats. Another class crisis loomed for workers inside state capitalist industrial enterprises. Mounting anger and even strikes stemmed in part from reduced real wages because of the state's increasingly difficult problems in requisitioning food. The state's effective absorption of labor unions had reduced their collective bargaining powers. Demands for increased industrial productivity combined with gross planning inefficiencies to generate great stress, overwork, and exhaustion. Workers variously directed their anger at Vzenka, the state, the party, or even socialism generally. The mutually aggravating class crises in private ancient agriculture and state capitalist industry threatened to undo the new system. Further entangling these two crises and the struggles they provoked was the history of the many new industrial workers. They had only recently left the ancient class structures in agriculture. Reducing their wages, eroding their recently acquired power, and intensifying their labor might drive them to abandon factories and return to farms. Beside these threats, another class issue alongside the many non-class issues that also threaten the new USSR deserves special mention. Following the revolution, Vzenka established a hierarchical system of sub-agencies Glevki. The system centralized the appropriation of the state capitalist industrial surplus in Vzenka's hands while it centralized the management of production in the Glavki. Individuals displaced or demoted by these centralizations became oppositional. Local state officials who had appropriated surpluses in decentralized state capitalist industrial enterprises no longer did so. As surplus appropriation was centralized by Vzenka, They lost their positions or became subordinate managers. Local managers who had received subsumed class distributions from local state surplus appropriators were replaced by fewer, much more centralized managers, or else subordinated to them. Many local appropriators and managers reacted badly to these centralizations of state capitalism. They included a disparate grouping of Bolsheviks, former private capitalists and managers, leaders of committees of workers and trade unions, and local and regional state officials from before and just after the revolution. For them, the Bolshevik nationalization of enterprises was much less contentious than the different matter of who would manage them and how, centralization versus decentralization sometimes articulated as socialist versus independent industrial organization. Thus Carr concludes, the real issue in the period of war communism was not the nationalization of industry, but the attempt of the state to administer industry on socialist lines. 1985, 175. Dobb quotes an activist of the time, enterprises were deprived of economic independence in operative work and depended on the state budget. 1966, 110, italics added. Given all the other pressures undermining Soviet state capitalism, the internal opposition of a portion of its local managers added yet another burden that it could not afford. The tensions and problems entailed in the transition from decentralized to centralized management of state capitalist industry did not dissipate once centralization had been achieved. Conflicts arose over the chain of command and relative status among sub-agencies. Their personnel occupied the same capitalist subsumed class position. In exchange for salaries paid from distributions of state capitalist surpluses, they performed the management processes needed for the state to appropriate industrial surpluses. However, these managers occupied different non-class positions within the distributions of power, status, and income inside the bureaucracy. Conflicts over the non-class processes of distributing authority, status, privileges, and income among them produced complex and shifting alliances internally and sometimes also with social groups outside the bureaucracy. The formations, activities, and dissolutions of such alliances could have profound impacts upon the class structure of the USSR. Struggles over power or status are different from struggles over class, over the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus. However, since class and non-class struggles interact, our class analysis of Soviet history must pay attention to both. We shall argue that the struggles over power and prestige inside the Soviet state bureaucracy interacted with its complex, multiple class structure in ways crucial to understanding the rise, development and eventual collapse of the USSR. Under war communism, the state capitalist subsumed class of industrial managers not only had to develop new ways of relating to one another. They also needed to construct new relationships with other state officials, members of Zenka who appropriated and distributed the industrial surplus. In short, the rapid transition to and then centralization of Soviet state capitalism imposed a massive task of creating effective bureaucratic organization, quickly, under wartime pressures, and with completely inexperienced personnel. Disorganization, bottlenecks, production inefficiencies, and conflicts between and among different bureaucratic levels proliferated. Dobb 1966, 109-116. A central problem was the recurring inadequacy of inputs made available to industrial enterprises that were nevertheless pressed by the state to meet output quotas. The war communism period degenerated into the war communism crisis. Ancient class structures clashed with state industrial capitalism over requisitioning ancient surpluses, state capitalist appropriators clashed with capitalist subsumed classes over centralization and related issues, factory workers clashed with managers and with Zenka over the pressures for surplus production and the chaotic conditions of state industry, and so on. When struggles over non-class processes over allocating power and prestige across bureaucratic levels, over the distribution of power among different ethnic, religious, and regional populations, etc. were mixed into the contemporaneous class struggles, a potentially explosive conjuncture materialized. Lenin answered his perennial question, what is to be done? With a major shift in both class and non-class tactics, the NEP. Relations between agriculture and industry, an overview. The NEP aimed to diffuse the explosive situation. The new, more supportive agrarian policy helped to end the near revolt of the ancient farmers. The new industrial policy helped to alleviate tensions among the USSR's workers, surplus appropriators, and managers, and among its different bureaucratic layers. Yet despite achieving palpable relief from approaching disaster, the NEP also set in motion social changes that provoked new contradictions and tensions. Conflicts evolved over those changes and what they portended for the goals and the future of Soviet society. At issue were different interpretations of the effects wrought by the NEP and different notions of what the state should do next in terms of its agricultural and industrialization strategies. Questions that rose to the fore included, was the NEP reviving and encouraging an agricultural capitalist class? If so, should the NEP nevertheless be continued or even strengthened to encourage the supply of food and raw materials by ancient and emerging capitalist farmers that was so badly needed for industrialization? Or should the NEP be disbanded in favor of a different strategy to accomplish rapid industrialization, direct state pressure and demands on the ancient and the emerging capitalist farms? Those who supported at least a short-run allowance of rural capitalism came to be known as the right-wing opposition, while opponents comprised the left-wing opposition. Daub, 1966, 199 and 183.2. The ideological and organizational struggles between these opponents and the realms of culture and politics were conflicts among occupants of the same few state capitalist fundamental and subsumed class positions within Vzenka, the party, and the Glavki. They all agreed on the goals of securing and expanding what we understand as state-industrial capitalism. In their different theory and language, the shared goal was building socialism and thereby the transition to communism, a goal often missed by non-Marxian economists who examine this debate as if some abstract and absolute standard of efficiency had been everyone's goal. Point 3. Our class analysis of the NEP begins with the problem that it inherited from war communism: how to secure desired flows of food, raw materials, and new industrial workers from agriculture, but now without requisitions. The state's imposition of grain taxes to obtain a portion of the ancient farmers' surpluses provoked such opposition that Lenin both lowered and converted them to money taxes. Daub, 1966, 130. NEP allowed ancient farmers to sell grain in private markets for money. Private and state markets, money, and private merchanting enterprises largely eliminated under war communism were reintroduced. 4. Under these conditions, the old contradiction between state capitalist industry, on the one hand, and private ancient and emerging small capitalist agriculture, on the other, reappeared. Now, however, the old contradiction changed because it was mediated by a combination of state and private market institutions. The central question now became, would that combination work to enable or hobble the expansion of state capitalist industry that remained not only the Soviet priority but the very definition of a successful socialism? Would this mixed system of state and private markets and merchants yield sufficient food and raw materials at prices favorable to industrial growth? Would the needed immigration of laborers from the farms to the factories continue? To answer these questions, we return to the Soviet state equation depicting its revenues and expenditures in class terms. SVC plus SSCR C plus A plus NCR equals SSCPC plus XA plus CPL plus Y. Let us recall the basic class problem of the new Soviet regime. State industrial capitalism could not appropriate enough surplus value SVC from its own workers to achieve its priorities of military security and industrial growth, the key components of SSCPC. In terms of the equation above, SVC SSCPC. After war communism, the new NEP solution was a combination of agricultural taxes and state and private market exchanges between state industrial and private farm products. If the NEP solution failed to supplement state capitalist industry's own surplus with sufficient subsumed class distributions from farmers, the state would face a crisis yet again. Its desire to expand SSCPC for industrial growth would again be blocked. Party and state leaders hesitated to pursue the alternative strategy of increasing the exploitation of state industrial workers. Our class equation of the state budget allows us to show how the Soviet leadership tried, throughout the NEP, to adjust all of the equation's revenue and expenditure variables so as to maximize its outlays on industrial growth. New or increased excise taxes and fees raised its subsumed class revenues from all the class structures within Soviet society. SSCR C+A+. Comparable levies upon individuals raised its non-class revenues. NCR. At the same time, the state also reduced most of its other expenditures XA plus CPL plus Y to maximize instead the subsumed class outlays for industrial expansion. SSCPC. There was one exception: certain outlays to provide conditions of existence for ancient farmers aimed to secure their tax payments to the state. SSCRA. While effective, these budget adjustments did not suffice to overcome the gap between the surplus appropriated from the industrial laborers and what the state deemed to be essential industrial investment. Nor could the gap be breached by that other kind of non-class revenue, state borrowing. Foreign states and banks would not extend much credit to the pariah communist regime, and the possibilities of domestic credit were far too small. 5. In relation to agriculture, The NEP strategy of industrial growth came to depend not only on the new grain tax but also and crucially on how the state administered the newly reintroduced state and private markets for agricultural products. As we shall show, the state could and did set prices deviating from values in the state markets, attempting via this unequal exchange to siphon an added value flow into state capitalist industry. Yet success in state markets now depended also on the private markets and on the prices emerging there from bargains among farmers, private merchants the NEPmen, and individual consumers of agricultural products. In any case, a successful NEP required a thriving agriculture. To this end, soon after the NEP's inauguration, new decrees further empowered the ancients to hire labor power and lease new lands. Allowing small-scale private capitalism thereby to return and grow in the countryside had become an acceptable price to pay for building Soviet socialism. NEP's impact on ancient farmers have complex consequences. Freed from the constraints of war communism, ancient farmers could distribute portions of their own surpluses to expand their own ancient farm production. They leased more land and rented and purchased more animals and farming equipment. 6 Some hired laborers and thus become small capitalist farmers. With a fixed rate of taxation, rising ancient and capitalist farm outputs brought rising state revenues USSR. Moreover, the ancient and capitalist farms could still further expand outputs whenever the state's procurement prices and over private market prices for food and raw materials rose. 7. Such improved circumstances for ancient farmers had other positive consequences. They had far less reason to consume their means of production or otherwise reduce production as had been their bitter responses to war communism's requisitioning. The pressures on women to produce feudal household surpluses fell, since such offsets to farm losses from requisitioning were no longer necessary. However, while rising state and private prices for agricultural products improved conditions for ancient and small capitalist farmers, they also faced prices for the industrial products they purchased that exceeded those products' values. On balance, farmers' exchanges with state industries still remained unequal and unfavorable. They gave more value than they received in return. Especially the poorer and middle-level ancient farmers remained mired in very precarious economic conditions. The coexistence of state and private markets and merchants kept the state from ever fully controlling the terms of trade between agriculture and industry. The exchanges between commodities produced in the different class structures of industry and agriculture depended on ever-changing state and private decisions. For example, competition from private markets in grain pushed reluctant state officials to raise state procurement prices to avoid the risk of reduced state grain purchases. Such reactions affected not only the class structures in agriculture, but state industrial capitalism as well. Further state price and non-price actions followed and provoked private responses in the ceaseless interaction of private and state decisions that marked the NEP. To take another example, the private merchants' NEPmen often charged relatively high prices for the manufactures they sold to farmers. This not only adversely affected class structures in agriculture. It also meant that the gains from this trade accrued to NEPmen's profits rather than to the state as a resource for industrial growth. One reaction of Soviet leaders was to constrict or even replace private merchants in favor of state merchants. Over the entire NEP period, the so-called price scissors, the ratio of agricultural to industrial prices, remained open, now more, now less, against the class structures in agriculture. In 1923-24, an index of that ratio stood at 34 based on a pre-war price ratio of 100. This produced a crisis in agriculture whose likely consequences frightened Soviet leaders. Hence by the end of the decade 1928-29, the index had risen to 90. This closing of the scissors dramatically improved conditions for class structures in agriculture. However, despite its rise, that index never returned to 100 during the decade. The scissors never closed fully. Market exchanges continually transferred value from private class structures in agriculture to state capitalist industry, although the scissors' gradual closing did shrink the size of the transfers across the 1920s. The terms of trade transfers allowed more investment in state capitalist industry than would have been possible using only the surplus appropriated from industrial workers plus the taxes on farmers, individuals, and feudal households. However, the farmers' improving terms of trade diminished the transfers across the 1920s decade. Because this threatened the pace of industrial growth, the standard of socialist success and Soviet security, Stalin responded with agricultural collectivization. State industrial capitalist surplus appropriation, taxes on farms and households, and price manipulation simply did not suffice to meet the threat. A radically new policy emerged, a change in the class structure in agriculture. That might finally enable state policies to secure the increased transfers of agricultural surpluses required for rapid industrialization. The NEP in class and value terms. We examine the contradictions of the terms of trade policy crucial across the NEP period by using Marxian concepts of value, surplus value, and market price. The gains and losses to industry and agriculture depended on the relationship between prices and values for each sector of the economy. Because there were now two sets of markets and prices, private and state-administered, we must adjust our equations to include both prices. This will allow us to pinpoint the mechanisms and problems of the NEP's terms of trade policies and their impacts on class structures in both sectors. First, we need to acknowledge an assumption we make to simplify the analysis of value over price relations. The NEP period was generally inflationary for all commodities. Since all prices rose, the terms of trade between industry and agriculture depended on which sector's prices rose more. Our approach connects the terms of trade to a net value transferred from agriculture to industry via unequal exchanges between the sectors, unequal precisely because the price over value disparity was different in industry than in agriculture. As we shall show, the prices of state capitalist industrial products tended to exceed their values, yielding extra income to industry more than the comparable excess of prices over values of agricultural products. To focus on the unequal exchange mechanism of this net value transfer, we will make the simplifying assumption that the values of industrial and agricultural products remained the same throughout NEP. If, as is likely, labor productivity rose faster in industry than agriculture, our argument below would only be strengthened. 9. Our analysis includes the emerging small capitalist farmers kulaks as well as the ancient farmers. The former were especially important because they supplied a disproportional share of total marketed food and raw materials. We also include the complexity of both state and private merchants because they play different roles in mediating among different class structures. To offer farmers new incentives to expand marketed supplies of grains and raw materials, the NEP re-established private markets and prices while it also raised the state-administered prices paid by state merchants for those farm products. This dual market structure, especially for grain, produced a unique set of contradictions for the state and for its capitalist industry. The state wanted grain prices high enough to induce more marketed output, yet low enough to keep food cheap and hence industrial workers' wages low. Had there been no private market, the state's grain price policy would still have been beset by opposing forces and tendencies. With a private market and merchants, the state faced insurmountable obstacles in trying to manage its internal terms of trade. As noted earlier, when state procurement prices and private market prices for raw materials and grains exceeded their values, private ancient and small capitalist farmers enjoyed a non-class flow of revenue (NCR) in addition to the surpluses they appropriated within their respective class structures. 10 The success of price over value and unequal exchange accrued to farmers at the expense of both the state and private merchants who bought their products. Early in the NEP period, farmers enjoyed this favorable exchange position. Moreover, when the state set prices were lower than private market prices, farmers could shift supplies to private from state merchants or speculate by retaining inventories in the hope that the state might raise prices to secure supplies. To maximize profits in its industrial enterprises, the Soviet state sought to keep wages down by keeping food cheap. To that end, its state procurement prices for grain were lower than private market prices for most of the NEP period. The farmers' reactions repeatedly forced the state reluctantly to raise its prices. In contrast, the state did not set its procurement prices for agricultural raw materials much below private market prices. Thus, where possible, Soviet farmers reallocated their production to raw materials from grain. This aggravated the overall grain supply situation and thereby contributed eventually to undermining the NEP itself. The higher the state or private prices paid to farmers, the greater the costs for the state or private merchants who handled this trade. These merchants' profits would be squeezed or erased unless they could lower their other costs, expenses of handling goods, bookkeeping, and so forth, and over or increase the resale prices of agricultural products to their final consumers, state capitalist industries and individual wage earners. 11 The state merchants were charged with the basic task of grain collection, to be purchased at the least possible cost, for all the state's needs. Yet, they had to compete with private merchants. While NEPmen could hire and fire their employees and otherwise keep merchanting costs down, the state's merchanting bureaucracy coupled with socialist notions of job security hobbled its competitive status. The NEPmen prospered accordingly. Their wealth and ostentation, contrasting sharply with the economic hardship all around them, became a growing problem for and reproach to the egalitarian socialist image projected as the Soviet regime's fundamental commitment. State merchants had difficulty matching the NEPmen's higher prices paid to farmers because that would raise food costs and hence industrial workers' wages. State officials pressed the state merchants not to do this since it would reduce the surpluses appropriated from the productive workers in state capitalist industry. The problems posed by the NEPmen went well beyond their competition with state grain merchants and their ostentatious new wealth. After all, most grain and raw materials purchasing remained in the state procurement system, not with private merchants. 12 In contrast, NEPmen prevailed in the markets where farmers purchased industrial products as either farming inputs or consumer goods. They were the primary retail sellers of industrial goods in rural areas for most of the NEP period. 13 This asymmetry: state merchants dominated wholesale markets as buyers of agricultural products while private merchants dominated retail markets as sellers of industrial goods, created severe problems for the state's overall economic development strategy. Eventually they provoked the state to take over retail marketing along with its collectivization of agriculture. NEPmen purchased industrial goods from state capitalist industry at state-administered wholesale prices that were always set to exceed their values per unit. Especially in the NEP's early years, NEPmen, far more than state merchants, occupied this role of merchants for state capitalist industry. The NEPmen had little choice but to engage in such an unequal exchange benefiting state capitalist enterprises. Given their other merchanting costs, NEPmen's profits then depended on reselling these state capitalist industrial products to ancient and capitalist farmers and wage workers at private market retail prices well above the wholesale prices that the NEPmen had paid. 14. The role of NEPmen in retail trade, especially in rural areas, posed a new and risky dilemma for the state. For example, suppose the state further raised the wholesale prices of its industrial commodities above their values, thereby generating added revenues in its unequal exchanges with the NEPmen. Suppose further that the state increased these prices faster than the prices that state merchants paid to farmers for grain and raw materials. By so turning the terms of trade against agriculture, the state could transfer added values to the strategic priority of industrial growth. However, NEPmen did act in ways that frustrated the state's strategy. They did this by raising their retail prices to farmers at an even more rapid rate than the state had raised the wholesale prices charged to the NEPmen. In other words, NEPmen could widen the private retail wholesale price difference in their own favor. 15. Such higher private prices charged to farmers eroded, erased, or sometimes reversed incentives to produce and bring more grain and raw materials to market. Thus, even when state procurement prices for the latter were raised to stimulate the farmers' production, the NEPmen's price increases could and did undermine the state's stimulus. The NEPmen undercut the state's strategy by their actions' impact on the terms of trade, the scissors that actually confronted the farmers. The Soviet leader Kamenev recognized the new scissors which cut into pieces both our industry and our good relations with the peasantry. 1958, 438.16. The Soviet state reacted more than once by constraining the NEPmen's freedom of operation in private markets. However, this risked worsening the already limited flow of manufactures to farmers, another disincentive for farmers to market agricultural goods. Nonetheless, throughout the NEP period, but especially after 1925, the state extended its own retail operations and its controls over private retail trade in manufactures. It gradually replaced the dominance of private merchants and prices with state merchants and state-set prices in the retail markets for industrial goods. However, the state simultaneously constricted the production of light industrial goods destined for rural markets and for individual consumption, preferring, as always, to use them for heavy industrial growth. The resulting shortages of industrial inputs for agriculture and of consumer goods, especially in rural areas, kept retail prices on what remained a free market significantly above state-set retail prices. Nove 1989, 147, Bettelheim 1978, 152. Because the state did not raise its retail prices of manufactures and in fact perversely lowered them, the excess demand long lines for manufactures was aptly described as a goods famine. Nove 1989, 129-131. The resulting disincentive impact on farmers to supply more grain and raw material was then no great surprise. We may now summarize the NEP's complex impacts on the class structures in agriculture. Both ancient and small capitalist farmers gained non-class revenues (NCR) because they received rising state-set and private prices higher than the values of their products. But both also had to pay out rising shares of their surpluses (SSCP) to cover the more rapidly rising prices of manufactured agricultural equipment and other inputs such as fuel and fertilizers that they purchased from state merchants and NEPmen. The likewise more rapidly rising retail prices of manufactured consumer goods also absorbed more of individual farmers' personal incomes, which added to the pressures on ancient and small capitalist farmers. Because the terms of trade favored state capitalist industry over the NEP period taken as a whole, The overall net effect was, with relatively few exceptions, to place both agricultural class structures and the massive agricultural population under severe strain. The farmers' ancient and small capitalist class structures gained less from high selling prices than they lost from the combination of taxes and high buying prices. Thus, they lacked sufficient revenues to secure their conditions of existence. In the terms of our equations: ancient farmers, SVA plus NCR SSCPA. Capitalist farmers, SVC plus NCR SSCPC. A similar set of debilitating inequalities beset the rural population in their capacity as consumers. 17 Their incomes fell short of their necessarily higher expenditures to purchase industrial wage goods at rising retail prices. Ancient farmers, via PMX-UVM. Workers for capitalist farmers, VCPMX-UVM. What agricultural class structures and rural consumers lost, the Soviet state, its state capitalist industry, and state merchants gained. Here we consider first state capitalist enterprises alone, then in combination with state merchants, and finally we present the net state gains from taxes and from the terms of trade between industry and agriculture after eliminating the internal transfers value flows between state enterprises and state merchants. Receiving states at wholesale prices above unit values for their manufactured goods provided industrial enterprises with additional non-class revenues from selling those goods to state and private merchants. 18 States set prices of raw materials above their values imposed on state capitalist industry, correspondingly higher outlays to state and private merchants to pay for these raw materials. Recall that unless merchants reduce their own profits or costs, their need to pay farmers higher raw materials prices translated into the higher prices they charge to state capitalist industry. Such higher prices for inputs necessitated increased subsumed class distributions by state capitalist industries to the merchants. The state's manipulation of both their industrial goods and raw materials prices enabled the net flow of value to benefit state capitalist industry. SVC plus NCR SSCPC. 0.19 Over the entire NEP period, state capitalist industry gained at the expense of the ancient and capitalist class structures in agriculture. 20. A more complete, albeit more complex, picture of state revenues and expenditures under the NEP requires including the value flows of state merchants alongside those of state industrial enterprises. To focus only on the terms of trade, the following version of our state equation omits consideration of new taxes and new debt on the revenue side and of state disbursements other than those associated with industrial enterprises and merchants on the expenditure side. SVC plus NCR Saint and plus NCR plus SCR C plus SCR plus Saint Mare SSCPC plus SCPCRM Saint Ant plus Y plus X Saint Mare. The first bracketed category labeled Saint Ant represents the flows of value received by state capitalists from two sources: exploiting industrial workers, SVC, and unequal exchanges, NCR, with state and private merchants. The second bracketed category labeled Saint Mare represents the three sources of state merchant revenues. Included there are the three value flows received by state merchants. First, NCR refers to their sales of industrial consumer goods and grains bred to final buyers at state-set retail prices above their values. Second, SSCRC refers to their sales of raw materials to state capitalist industry at state-set prices above their values. Lastly, SSCR+ refers to their sales of manufactured inputs to ancient and small capitalist farmers at state-set prices that also exceeded their values. On the expenditure side of the state equation, the first bracket contains two components. The first SSCPC refers to all but one of the disbursements of state capitalist industrial surpluses made to secure the growth of state capitalist industry. The second component is that one other subsumed class disbursement, the SSCPCRM. Singling out this one subsumed class payment highlights the relationship of state capitalist industries with the merchants from whom they purchased raw materials. Since the industries had to pay those merchants prices greater than the values of the raw materials, that difference comprised another claim against and hence distribution from state capitalist industrial surpluses. The second bracketed term on the right-hand side of the state equation above, Y, represents state merchants' total expenditures to secure their non-class revenue flows, NCR. Included there are the costs of merchanting as an activity plus the costs of acquiring two kinds of commodities, one state capitalist industrial products at the state-set wholesale prices greater than their values and two ancient and capitalist grains at state-set procurement prices greater than their values. The second category, X, stands for total expenditures to reproduce state merchants' subsumed class revenues. Included there are once again the costs of merchanting as an activity plus the costs of acquiring raw materials from ancient and capitalist farmers and capital goods from state capitalist industry at wholesale prices above their values. We mean the inequality sign in the equation to suggest that during the 1920s, the Soviet states administered prices achieved a net inflow of revenue from its entire economic apparatus from both production and merchanting. It was this net inflow that enabled the rapid economic recovery from the war and especially the growth of state capitalist industry at the expense of ancient and capitalist class structures in agriculture. While our equation describes the overall direction and impact of price changes on value flows affecting the USSR's multiple class structures, it does not distinguish between flows within and without the state. For example, state industrial enterprises purchased most of their raw materials from state rather than private merchants. Hence a rise in industrial enterprises SSCP-CRM on the equation's expenditure side. A payment to state merchants was offset by a rise in state merchants SSCRC on the revenue side. In parallel fashion, a rise in NCR on the part of industrial enterprises when their manufactures were sold to state merchants at prices that exceeded values per unit was matched by state merchants-wide disbursements on the expenditure side. These two examples illustrate a transfer of value from one part of the state to another. The first enhances the revenue position of state merchants at the expense of state industrial enterprises, while the second is the reverse. Such transfers of value may well have been important determinants of struggles within the state between, say, industrial capitalists and merchants there. However, they distract from our chief concern here, namely the relation of the state to industrial state capitalism vis-à-vis ancient and capitalist farmers and netmen. Revising our equation to remove intrastate value flows, we can concentrate on explaining why 1. That relation reached a critical conjuncture marking the end of the net period, and 2. The Soviet state replaced private with state merchants. Moreover, every category in the following equation has been introduced previously: 21. SVC plus PSWV of over UV plus PSWC of over UV QVC Saintant. Plus PSRV of over UV plus PSRC of over UV QVC plus PGSR PGSW UVG Saint Mare. Equals SSCPC plus PSWRM of over UVRM Saintant. Plus PSWRM of over UVRM plus C plus Saint Mare. Beginning with the revenue side, the first bracketed term labeled Saintant includes both surplus value appropriated from workers in state enterprises and the revenues gained from unequal exchange with netmen. These latter revenues refer to the excess of prices over values paid by netmen for both wage goods PSWV and for capital goods PSWC. At least to 1925, these inflows were important sources of additional revenues for state capitalist enterprises beyond the surpluses appropriated from state industrial workers. Thereafter, state actions constricting netmen's activities and the establishment of a state trading network at the retail level in addition to the state's existing wholesale trade system reduced these inflows. Although diminished, unequal exchange revenues from netmen continued to the end of the NEP. 22. The equation's second bracketed revenue term, labeled Saint Mare, highlights the shift across the 1920s from private to state retail enterprises. This shift gave the state a new capacity directly to control and manipulate retail prices. Thus, while state industrial enterprises lost revenues inflows as unequal exchanges with netmen diminished, the state retail merchants who displaced them gained new revenues by setting retail prices above values to consumers. The limited data preclude our comparing the new state retail merchants' gains with the revenue losses to the state capitalist industries who could no longer sell so advantageously to netmen. In the case of wage goods, when state merchants charged state-set retail prices greater than their values, they gained a net value flow from consumers, chiefly industrial and agricultural wage workers and ancient farmers. Consequently, the real personal incomes of the latter fell. In the years after 1925, it was decreasingly netmen and increasingly state merchants who presided over that fall. A similar process occurred in the sale of capital goods to farmers. Thus, the workers and farmers directed their anger about the high retail prices and over the insufficient quantities of manufactured goods less at the fading netmen and more against the state apparatus itself. Since the latter used socialist and communist labels to identify and justify such policies, it made those terms objects of the farmers' growing hostility. Liu in 1975, 185 revealed this process in quoting the remark of peasants then that they would no longer trade with the state in order to teach the communists a lesson. The final revenue category in the second bracketed term refers to the state's net gains in its vest-administered grain market. As already noted, state merchants played the major role in buying whatever grain farmers marketed. Of much concern to the state were its state-set procurement wholesale prices PGSW to farmers and its retail prices PGSR to consumers. The state could derive unequal exchange revenues from the state merchants' payments of prices less than values for the farmer's grain, and it could derive still more unequal exchange revenues from those merchants' resale of the grain bred to consumers as prices above their values. Of course, such maneuvers were limited by the fact that state procurement prices for grain suffered upward pressure across the NEP period because of competition from rising private market prices. They were also limited, as always, by the impact on real wages of rising bread prices. The contradiction that recurringly plagued the Soviet economy surfaced again. Their socialism was advanced and secured by rising wages and also by rising industrial capital accumulation, yet these often contradicted and precluded one another. Turning now to the expenditure side of the equation, the first term SSCPC refers to state capitalist enterprises' subsumed class expenditures to secure their conditions of existence. The next term is those enterprises' payments to netmen for raw materials priced above their values. However, because state rather than private merchants dominated the raw material market, this outflow was never very significant. Far more significant was the spending of state merchants to acquire raw materials from farmers at state-set prices that exceeded values per unit PSWRM, the first category contained within the second bracketed term. Because Soviet officials equated socialist success with industrial expansion that required ever-increased purchases of raw materials by state capitalist merchants, the state raised raw materials prices as an incentive to boost their supply. Thus state capitalist industries had to pay raw materials prices above their values, a net outflow of value to ancient and capitalist farmers. The final two categories of Y and X reflect only the other merchanting costs net of the costs of acquiring goods of state merchants to reproduce, respectively, their non-class and subsumed class revenue positions. These two expenditures grew over the NEP period, reflecting the state's strategy not only to replace private with state merchants, but to expand the activities of the latter as well. Considering the NEP period as a totality, our equation's inequality suggests that state capitalist industry and state merchants were the net gainers from the unequal exchanges entailed by the state-set retail prices of manufacturers rising faster than state-set wholesale raw material and grain prices paid to farmers. As the state squeezed the netmen out of retail trade, state industrial enterprises no longer gained added revenues by unequal exchanges with them. On the other hand, their absence meant that they and their private markets could no longer interfere, at least legally, with the states gaining revenues from manipulating state-set retail prices to consumers. Our equation's inequality offers a rough index of how the Soviet state used unequal exchange favoring state industrial and merchanting enterprises to secure needed flows of value beyond the surplus values that could be appropriated from the workers in state capitalist industries. Only with those added revenues could the USSR's socialist program be achieved: growing state industry, comprehensive planning, state domination of markets, and so on. What the Soviets discovered about managing their internal trade in the 1920s paralleled what Raoul Prebisch and other leftist economic development experts would rediscover after World War II in the different context of international trade and imperialism. In both cases, a turning of the terms of trade in favor of capitalist industry enabled a net inflow of value to occur that enhanced its development at the cost of non-capitalist agriculture. 23 The Soviet state used that added value inflow for state capitalist industrial development, their socialism, and at the deliberate expense of netmen and ancient and small capitalist farmers, their non-socialist elements. With these value flows, the USSR could progress toward the official vision of socialism without raising new domestic tax revenues or seeking foreign inflows of capital. Yet this progress was never smooth or secure. Because the terms of trade shifted unevenly, they yielded uneven flows of value into state capitalism, thereby hampering its development. Additionally, while the scissors remained open against the non-socialist sectors over the NEP, their gradual closing between 1923 and 1929 diminished the net gain in value flows to state capitalist industry. Perhaps most importantly, Soviet leaders worried that their price manipulations could drive farmers to legal or illegal private markets, thereby lifting grain prices, food prices, and wage levels, or, worse, to organized opposition to the Soviet system. Many debates in the 1920s concerned whether industry was growing too fast in relation to what peasant agriculture could possibly support. If so, and if this was politically dangerous, should industrial growth be slowed, or could agriculture somehow be changed to accommodate industrial growth? While the dominant view of industry first was challenged repeatedly, especially by Bukharin, it never lost its privileged place in Soviet thinking and strategy. A growing industrial proletariat was an absolute priority and required ever more raw materials and grain for food unless the already low wage levels could be reduced still further. Yet such reduction not only violated the revolution's promise, it also alienated the rapidly growing wage-earning population from the state and the party. The problem of more wage earners was intensified by a particularly important class consequence of the NEP reforms. Most of the ancient farmers created by the revolution's land distributions produced little if any marketable surplus. When the NEP reforms allowed the return of agricultural wage labor, those farmers supplemented low incomes from their ancient farms by occupying an additional class position, hired worker on a capitalist farm. Soviet agriculture increasingly split into a large population of ancient subsistence farmers who also sold labor power and a much smaller population of capitalist grain and raw material farmers, the kulaks, who bought that labor power and produced most of the marketable farm output. A rural, agricultural proletariat arose alongside the urban industrial proletariat in state enterprises. All wage earners' real wages declined if and when grain prices rose. If the state lowered grain prices, wage earners would benefit. If it raised grain prices to stimulate agricultural production, that non-socialist sector would strengthen. Agrarian crises followed as prices and quantities of marketed agricultural products oscillated around the clashing interests of private and state merchants, state capitalist enterprises, ancient and small capitalist farmers, and consumers generally. Some Soviet leaders believed that only a sustained catering to farmers' needs would secure adequate prices and supplies of grain and raw materials. Others denounced such beliefs as both politically risky and too high a price to pay. Even if higher farm prices induced greater supplies of agricultural goods, they argued, higher farm profits and expectations of still higher prices would only encourage farmers and NEPmen to speculate by withholding inventories from the market. Even without speculation, rising non-socialist incomes would draw scarce resources away from investment in heavy industry, destined for the socialist sector, and toward investment in light industry and farm equipment to satisfy a growing non-socialist demand. In the ebb and flow of such debates, amid many fears and urgencies, and with the desire above all to encourage what they understood as socialist growth, state officials made their interventions. They adjusted and readjusted farm and industrial prices in frustrating attempts to manage the recurrent swings in prices and flows of value between non-socialist agriculture and socialist industry. Yet their interventions often had unwanted and unintended effects. They certainly brought no closure to the recurring scissors crises of the 1920s. The terms of trade were shaped by innumerable interacting forces. State interventions were only one factor, and their impacts always depended on those other forces. The frustrations, adjustments, compromises, and tensions within and among the different groups of individuals positioned across the USSR's multiple class structures exemplified the contradictory effects set in motion by the NER. A history of NEP contradictions. The NEP's contradictions became apparent soon after war communism ended. First, the terms of trade moved in favor of agriculture, reaching a peak in the spring of 1922.24. A desperate need for working capital had forced state capitalist enterprises to raise cash by selling industrial commodities at reduced wholesale prices to private merchants, the NEPmen. 25 This cut the state enterprises' non-class revenues gained from unequal exchange. The NEPmen then resold these cheapened industrial goods at much higher retail prices to final consumers. Their trading profits consequently expanded. In contrast, agricultural goods prices rose as ancient farmers faced rising state capitalist demand for output that they could not or would not increase. 26 Higher grain prices paid to farmers PGSW on the previous equation reduced the state's revenues, while higher raw material prices paid to them PSWRM in that same equation increased state enterprises' expenditures. The lifting of war communism's controls on prices also encouraged ancient and emerging small capitalist farmers to direct their supplies to whichever market, private or state, offered the higher price. Peasants were conscious of their strength. Carr 1985, Volume 2, 312. The renewed development of state capitalist industry after war communism had thus contributed to producing a crisis for itself. The terms of trade moved against industry. These developments spelled reduced state revenues, greater expenditures on raw materials, and the risk that rising food prices would raise wages and so reduce the surpluses appropriated from state capitalist workers. This was an inauspicious start for the state and state capitalist industry in the first years of the NEP. Not surprisingly, Vzenka reacted strongly to this movement of the scissors against state capitalist industry, or as it was then described, against socialism. Vzenka's new policy radically altered the industry structure and developed a new merchanting organization owned and operated by the state. State capitalist enterprises were encouraged to form relatively autonomous state industrial trusts among themselves, and such trusts could form commercial syndicates with one another. Vzenka granted them the authority to set their own state-administered prices. 27 When the trusts or syndicates raised wholesale prices to netmen, trusts returned the terms of trade even more against the netmen and the farmers. The trusts could then enjoy higher revenues, profits, and thus growth. 28 The more that netmen could respond to these higher prices by raising retail prices, the greater the fall in the real incomes of ancient consumers and capitalist workers. Carr maintains that this new scissors widened throughout 1923-1954, 12, 1958, Volume 1, 422. This suggests that netmen expanded their trading profits at the expense of declining real incomes of workers and ancients as consumers, also an inauspicious development. The terms of trade in 1923 were also affected by how the ancients and small capitalist farmers had responded when the terms of trade had moved in their favor in 1921 and 1922. Encouraged by higher private and state-set procurement prices then, they had expanded cultivation and brought more product to market. This also helped to turn the terms of trade against them. These forces turned the 1922 crisis for industry into the well-known 1923 scissors crisis for agriculture. Once again the Soviet state intervened. It feared that the movement of the scissors against ancient and capitalist farmers would lead to rural unrest and an eventual decrease in the marketable supplies of food and raw materials sold. Despite opposition, a number of policies were developed to attack the rise in industrial prices. 1966, 173, Carr 1954, 86-149. First, the state reduced loans and other form of non-class revenues to state capitalist enterprises, forcing them again to unload inventories to raise working capital. Second, limits were placed on the ability of syndicates to raise industrial wholesale prices. 29 Third, selected manufacturers were imported to increase their supply in the domestic market. Finally, the state established a new commission to increase the efficiency of industry. 1966, 174-175. Its aim was to raise industrial productivity via the elimination of inefficient factories in various industries. Increasing overall productivity of labor meant reducing the value per unit of industrial goods. Then, if the state decreased these goods' wholesale prices but not as much as their values had been decreased through productivity, the state capitalist industries would still earn revenues from unequal exchanges with netmen. Preobrazhensky 1966, 111. Apparently, the state lowered wholesale prices for industrial goods further than productivity increases had reduced their values. The result was decreased industrial profits of trusts and syndicates. 1966, 176. At the same time, to mollify agriculture still more, the state intervened to raise its procurement prices of agricultural goods. In 1925 it also improved the conditions for private capitalism to prosper in agriculture. Land could be leased for longer periods of time and wage labor could be hired on a regular basis rather than just at harvest time. Thus, the scissors began to move back again against state industry and state merchants in 1924. Industry's non-class revenues fell while state merchants' subsumed class payments to farmers rose. Higher grain prices to farmers again threatened higher retail prices for food with their unwanted pressures on wages and industrial surpluses. And again, partly in response to the 1923 scissors crisis for agriculture, the grain harvest for 1924 was poor and raised grain prices especially in the officially sanctioned private markets. This time, the Soviet state reacted by setting its procurement price at a lower and fixed level compared to the higher and rising private prices. Ancient and capitalist farmers then sold their grain at much higher prices to private rather than state merchants. In this battle of grain the state was soon defeated and so forced to raise its procurement prices. The next few years repeated this oscillating pattern together with the contradictions, debates, and fears that it provoked. So long as private grain markets and merchants offered alternatives to state markets and state merchants, the state's grain strategy, and hence its strategy for industry and for socialism, would depend on ancient farmers, capitalist farmers, kulaks, and netmen. Adding to this concern over the forces that ultimately controlled socialist development was an emerging crisis in the size of the marketable surplus of grain. Despite the farmers' victory in 1924, and the relatively good harvests in 1925 and 1926, the grain surplus delivered to the market was not growing as fast as most Soviet leaders expected and thought necessary for industrial growth. This inadequacy, added to all the other problems of the difficult relationship between industry and agriculture, proved to be the catalyst undermining the NEP and provoking the emergence of new class structures in agriculture. The incessant oscillation in the terms of trade continued, although gradually the exchanges between agriculture and industry became less unequal. The virtual closing of the price scissors in 1928-29 had class and more general economic development implications that provoked high official anxiety. Absent unequal exchanges, state capitalist industrial growth would depend solely on the surpluses appropriated from industrial workers, taxes, and foreign inflows of capital, all sources that were either already very strained or extremely limited. Soviet leaders faced the worrisome prospect of slower socialist growth with the evaporation of unequal exchanges benefiting industry at agriculture's expense. All the more troubling, then, was the slow growth in the quantities of grain marketed in the second half of the 1920s, despite growing grain production and improving terms of trade for the growers. 30. Shortfalls in marketed grain required the state not only to match rising private grain prices, but also to raise wages so workers could afford the higher prices. Increased labor costs for state capitalist industry combined with the loss of gains from unequal exchanges to put heavy pressure on the state. It sought to prevent these burdens from undermining the state's priority of industrial growth. Gregory and Stewart, 1990, 64-65. Yet it could not safely press industrial employees to work more or harder or raise their taxes or keep wages down as food prices rose. The risks of worker hostility and reaction were simply too high. The possibility of grain requisitions resurfaced to perhaps solve this renewal of a central predicament faced by Soviet state capitalism. Yet its risks too were obvious. Mounting tensions in Soviet life toward the end of the 1920s focused increasingly on a marketed grain supply growing too slowly to sustain the desired socialist industrial growth. A vicious circle frustrated the state's efforts to deal with this basic problem. To build socialism, it stressed investment in heavy industry to expand means of industrial production. Thus light industry grew far more slowly, as did its outputs of consumer goods and agricultural implements. Bakov, 1947, 122-123, Volin, 1970, 187. Shortages of such goods provoked farmers to respond by not marketing grain. When grain prices then rose and the state raised wages so workers could buy grain, the workers often used the wage increases to buy industrial consumer goods. Since the state did not raise its prices on industrial consumer goods to avoid problems from the farmers, the excess of demand over their supply generated, in a familiar phrase from 1926, a goods famine in the state stores. Nepman responded predictably. They raised their private prices for manufactured consumer goods and agricultural equipment. Once more, the aggravated response of the farmers was to constrict further their marketed grain supplies and thus propel the vicious circle. Bettelheim, 1978, 98. 102. This excess demand also meant that some buyers got scarce goods while others were denied. The well-connected individuals found ways to purchase scarce light industrial products at their relatively low state-set prices. Others, mainly ancient and small capitalist farmers, went without or were forced to purchase them at the Nepman's much higher private prices. Nove, 1989, 130-131. Obvious to all, these disparities undermined the social solidarity the state otherwise sought to build. The private farmers consumed more, fed more to animals, and held more in reserves. The shortages and poor qualities of industrial consumer goods and manufactured agricultural inputs constrained both the incentives and the physical capacities for expanded grain production. Toward the decade's end, the problem of grain deliveries for Soviet industrialization loomed as the key blockage to socialism's growth and perhaps even its survival. The class effects of Soviet policy went beyond the realms of state industry, rural agriculture, and the markets between them. Soviet farmers often could buy cheaper rural-produced industrial goods of equal or better quality than urban-produced state capitalist commodities. Locally produced industrial goods were apparently plentiful in rural areas. Bettelheim, 1978, 142-145, Harrison, 1991, 121-123, Chayanov, 1966, 106-107 and Passim. Especially those produced within rural households by women were viewed as comparable or even superior to relatively poor-quality state capitalist consumer goods. The demand of the Russian peasantry for industrial goods was very elastic, as they could have recourse to handicraft production of certain necessities such as linen, woolen textiles, homemade leather boots or bast shoes instead of leather boots, homemade soap, candles, and utensils made of wood and glazed clay. Bakov, 1947, 56. The rural industrial producers included, in class terms, ancients, small capitalists, and the women and children working within the mostly feudal class structures of rural households. In the feudal household, mother and children produced meals, clothing, leather boots, soap, bread, repairs, and so on, not only for their own needs but also for the household patriarch the father as a feudal surplus. The father often directed his wife and children not to devote surplus labor time to the fields and thus to grain output. Rather, he directed them to produce rural handicrafts for his use and over for markets where they might well exchange for others' grain. Rather than paying high prices to nepmen for industrial goods of poor quality, these fathers turned to the alternative of customary craft goods and services produced within households. Not only did rural handicraft production thus curtail total grain production, it also served to keep more grain in rural areas and away from delivery to state capitalist industry. Harrison 1991, 116. Unlike the cultural and quality advantages of rural handicrafts over urban industrial consumer goods, the rural alternatives to industrially produced farm equipment were much less conducive to raising agricultural productivity. Draft animals were poor substitutes for tractors. By producing little farm machinery and equipment, state capitalist industry only added to the grain supply problem it faced. As in the decades before 1917, farmers allocated their labor time as ancients to produce equipment for themselves, rented it from kulaks, that is, other, richer ancients and capitalist farmers, or purchased it from village producers. While rural production of mostly ancient and feudal crafts offset the NEP's scarcity of industrial goods, it proved a costly diversion of rural labor from grain production. Chayanov 1966, 107, 180.31. In 1928, Stalin explained the continuing imbalance between the demand for and supply of grain as the result of the revolution's egalitarian land distribution. It had destroyed relatively large and efficient capitalist estates that had marketed most if not all of their produced grains before the war. Instead, a mass of small ancient farmers under the NEP consumed most of what they produced. 32 Stalin's argument was starkly determinist. 1 Small private individual farms were inevitably inefficient, and 2 small private capitalist farms, while more efficient and richer, inevitably withheld grain from the market. Stalin concluded that small size and private ownership of farms in the USSR, what he defined as their non-socialist qualities, were the essential determinants of the grain crisis facing Soviet socialism. In contrast, our approach has not reduced the problem of grain supplies to farm sizes and their private ownership. That problem was overdetermined by many other factors as well. We have been most interested in the role played by the interactions between the NEP and the multiple, different class structures of Soviet industry, agriculture, and households. Others have shown how such diverse social processes as market incentives, weather, and livestock participated in also overdetermining the proportion of grain marketed by the USSR's farmers across the NEP period. Wheatcroft 1991, 98 to 103.33. Stalin and other state officials, however, did not see, examine, or address the complex class structures of Soviet society. They could neither ask how the class structure of state industry contributed to Soviet problems nor consider how changing that class structure might have contributed to solutions. Instead, they presumed, searched for, and found one key determinant of the grain problem: the non-socialist farmers, and especially a wealthier minority among them. The Soviet state and party therefore focused their policies, angers, and insecurities on them. The collectivization of agriculture followed. It eliminated the small, private individual farm as well as the small capitalist kulaks. Stalin's non-socialism was defeated. Soviet farmers were gathered instead into much larger collective and state farms, much more subordinated to state influence and control than farms had been under the NEP. As we show in the next chapter, agricultural collectivization produced results both contradictory and ironic. While it gave the state much more control, it still could not solve the problem of the relationship between industry and agriculture. While it was celebrated as the completion of the revolution extending it from industry to agriculture, it actually extended state capitalism from industry to the new state farms. While it actually established communist class structures on many collective farms, the first and only mass experiment in communism in Soviet history, it also proceeded to undermine those structures from the outset. In sum, the collectivization of agriculture in the name of socialism made the class transition from state capitalism to communism only more elusive and distant for the Soviet people. Adjusting state industrial capitalism. While the Soviet state struggled with the problem of private agriculture and its complex relations with state capitalist industry, the NEP simultaneously reorganized that industry. New laws and decrees decentralized the appropriation of state capitalist surpluses. Vzenka did not continue in its role as the highly centralized appropriator and distributor of surplus values produced in state capitalist enterprises. Instead, the NEP designated localized state capitalist boards of directors as the appropriators and distributors of industrial surpluses. They were allowed to form trusts among themselves that could sell their products in state and private markets and also exchange directly with one another at mutually agreed upon prices. While the decentralized boards of directors and trusts appropriated and distributed their industrial surpluses, Vzhenka still had an important role to play. While it no longer appropriated and distributed the industrial surplus itself, it retained considerable power over those who did. It appointed the members of those boards and trusts as state officials. The appointees, as the actual surplus appropriators and distributors, were the industrial capitalists not as owners of property but as trustees of the state with terminable powers by the state in the form of a charter Dobb, 1966, 136. The appointees were state rather than private and decentralized rather than centralized industrial capitalists operating state-owned means of industrial production. Under the NEP, new laws designated the boards and trusts as legal entities free to operate on their own account and independent of the state budget. They were directed to pay wages to their own hired labor power. Vzhenka no longer purchased and consumed its own productive labor power. Likewise, the boards and trustees purchased material inputs, sold their outputs for their own accounts, and thereby also realized the surplus value embodied in those commodities for their own accounts. The state directed them to make their own profits. 34 Beyond its power to appoint boards and trustees, Vzhenka also exercised power over how they distributed their decentrally appropriated surpluses. 35 For example, Vzhenka influenced the percentages of the appropriated surplus termed profits to be distributed for depreciation of fixed capital, for bonuses to managers and others, for welfare to workers, for payments to the state treasury, and for funds to be retained by the board members or trustees. The NEP did not return private industrial capitalism to the USSR. It simply adjusted the extent of centralization of surplus appropriation within an enduring state industrial capitalism. Moreover, it made repeated readjustments. After the NEP initially moved to decentralize boards of directors, the latter often grouped themselves into larger trusts. This returned a considerable degree of centralization to surplus appropriation. The oscillations from centralized appropriation during war communism to decentralization under early NEP to partial re-centralization later in the 1920s established a pattern of periodic readjustments of shifting distributions of power within Soviet state capitalism. For example, centralization under Stalin's five-year plans preceded post-war shifts toward decentralization. When, periodically, sufficiently serious difficulties arose in the operation of state capitalist industry to build a consensus for policy change, the resulting reforms chiefly entailed shifts from more to less centralization or vice versa. The proponents of such reforms, whether for more centralization or more decentralization, invariably trumpeted their ability thereby to solve industrial problems. Proponents and opponents of each such reform did not question the kind of class structure that existed in Soviet industry as distinguished from the degree of its centralization. Hence they did not debate whether solving industrial or economy-wide problems might require a different kind of class structure. The nearly universal view was this: because the workers controlled the state and the state owned and operated industrial enterprises, Soviet industry was socialist, whereas the private nature of farms rendered them non-socialist. How surplus labor was produced, appropriated, and distributed did not matter in Soviet analyses. Extending this logic, the launching of state farms under the first five-year plan would replace non-socialist with socialist agriculture. Collective farms, while not as socialist as state farms, would at least represent a step in the right direction. Oscillating between centralized and decentralized forms of state capitalism, the NEP's industrial reforms solved some problems but aggravated others. Depending on the ever-shifting political, cultural, and economic context, decentralization of state capitalism might have evolved at some point into a movement beyond mere decentralization. The directors of trusts or individual enterprises might have sought to sever their official connections to the state. They might have argued that saving Soviet industry required not merely more decentralization but also a transition from state to private capitalism. Whereas social conditions did not permit such a movement to grow successfully out of the moments of decentralization in the 1920s, they did during and after the 1970s. Under the NEP, the state did begin to denationalize small industries or workshops enterprises that employed less than 20 workers. They could break completely from the state, becoming new rural and urban private sites of commodity production displaying ancient or capitalist class structures. Carr 1985, 300. In addition to the decentralization of state capitalist industry and support for private ancient and small capitalist class structures in agriculture and industry, the NEP also fostered a private market among these class structures. It functioned alongside the state markets. The NEPmen who handled private market exchanges not only accumulated sizable, liquid, and provocatively visible masses of merchant capital. Their buying and selling also connected the different class structures inside the USSR to one another in particular ways. Extravagant styles of personal consumption, bribery of officials and producers, Market manipulations of various kinds, and related processes began to influence the actions taken by both state officials and state and private producers working within the USSR's different class structures. Their actions, for example, official changes in state-administered prices reacted back upon private markets and prices and netmen, changing their behaviors, which further altered state officials and producer circumstances, and so on. These interactions ramified throughout the Soviet economy, creating in their wake, for both state and private sectors, the instabilities typically associated with markets. The NEP's particular circumstances generated the complex cyclical interaction between production and circulation among and between state and private producers, state and private merchants, state and private markets that eventuated in the scissors crises. When the latter culminated in the grain crisis of 1928, that proved to be a turning point, the successes of the NEP had been overtaken by the new contradictions and problems they provoked. Revolution in NEP as a transition to state capitalism. We agree with the widespread view that capitalism took root in Russia and developed rapidly under the last czars. Our analysis permits a further conclusion: the 1917 revolution did not end at capitalism. The Bolsheviks did not launch instead a non-capitalist society. The new problems but aggravated others. Depending on the ever-shifting political, cultural, and economic context, decentralization of state capitalism might have evolved at some point into a movement beyond mere decentralization. The directors of trusts or individual enterprises might have sought to sever their official connections to the state. They might have argued that saving Soviet industry required not merely more decentralization but also a transition from state to private capitalism. Whereas social conditions did not permit such a movement to grow successfully out of the moments of decentralization in the 1920s, they did during and after the 1970s. Under the NEP, the state did begin to denationalize small industries or workshops enterprises that employed less than 20 workers. They could break completely from the state, becoming new rural and urban private sites of commodity production displaying ancient or capitalist class structures. Car 1985, 300. In addition to the decentralization of state capitalist industry and support for private ancient and small capitalist class structures in agriculture and industry, the NEP also fostered a private market among these class structures. It functioned alongside the state markets. The NEPmen who handled private market exchanges not only accumulated sizable, liquid, and provocatively visible masses of merchant capital. Their buying and selling also connected the different class structures inside the USSR to one another in particular ways. Extravagant styles of personal consumption, bribery of officials and producers, market manipulations of various kinds, and related processes began to influence the actions taken by both state officials and state and private producers working within the USSR's different class structures. Their actions, for example, official changes in state-administered prices reacted back upon private markets and prices and netmen, changing their behaviors, which further altered state officials and producer circumstances, and so on. These interactions ramified throughout the Soviet economy, creating in their wake, for both state and private sectors, the instabilities typically associated with markets. The NEP's particular circumstances generated the complex cyclical interaction between production and circulation among and between state and private producers, state and private merchants, state and private markets that eventuated in the scissors crises. When the latter culminated in the grain crisis of 1928, that proved to be a turning point. The successes of the NEP had been overtaken by the new contradictions and problems they provoked. Revolution in NEP as a transition to state capitalism. We agree with the widespread view that capitalism took root in Russia and developed rapidly under the last czars. Our analysis permits a further conclusion: the 1917 revolution did not end at capitalism. The Bolsheviks did not launch instead a non-capitalist society. The new When war communism's contradictions overwhelmed its benefits in accumulating capital for state capitalist industry and for the USSR's survival, NEP arrived. When the NEP's contradictions overwhelmed its benefits for the same goals, the collectivization of agriculture arrived. Collectivization largely eliminated recalcitrant private capitalists and ancient farmers. It eliminated domestic class enemies in agriculture by replacing them with collective and state farms. The Soviet state's takeover of retail trade, begun after 1925 and completed under Stalin, eliminated the netmen. The state thus gained control over the key prices, and the scissors, whose often uncontrolled and unwanted movements had repeatedly frustrated the accumulation of capital for state capitalist industrial growth. Collectivization and a nationally planned economy would, it was hoped, secure the resources to enable state capitalist industry to resume rapid growth. However, as we shall see in the next chapter, the new answer of collectivization produced its new contradictions, crises, and dangers for state capitalist development. Our depictions of war communism and the NEP have charted a dizzying array of the different forms of state capitalist industry. As the non-class conditions, political, cultural, and so on, changed, the overdetermined changes in the USSR's class structures as well. While state capitalism, capitalist class structures inside state industrial enterprises, endured, those capitalist class structures interacted with changing political, cultural, and economic conditions to generate different forms of state capitalism. The absence of markets under war communism, then the varying sizes and kinds of state and private markets, and finally the elimination of all but very limited private markets were changes in the non-class processes of exchange that interacted with, and so changed the forms of, Soviet state capitalism. The same applies to changes in such non-class processes as distributing political power among levels of the state bureaucracy and the party and debates over concepts such as primary accumulation, state-controlled markets, individual income inequality, and socialist development. Likewise, the changes in other, non-capitalist class structures that coexisted with Soviet state capitalist industry influenced changes in its form. Despite these changes in various forms of state capitalism, they never amounted to a change from either state to private capitalism or from a capitalist to another class structure in industry. Chapter 9. The Transformations of the 1930s. Over the 1930s, the state capitalist class structure of industry returned to a more centralized form, resembling its initial appearance under war communism. Instead of numerous state capitalist surplus appropriators located in the decentralized industrial trusts of the NEP period, a relatively small number of officials appropriated the industrial surplus. The Council of Ministers centralized appropriation at the highest level of the state bureaucracy. The size of the surplus that the Council appropriated and distributed expanded greatly over the decade. More than ever before, capitalist surpluses appropriated in state industrial enterprises became the key revenue source for the Soviet state's expenditures. While class structures in agriculture still continue to finance, i.e., shift portions of their surpluses to, the state's seemingly insatiable appetite for revenues, agriculture's relative importance diminished in proportion to state capitalist industries' internally generated surplus value. 1. First, industrial employment rose rapidly in the 1930s, fueled by a sustained burst of capital accumulation rarely equaled in the history of state or private capitalism. Secondly, managerial pressures raised the intensity of industrial labor. Finally, downward pressure on industrial workers' real wages combined with their rising productivity to reduce the value of their labor power. The dramatically enhanced surplus appropriated from workers in state capitalist industries opened new opportunities for the Council of Ministers to pursue its priority objectives. The centralization of appropriation and the rapid growth of industrial surpluses were the key changes within the enduring state capitalist class structures of Soviet industry across the 1930s. Agricultural changes during this decade were, in Marxian class terms, much more revolutionary. State intervention transformed the mass of private ancient and small capitalist farmers into members of private collective farms. Most of such farmers were persuaded or coerced to join these collective farms. A small number became wage laborers on state farms organized in the manner of state industrial enterprises, in short, as state capitalist farms. Millions who resisted these class transformations were imprisoned, killed, or otherwise damaged in the process. Many of those organized into collective farms began to appropriate and distribute collectively the surpluses they likewise produced as a collective. Thus, a form of the communist class structure made its first and only mass appearance in the Soviet Union. 2. It occurred in agriculture, not industry, and in the 1930s, not during the revolutionary decade after 1917. New complexities and contradictions. Despite generating greatly increased surpluses in its industrial enterprises during the 1930s, the state's industrial growth plan required still more revenues. Once again, state industrial capitalism turned to agriculture to secure the extra resources for its expansion. However, collectivization meant that the Soviet state had to tap surpluses produced by a largely communist agriculture. If the state were again to manipulate the terms of trade against agriculture, the victims would no longer be ancient and capitalist farmers. Instead, it would be the great socialist achievement of Soviet agricultural policy, the collective farms, that would lose a part of their surpluses, which they needed urgently to survive. Distributions out of these surpluses secured the conditions of existence, the survival, of communist class structures in agriculture. As we explained below, an unfavorable movement in communism's terms of trade threatened these distributions and, hence, the securing of communism's conditions of existence. In class terms, if the state manipulated the terms of trade in this way, it would secure a rapidly growing industrial state capitalism, but at the cost of undercutting collective farms, thereby undermining, shortly after establishing, the only widespread communist class structures in Soviet history. While state pricing policies in the 1930s weakened agricultural communism, other state policies helped to strengthen it, and still other policies did both. The effects of three particular state policies can illustrate the complexities and contradictions. First, shortly after collectivization, the state allowed collective farmers also to work individual private plots assigned to them on the collective farms. The state thereby enabled the partial return of the ancient class structures that collectivization had aimed to destroy. Beside their collective farm duties, individual farmers could expend time and energy on private plots. Secondly, in 1932 the state also allowed local private markets to resume, although under certain restrictions. Thirdly, the state established a new tractor industry to raise agricultural productivity. By allowing collective farmers also to work as ancients on their private plots and to sell the products in local private markets, the state eased the burden of the low prices it set for collective farm outputs. Collective farmers used their private plots to earn extra revenues beyond their earnings as members of the collective farms. The extra revenues could strengthen the ancient class structures on their private plots or increase family consumption or both. Additionally, once communist collectives supplied the state's quotas at its set prices, they too could sell what remained in private markets, often at much higher prices. Such additional revenues could help sustain the communist collective farms. In these ways, the ancient private plots and the private markets not only facilitated the state's transfer of revenues from the agricultural communist to the industrial state capitalist class structure. They also reinforced the former. In other ways, despite the state's constraints on private plots, their ancient class structures threaten, economically and culturally, the communist class structures on the collective farms. In simplest terms, the collective farmers had to divide their time, energy, and productivity between the two class structures in which they worked. The contradictions and tensions between the communist and ancient class structures of Soviet agriculture continued throughout the 1930s and into the post-war years as well. Newly mass-produced tractors successfully offset an early decline in collective farm productivity. The former ancient and capitalist farmers had resisted or reacted against collectivization by destroying livestock. As the state's restoration of ancient farming and local private produce markets had helped to secure certain conditions of communist farming, the state's supply of tractors, partly to replace animals, did likewise. Yet here again the result was contradictory. The state established machine tractor stations, MTS, that typically rented tractors to collective farms. The latter thus paid for their productivity gains by delivering to the state another portion of their surpluses, in tractor rental fees, a portion therefore unavailable to meet their other expenses. The rise in the rate of surplus value appropriation, exploitation, inside state capitalist industry and the siphoning of surpluses from communist agriculture pressured other sites in Soviet society to relieve the burdens thus placed on industrial workers and collective farmers. Women inside Soviet feudal households, urban and rural, were pressed to produce more surpluses for their appropriating husbands. The household use values thereby received compensated husbands, at least in part, for reduced wages or squeezed collective farm incomes. The state compensated the burdens of state workers by providing some meals at factories, subsidizing apartments, and dispensing medical care. However, such household adjustments and state services provoked or aggravated still other social problems. Women comprised a rapidly increasing portion of both factory and farm labor forces. When they simultaneously faced growing surplus labor demands on them inside households, tensions there intensified and eventually undermined both men's and women's productivities outside their households. Similarly, the provision of state welfare programs took some state resources away from the priority of expanding state industries. A vastly increased industrial complex centered mostly on capital goods began construction in 1929 with the first of several five-year plans. Well developed by the outbreak of World War II, the complex required all manner of social supports, coordination of decisions, and, as always, adequate transfers of agricultural surpluses to supply an ever-expanding factory labor force. A sizable state bureaucracy was quickly formed to undertake all these required tasks. The Council of Ministers distributed a portion of the surplus it appropriated from industrial workers to pay for the salaries and operating budgets of this bureaucracy, a portion thus unavailable for other uses. Comprised of managers of both state enterprises and collective farms, technicians, and planners, the bureaucracy organized and directed the decade's vast changes in industry and agriculture. By virtue of its policies on industrial and agricultural prices, rental fees for the state-owned tractors, and so on, The bureaucracy also drew into its hands a portion of the surplus produced inside the collective farms. Thus the Soviet bureaucracy comprised a subsumed class that received both capitalist and communist surplus distributions while in turn providing both class structures with some of their conditions of existence. In Marxian language, the bureaucrats were unproductive laborers. They produced no surplus themselves but rather provided conditions of existence for productive laborers and lived off a portion, received a subsumed class distribution, from the latter's produced surplus. Equally noteworthy was the 1930s growth of other groups of unproductive workers in Soviet society. Chief among these were the Communist Party, police, and military establishments. Also important was a new apparatus of cultural institutions, mechanisms, and programs that, 1. Produced new forms of art, education, and popular discourses, and, 2. Disseminated them widely to influence individuals' behaviors at all work sites and throughout the social formation. Alongside the remarkable economic growth achieved in the 1930s and its equally remarkable political and cultural transformations, Soviet society retained or perhaps deepened its fragility. New contradictions threatened its survival. For example, household strife, associated with a strained feudal class structure, weakened the class structures outside the households where harried husbands and wives worked. Collective farmers oriented ever greater attention and energy to the ancient class structures of their private plots rather than to collective farm work. Producing ever more capital goods at the expense of fewer consumer goods aggravated popular discontent, household tension, and so on. The drain on state resources to sustain rapidly growing bureaucratic, party, police, and military apparatuses was both unavoidable given Soviet policy yet also costly in multiple ways. When these contradictions interacted with others of the time, ever-rising intensity of labor in industry, rising demands on the collective surpluses, fall in the real individual wage, and official restrictions on the grudgingly allowed ancient farming and private trade, the result was a fragile social formation. A rapidly growing state capitalist industry and a fully employed labor force coexisted with simmering social tensions approaching crisis proportions. Moreover, enough potentially critical voices were present throughout Soviet society to articulate and thereby agitate the contradictions. Ever since the October Revolution, the Bolsheviks, including Stalin, had questioned and sharply debated Soviet development. There was every reason to expect that they could and would do so again, especially given the raw dilemmas of the 1930s. For some critics, legalizing the private plots and private trade, however constrained by the state, aborted the socialist advance embodied in collectivization. The intractable question and explosive debates of the 1920s resurfaced. Would Stalin's retreat in legalizing the ancient plots suffice, or would the state also have to produce more consumer, instead of heavy industrial, goods to exchange for the farmers' foods and raw materials? Would industrial growth slow and thereby endanger socialism's survival? Other critics focused on the growing and ever more powerful state bureaucracy, often making the social distribution of power into the essential definition and criterion of socialism. These critics saw the rise of concentrated state bureaucratic power over workers as coterminous with the erosion of a true workers' socialism. While neither inevitable nor laudable, it is also not surprising that the state and Communist Party under Stalin intervened excessively to maintain a fragile society increasingly at risk of disintegration. The complex contradictions provoked tensions and the tensions provoked criticisms. The state and the party then reacted, first to the criticisms, then to the intimations of criticism and finally to the potential for criticisms. By not basically changing their policies, the state and the party not only reproduced the conditions for their social interventions, but also for the escalation of their interventions in ever more dangerous circumstances. State and party interventions mounted from propaganda barrages to political threats to force and campaigns to suppress what they perceived as actual or potential conflicts threatening Soviet socialism. These included class conflicts, although not conceived in surplus terms, between surplus appropriating capitalists and surplus producing workers inside state enterprises and between state agencies and the collective farms from which they drew communist subsumed class payments. The state and the party also moved to stop criticism of their policies by repressing theoretical differences among bureaucrats and party members. They soon began to demonize, as anti-Soviet, foreign agents, etc., all who were or potentially might become internal critics of official policies, of the actual practices in industry and agriculture, or of the accompanying repressive roles adopted by the state and the party across Soviet culture, politics, and economics. This Soviet combination of repression and demonization evolved into a cultural norm. Not only class conflicts, but countless other political, economic, personal, religious, ethnic, regional, and cultural conflicts were defined instead as contests pitting Soviet loyalists against demonized others. Accusations ever more dire choked the space of public discourse. The terrors now known as Stalinism engulfed the USSR. However, despite the threats, terror, trials, and the Gulag, they never fully silenced the long-standing Bolshevik tradition of questioning, criticizing, and even debating alternative policies and strategies. This was especially the case in regard to the pace of industrialization and the proper relationship or balance between industry and agriculture, or, in more passionate language, modern socialist industry and retrograde non-socialist agriculture. 3. Besides repression, state and party interventions also created a new culture. Bureaucrats, party members, and, through their agency, surplus-producing workers in state capitalist enterprises and on collective farms were to be instilled with a central idea. Embellished in various ways, this idea held that all current sacrifices were the unavoidable price all citizens had to pay to build a modern socialist and industrial USSR. The promise of and pride in that modern USSR were soon symbolized and celebrated in the ubiquitous construction sites, factories, and industrial jobs that grew apace. Further, by expanding the bureaucracy while purging critics within it, Stalin provided privileged careers to selected individuals removed from industry and agriculture. The bureaucratic profile changed from older to younger, from more to less experienced, and from less to more loyal to Stalin and Stalinism. 4. After Lenin, Stalin assumed the mantle as father of socialism. He would fulfill the Bolshevik promise of socialism, a rapidly growing modern industry, collective farming, rational state planning, and increasing collective consumption for a fully employed workforce. Stalin heavily promoted the idea that socialism, definitionally reduced to collectivization in agriculture and 5-year plans in industry, was actually being achieved. His commitment to socialism in one country differed from Trotsky's view, Deutsche 1968, 281-293. With Stalin's dominance at Trotsky's expense, the official view held that no longer would Soviet socialism be delayed until socialist revolutions occurred in the West. Quite the proud opposite, socialism in the USSR would prepare the way for other capitalist countries' revolutions to follow. As Deutsche puts it so well, it is her destiny to become the center of a new civilization, 1968, 293. This notion of actualizing socialism in the USSR helped to solidify Stalin's position. To the extent that Soviet citizens accepted the notion, it became a core part of the national ethic. 5 Opponents, or merely critics, of collectivization, the 5-year plans, or the means for their achievement found themselves charged with being anti-socialist and against the emerging new civilization. Such bad elements were then rooted out of collectives, factories, the arts, the state apparatus, and the party. In a war against those defined as internal enemies of the nation, producing and disseminating nationalism covered the suppression of divisive class and non-class differences. Stalinism's national ethic enabled the state to create an ethos of collectivity and pride in Soviet modernism that often motivationally inspired workers, collective farmers, newly arrived bureaucrats, and party members. The nationalism legitimated the state's suppression of oppositional views and conflicts that nonetheless kept arising. The bureaucrats were pushed to secure the array of processes necessary for the different class structures to play their planned roles, while the workers in those class structures were pushed to maximize the agricultural and industrial surpluses. Their collective and often heroic efforts would later enable the USSR and General Stalin to emerge victorious in the Great Patriotic War. In class terms, the cultural milieu constructed in the 1930s helped to secure a key condition for the state's incessant drive to raise the exploitation rate of industrial workers and squeeze ever more flows of value from communist collective farmers. Despite its industrial successes, rising grain and raw material surpluses, effective nationalist appeal, and the purges of real and imagined critics, Stalin's state never could control the contradictions and tensions of the radical changes it worked in agriculture and industry. As this chapter shows, each attempt at such control, whether successful or not, provoked new contradictions and tensions in the social formation. Yet, the inability to control the consequences it set in motion, however worrisome to the regime and threatening to its policies, also worked in their favor. For example, by centralizing the appropriation and distribution of the industrial surplus value in the Council of Ministers, Stalin opened the way for local subsumed class managers to wield some control over the operation of collective farms, industrial enterprises, and even state retail stores. Stalin's centralization required a vast planning bureaucracy as the institutional mechanism to execute the council's decisions. However, Centralized economic planning produced certain misallocations, wastes of resources, and inefficiencies. 6. The resulting frustrations provoked local communist and capitalist managers to use secret deals, bribes, and barter to acquire from one another the required raw materials, machines, and consumer goods, promised but often unavailable on time if at all via the plan. 7. Acting on their own in these decentralized ways, managers were able to operate and expand the USSR's communist and capitalist class structures, even while they circumvented central planning in ways that undermined those same structures. Still another example of complexity and contradiction lay in the state's successful campaign to raise industrial workers' productivity by means of increased labor intensity. Industrial workers responded by demanding and, to a degree, gaining increased control over aspects of their factory life. This was the parallel accommodation within industry to the restoration of the ancient private plots and private markets in collectivized agriculture. Newly empowered factory workers sometimes made the mandated production goals of managers more difficult to achieve. Thus, the state's pressures on and controls of industrial labor, however successful, also required their partial empowerment, possibly threatening their productivity. It is quite possible that the state's failures ever fully to control the workers benefited industrial capital accumulation insofar as workers produced more surplus while compensating themselves with more workplace power. Communism in agriculture. While we found no analysis of Soviet collective farming that treated its class structures in surplus terms, there are many other analyses. Typically, they focus attention on one or both of two particular political processes. The first refers to the distribution of power between central and local state officials over the work and political lives of collective farmers. The second refers to the distribution of ownership rights, among the state, the collective, and the individual farm family, over the means of production used on collective farms. Such political rather than surplus-focused theorizations prevail within Soviet Marxism itself. For example, many official and unofficial formulations defined collectives chiefly according to the extent of collective ownership, socialization, of the means of production and secondarily according to the presence of collective consumption of meals and housing. Davis 1980, 68, Lewin 1975, 110-111, Dobb 1966, 223. Thus they differentiated the three main types of collective farms, communes, artels, and taws, by their ownership rules. The taws, fellowship for joint cultivation, was considered to be the least socialized because most implements and animals remained privately owned and only the land was collectively farmed. Wesson 1963, 7-8. The eventual Soviet choice of the artel to be the main organizational form in their collectivization drive reflected how ownership, socialization, of land, implements, and draft animals had become the defining concept of what socialism meant in agriculture. Consider, for example, Stalin's speech delivered at a conference on agrarian policy in 1929. The collective farm as a type of economy is one of the forms of socialist economy. There can be no doubt whatever about that. Stalin 1952, 404. The collective farms function on land which belongs to the state, in a country where the means of production belong to the state. Ibid, 406. Interestingly, Stalin's speech responded directly and critically to Lenin, an economist of the day, who saw much less socialism in the newly formed collectives. For Lenin, they were transitional structures because the means of production belonged, not to the state, but rather to a collectivity of private farmers. Davis 1980, 85-86. Full socialization would arrive only when collectives became state enterprises, for at that critical point the means finally would belong to the state. Despite their sharp differences, both Lenin and Stalin made particular distributions of ownership their definitions of socialism. Similarly, the critic Moshe Lewin saw in collectivization the return of serfdom because of the state's power over the collective farms. Shadows of the past could be seen in this situation, ever more reminiscent of what was abolished in 1861. Lewin 1985, 183. 8. While this claim may be more rhetorical than precise, underscoring Stalin's despotism, it nonetheless reveals yet again the ubiquitous power-focused definitions of collectives, socialism, and much else besides. 9. Unlike these power approaches focused on who possesses the means of production or orders farmers' behavior, our inquiry stresses different questions. Who produced, appropriated, and distributed the surpluses produced in the collectives, and how were these class processes organized? To whom and for what purposes were those distributions made? Our research found that the working members of the collective often functioned as the appropriators and hence the distributors of the surpluses that they collectively had produced. These farms' working members, not any centralized agency such as a council of ministers, nor any local Soviet officials, comprised the officially designated collective entity that appropriated and distributed its produced surpluses. From a class-theoretical perspective focused on how surplus labor is organized, we conclude that many collective farms were communist. Their communist class structure was thus very different from the class structures that our research found prevalent in state industries, capitalist, and households, feudal and ancient. Likely for the first time in history, collectivization freed masses of farmers from exploitation and bare subsistence and organized them instead to participate in a communist class structure, to receive as a collectivity the fruits of their collective efforts. That such a basic change in a class structure was not understood or recognized in its surplus dimensions undermined its durability, as we shall show, and its potential appeal to others. That it was accompanied by so much political abuse, violence, and suffering had the same effects. To be sure, the evidence also suggests that many collective farms sooner or later lost, and perhaps some never had, communist class structures. In them, a subgroup of members, as opposed to the collectivity as a whole, appropriated the collective farm surplus. Perhaps they maneuvered an initially elected, temporary, or rotational position as managers into a self-perpetuating position akin to that of a board of directors of a modern private capitalist corporation. Perhaps local officials or party members usurped the position of surplus appropriators in place of the collective of farmers. Perhaps the collectivity, not interested in or conscious of class processes per se, simply gave the appropriator position to a subgroup of its members. Because the available empirical evidence on the internal workings of the collective farms was rarely gathered with any sensitivity to class and surplus labor terms, distinguishing the communist from other class structures on collective farms is often difficult. However, because the evidence we consulted suggested the prevalence of the communist class structures on the collective farms and because of our special interest in communist class structures and their relation to the history of the USSR, our discussion focuses chiefly on the collective farms with communist class structures. In asking our class-theoretical questions of the collective farms, we used the existing literature in which different theories treated them. We also examined the laws, contemporary speeches and debates about collective farms, and letters by collective members as reported in the press. We looked for information on the farm's internal functioning that might enable a specification of their organization of surplus labor, its production, appropriation, and distribution. Our distilled results gather around 2 points. First, the proceeds of the collective farm's crop, whether sold at compulsory prices to the state or on the private markets for higher prices, belonged first to, were appropriated by, the members as a collective. Secondly, the collective also distributed the surplus portion of those proceeds, although it was influenced in its distributions of the surplus by orders from both local and distant Soviet officials. Davis's research led to this conclusion. In the kolkhozy, peasant families had no personal connections with a particular piece of land, plow, or horse, but the means of production and farm output belonged to them collectively as a group of private persons. Davis 1980, 86, italics added. Emphasizing that the output belonged to the local collectivity rather than to the state suggests that the former, therefore, also received first the surplus embodied in that output. Davis makes a similar point in noting that each collective farm, not any individual farmer, centralized ministry, or decentralized trust or syndicate, was designated socially, whether by law or custom, to receive the revenues upon sale of the crops. Those revenues belonged to the collective and served as the financial base for its expenditures. A significant part of the revenues went into a kolkhoz saving account from which the collective eventually distributed portions to secure various conditions necessary to reproduce the collective. Fitzpatrick 1994b, 192. Such communist class structures confronted state officials with a problem, but it was not the problem of who ultimately owned the collective farm's means of production. Rather, the state had to deal with a class of communist surplus appropriators. The collective farm had its own goals, necessities, and rights, however contradictory and contested, in determining the size and distribution of its surpluses, that is, the surpluses it owned. The Soviet state's primary commitment to expanding state capitalist industry now encountered a very particular class problem, one defined by the specific structure and dynamic of a private, i.e., non-state, communist agriculture. Evidence of communist class structures on many collective farms also appears in personal reports on collective farm operations. Belov, 1955, worked on a collective farm, reorganized in 1930 as an artel, became chairman of a collective in his own village, and eventually published a book based on his diaries. In explaining the structure of a collective, he writes, during and immediately after the harvest, before the deliveries to the state have been made, the first commandment, and before the seed, insurance and fodder funds have been replenished, The second commandment, all the crops are kolkhoz property, and woe betide the peasant who is caught making off with a kilogram of grain. Belov 1955, 32. Belov here captures the importance of state pressures, commandments, on farm collectives. The state applied pressure because the entire crop belonged first to the collective that produced it, not to any subset of its members nor to any set of state officials. This precisely differentiated collective farmers from state industrial workers, and from state farm workers. Having supported and even organized farmers into communist class structures on many collective farms, the state then found itself compelled to use pressure and eventually forced to acquire the surplus distributions it wanted from the communist surplus that the collective itself appropriated. The Soviet state intervened to order the collective farm to distribute some of its surplus in certain ways, but ordering how others distribute their surplus is different from appropriating and distributing surplus. The state exerted power, while the collective produced, appropriated, and distributed a surplus. 11. Notwithstanding state power exerted on communist collective farms and problems for their reproduction that flowed from state-mandated surplus distributions, the state also supported private communist collective farms in many ways. For example, it legislated and enforced a sequence of statutes governing the collective farm's functions and assets. Hubbard 1939, 125-147, Davis 1980, ch. 5, Jasny 1967, 338-362. Particularly relevant were the decrees establishing periodic meetings to decide upon major economic decisions relating to the management and overall functioning of the collective. Davis 1980, 57, Belov 1955, 30-52, Hindus 1988, 211-212. Yet the Soviet laws that empowered collective farmers to establish functioning communist class structures also had contradictory effects. While collectivization secured farmers access to means of production they had lacked before, it also largely eliminated, except for the private plots, the potential of private gain. Private individuals on collective farms could not use means of production to appropriate surplus labor from others. Additionally, the productivity benefits flowing from the collective use of such means too often disappeared into the hands of the state via its mandatory procurements, price manipulations, tractor rents, and taxes. Hence the communist collectivity was restrained from benefiting from its own achievements and productivity gains. Given such state-imposed constraints, it is hardly surprising that many farmers resisted the state's collectivization program, passively or actively, at its outset and thereafter. Fitzpatrick 1994b, 5-7. For many members, their collective farms seemed little more than forced deprivations of their private property and simple mechanisms for the state to take large portions of their output. The state and party called this socialism, because private property was gone and because they controlled the state that controlled the economy. Evidently, many collective farmers found little in such a socialism to celebrate. Neither Soviet officials nor collective farmers recognized how processes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor defined communism's difference from any kind of exploitation. Consequently, whatever potential economic, cultural, and political benefits might have accrued from a consciousness of communism in surplus terms were lost. Unable to conceptualize, let alone disseminate, the class, surplus labor, issue, Soviet political, economic, and cultural leaders were unable to take advantage of the truly revolutionary change they had actually created in their own society. On the class issue, they were as theoretically underdeveloped as the supposedly backward farmers they sought to manage. Neither they nor the farmers could ask how Soviet individuals and institutions might have altered their behaviors in economically productive ways if such class consciousness had been widely developed. 12. The history of the 25,000 wars illustrates the contradictions faced by communist class structures in the collective farms. These thousands of young, dedicated, and skilled cadres went to the collective farms charged by the party with bringing the idea of communism to the peasants. Viola 1987. On the farms they conveyed utopian dreams of a better life, images of the social ascendancy of all workers, and notions of the impending arrival of social democracy and equality. They imported a kind of cultural revolution of communism into the countryside. Their passion and enthusiasm, alongside the applicable statutes, helped in some ways to foster communist class structure in many collective farms. 13. However, the cadres' theories and actions also undermined that same class structure. They believed, as the party taught, that agricultural communism meant extending the socialism already established in industry. Viola 1987, 4, 153-154. They foresaw organizations of surplus labor in collective farms parallel to that in Soviet factories, in effect, an exploitative class structure in which some collective farm members would appropriate the surpluses produced by the other members. They strove also to reproduce the successes of the Soviets' Industrial Revolution on the collective farms, above all increased intensity and productivity of labor. Thus the 25,000ers worked contradictory class pressures on the collective farms, simultaneously, albeit unknowingly, supporting communist and capitalist class structures there. Two different communal traditions also influenced collective farms. One emerged from the older institution of the Mir and the other from the agrarian communes established after the 1917 revolution. They shaped the farm's communist class structures in contradictory ways. From the Mir came ideas of self-governing peasants periodically redistributing land among their households. This tradition seemed to be embodied in and thereby to legitimize the powers vested in the local collectives. In this way, the memory of the Mir helped to support the communist class structure. Yet, in other ways, associating the collectives with the Mir also worked against communist class structures since, after all, the Mir's main function had been to provide each peasant with his own, ancient or capitalist, farm. Lewin, 1975, 27. Collectivization broke with that function, as it eliminated or constricted the private individual farm. Although the artel replaced the commune as the preferred organizational form of Soviet collectivization, the ideology of the commune largely continued, especially in regard to supporting collective surplus appropriation. In shifting to artels, what the collective farms discarded were the communal ideas of collective housing and dining arrangements and totally socialized ownership of means of production. The practice of collective members participating fully in the receipt and disposal of the produce of their collective labor remained central to communist culture on many collective farms. Wesson 1963, 8, 130, Belov 1955, 7. The survival of communist class structures on collective farms also depended on improving their productivity. By integrating and consolidating the formerly ancient and capitalist farmers' individually owned lands, animals, and implements, and by massively introducing rented tractors, via the MTS, the collective farms eventually, after 1934, raised their productivity of labor. Morstein and Powell 1966, 370. Larger than their predecessor ancient and capitalist farms, the collective farms enabled a new cooperation and division of agricultural labor, which also helped to raise productivity. New, state-trained managers, located strategically inside each collective and in the local MTS, oversaw and orchestrated collective farm development and intensified the pace of work. The effects on productivity were positive. Finally, by officially sanctioning the return of ancient household plots and private markets, the regime relieved some of the pressures associated with the state's drive to make collective farms more productive. By enabling the collective farms to become more productive, state policies supported the many communist class structures established in them. Yet other state policies, such as the pricing strategies, discussed further below, gave a distinct advantage to the ancient class structures on the private plots over and against the collective's communist class structure. As with the pricing policy under the NEP, farmers faced an incentive to produce for and sell on the private market, even though the state also restricted and constrained that incentive and market. Unlike the NEP situation of the 1920s, in the 1930s few if any private merchants functioned as middlemen. Ancient farmers had thus to take on the additional task of being their own merchant in local private markets. Most importantly, the 1930s Soviet farmer was internally conflicted as two radically different farming personalities warred inside him/her. The worker/member in the collective farm's communist class structure and the worker/individual in the private plot's ancient class structure. Farmers only recently assembled into collective farms labored, appropriated, distributed, voted, and thought about their lives there while simultaneously engaged in and influenced by these two different class structures. However, the contradictions and struggles that arose in Soviet agriculture were never recognized nor confronted as class conflicts precisely over the social organization of surplus labor. The leaders and the led did not think in such class terms. Their theories of Soviet socialism ignored the specifics of how surplus labor was produced, appropriated, and distributed. Thus the class contradictions could and did deepen with relatively little hindrance from state policy. Eventually, as we will show, this would help to undermine both goals of collectivization, establishing communism in agriculture and sustaining rapid state industrialization. Parallel to our previous analyses of ancient and capitalist farming, we can use simple value equations to highlight key aspects of the 1930s Soviet social formation. We will focus upon 1. The communist class structure on collective farms, 2. How the state tapped communist agriculture for revenues to supplement the surpluses that it appropriated from state capitalist industries, and 3. How the ancient interacted with the communist class structures on the collective farms. We return to our earlier notation for the value flows of a communist class structure, C-Co V-Co S-V-Co equals W-Co. The C-Co term stands for the means of production used up to produce the crop. The V-Co term represents the value of labor power, the value of what collective farm workers got for their individual consumption. The S-V-Co term is the surplus value received collectively by the farmers who produced it. 14 These three value terms comprise the total value of the produced crop, W-Co. This total value was also understood as the cost of production of the collective farm output. The Soviet state intervened in such communist class structures on collective farms chiefly in two ways. First, it mandated the portions of the harvest to be sold to state procurement agencies at state-administered prices. Second, the state pressured the General Meeting, everyone aged 16 years or older, to distribute their appropriated surplus, SVCO, to replenish specific collective farm funds. The state's initial demands for portions of collective farm harvests differed from the requisitions of war communism because the obligatory deliveries to state merchants, procurement agents, were paid for at state-set prices. The difference widened early in 1932 when the collective farms, after completing obligatory deliveries to the state, could legally sell some or all of the remaining harvest on local private markets. For a more complete statement of the value equation for the collective farms, see Appendix A of this chapter. A key issue concerns the price paid by state merchants for the obligatory collective farm deliveries. Some observers claim that these prices were below the collective's production costs. Liu in 1985, 169 to 170, Volin 1970, 251, Fitzpatrick 1994 b, 72 and 129. If correct, and remembering that production costs equal the total values of marketed collective farm products, it follows that the Soviet state forced an unequal exchange upon the collective farms. The communist class structures on collective farms thus received less from the state in money than the worth, in value terms, of the products they sold to state merchants. Such action by the state would have significantly damaged those communist class structures. On the other hand, other evidence suggests that state procurement prices for obligatory agricultural deliveries rose in the early 1930s and perhaps later as well, possibly even exceeding their values. 15 Had this been the case, such state pricing policies would have, in effect, subsidized the communist class structures by an unequal exchange in their favor. Unfortunately, no conclusive evaluation of these claims is possible. However, two other contemporary realities overwhelmed the exchanges between state merchants and collective farms. First, the prices of industrial goods that collective farms purchased from the state rose very quickly. Because few consumer goods manufactured by state industries were available to farmers from the state merchants, in state stores, at their regulated prices, the so-called goods famine of the 1920s had reappeared in the rural areas in the 1930s. Not surprisingly, the price of manufactures, even in state stores as well as the uncontrolled or private commercial stores and markets, rose dramatically. 16 The collective farms' terms of trade, the ratio of the state procurement prices they received to the high prices of the scarce manufactures they could find chiefly in the commercial stores, moved decidedly against them. Thus their communist class structures suffered a severe financial squeeze, whether or not they may have enjoyed a slightly favorable unequal exchange for their products. For a more complete statement of the value crisis faced by the collective farms in this pricing situation, see Appendix B of this chapter. The second important reality impinging on the communist class structures in the collective farms were the much more favorable prices facing the ancient class structures on the private plots. Unlike the collective farm products sold to state merchants at state-set prices, the products of the private plots sold in uncontrolled, private markets. There they fetched prices that rose far faster across the 1930s than the state's procurement prices. Dobb 1966, 285, Bakov 1947, 240 to 241. 17 Thus, communist class structures found themselves damaged financially by a pricing system that simultaneously rewarded the ancient class structures on the private plots. It is reasonable to suppose that collective farmers adjusted their hopes, energies, attitudes, and labor commitments toward the one and away from the other class structure available to them on the farms. The communist class structures on the collective farms soon found themselves in a critical situation. Unable to alter the prices that effectively deprived them of a significant portion of the value they produced, they accommodated their losses by cutting collective farm expenditures. They could not safely choose to forego replacing the means of production used up, the requisite quantities of seed, fodder, implements, and fertilizer needed at least to maintain collective farm operations. When that was nonetheless done, as in the desperate circumstances of 1932, it contributed to famine the following year. Equally risky were reductions of certain expenditures that state officials pressured the collective farms to maintain. These were expenditures from the collective farm surpluses, what remained of the harvest after state-mandated deliveries, the replacement of used-up means of production, and distributions for the members' own consumption. Such expenditures, communist subsumed class payments, included providing salaries and operating budgets to collective farm personnel for supervision, bookkeeping, planning, insurance, cultural activities, child-rearing, and some collective farm capital accumulation. 18 The state also demanded another such expenditure in the form of rental payments, typically in kind, for tractors leased by the state's MTS. 19 Finally, the state pressed still more of such subsumed class payments on the collective farm, for example, taxes, fees for specific state services, and interest on loans from the state. All of these expenditures aimed to secure crucial conditions of existence for the collective farms. To lessen or refuse such expenditures jeopardized that existence. Not surprisingly, the collective farms, therefore, often accommodated their price-induced crises by cutting their members' consumption of manufactures and retained food. In class terms, this meant raising the ratio of surplus to necessary labor within the collective farms' communist class structures. In the very different Soviet conception prevalent then, collective farmers' net personal incomes and, hence, consumption were viewed as a residual or dividend left to members after all the other, necessary expenditures in money and kind had been satisfied. Davis 1980, 175. 20 Of course, such consumption expenditures, however conceived as residual, were at least as necessary as all the others to reproduce the communist class structure of the collective farms. In constricting consumption, the state weakened the communist class structures of the collective farms. The continued movement of the terms of trade against the collective farms across the 1930s threatened to keep depressing consumption unless the collective farms found offsetting opportunities. These included, 1. Raising their productivity, 2. Marketing more of their retained crop, what remained after meeting state procurement requirements, at the higher prices on the uncontrolled markets, or, 3. Turning to non-communist sources of income to supplement their members' collective farm earnings. How collective farms variously pursued each of these three opportunities shaped the changing agrarian scene across the 1930s. The history of agricultural labor productivity during the 1930s appears to be U-shaped, falling from 1930 to 1934 and rising thereafter. For the decade as a whole, no perceptible change emerged. 21 The initial fall likely reflected opposition to collectivization as farmers reduced their activity and ate their animals. Fitzpatrick 1994b, Passam. Dobb 1966, 246-247. Reduced draft animals and manure lowered agricultural productivity. The upturn after 1934 reflected an increased supply of tractors, shrinking opposition to collectivization, and probably more efficient use of land, labor, and implements. However, the evidence suggests to us that rising productivity did not suffice to offset the depressing effect of unfavorable terms of trade on collective farmers' consumption levels. On the other hand, destroying livestock likely benefited communist farmers' consumption immediately after collectivization. Extra meat and the grain no longer needed to feed reduced herds. Lower fodder needs enabled them to satisfy the state's supply quotas more easily. Early in the first five-year plan, this phenomenon temporarily offset otherwise squeezed consumption levels. But the falling productivity consequent upon eating animals then contributed to the extreme famine of 1933 and the urgent problems it posed. The Soviet state, continually forced to react to threats emanating from its own policies, shifted its positions. From Stalin's well-known admonition to party zealots in his 1930 Dizzy with Success letter, policy lurched to the reluctant raising of procurement prices for collective farm outputs. In 1932, private trading was again allowed, and the state fixed supply quotas in advance of the actual output. In 1935 the state officially accepted ancient household plots and eliminated rationing. These policies relaxed the pressures that other state policies had placed on collectives, and especially on their consumption levels. State policies were not consistent. For example, farmers' resentments and resistance led the state in 1932 to change how it assessed the collective farm's supply quotas. Prior to the harvest, it fixed the amount of produce to be delivered, and local authorities could not demand more if the harvest proved abundant. The state also permitted collective farms to sell produce beyond the state's quotas in local, uncontrolled markets. Yet these concessions seemed to make matters worse. Even when reduced, the fixed supply quotas for grains were not met. Instead, crops were not produced or consumed on the farms or shifted from state deliveries to sales on the uncontrolled markets. Unfulfilled procurement plans threatened the state's industrialization program. Stalin reacted strongly. Increased procurement quotas were reimposed and strictly enforced. Such state oscillations set in motion still new contradictions. Collecting more grain for the state reduced what farmers could sell on the uncontrolled markets and or keep for their own consumption, fodder, seed, and reserves. The pricing environment they faced deteriorated in 1932 as planned procurement prices fell. At the same time, the costs of grain production rose, the delayed effect of the previous reduction of the animal population, itself a reaction to collectivization. In Marxian terms, the value, cost, of grain rose just as the state's prices for it fell. Ever-rising prices of manufactures, available only in the uncontrolled markets, completed the economic depression of the collective farms, setting the stage for the 1933 famine. Once again the state had to react. It shifted industrial production from consumer goods to tractors to raise farm productivity. The 1935 Articles of Association granted communist farmers, among other freedoms, the right to participate in ancient class structures on private plots. The changing, often chaotic and contradictory policies of the 1930s resembled those of the 1920s. Common to both decades was the impossibility of the state foreseeing or monitoring, much less controlling, the infinite set of contradictory consequences set in motion by its own actions. Despite differences between the two decades' specific class structures and policy mixes, in both periods the combination of state planning and markets failed to prevent profound economic instability. In that sense, the USSR's social formation, its socialism, remained as much at risk in the 1930s as under the NEP. The collective farms suffered persistent, debilitating disadvantages as their exchange relations with the state forced a net outflow of value from their communist class structure to the state industry's capitalist class structure. Added to this outflow were substantial subsumed class rents paid for state-owned tractors. That the communist class structures on the collective farms could survive and keep funding state capitalist industrial growth depended chiefly on the official support of private plots and private trade. By so compensating for the squeezing of the collective farms' communist class structure, Stalin's policies helped the latter to endure, even while compromising their future. The fragility of the communist class structure on the collective farms emerges further if we distinguish male from female farmers. For the male heads of traditional, married adults, households, personal revenues had three main sources: 1. Income from the communist class structure in the form of collective Labor Day dividends, 2. Income from their labor within the ancient class structure of the private plot, and 3. Income in the form of feudal surplus labor appropriated from their wives. 22 Occasional extra revenues depended on selling farm or private plot produce at prices above their values, costs, on uncontrolled markets. When such males found their collective Labor Day dividends squeezed for the reasons discussed in this chapter, they responded by obtaining more income from their other two sources. Their wives faced the other side of these conditions. In addition to labor within the collective farms' communist class structures, they worked long hours on the private plots with their ancient class structures as well as providing surplus labor to their husbands within the feudal class structures of those households. 23 Where male collective farmers generally spent much more time working within the farm's communist class structure than within the ancient class structure of the private plot, their wives displayed the reverse allocation of their labor time. 24 Within the traditional households, the female farmers performed necessary labor, whose fruits they consumed, and surplus labor, whose fruits the husband appropriated and consumed or distributed, in the feudal class structure. Thus, female collective farmers received personal incomes from 1. Their labor within the communist class structure of the collective farm, the collective Labor Day dividends, 2. Their work on the ancient class structure of the private plot, and 3. The necessary labor they performed in the feudal class structure of the traditional household. Like their male counterparts, they too could benefit occasionally from opportunities to sell produce at prices in excess of their values or to sell their labor power. But where the traditional household was a source of surplus for the husband, it was the site of additional surplus labor for the wife. In contrast, for the collective farm women who lived in single adult households, their revenue sources there substituted an ancient for a feudal class structure. Unlike their married collective farm colleagues, they neither exploited a spouse nor were they exploited by one inside their households. 25. Stalin's revolution in agriculture liberated the majority of women as well as men from being exploited within capitalist class structures there. On the other hand, Collectivization did not liberate most women from continued feudal exploitation within collective farm households. Women's arduous household labors producing surpluses that were added to their work burdens on the communist and ancient class structures of the collective farms. In contrast, husbands appropriated their wives' feudal household surplus, and, when possible, increased it, as a kind of compensation for the husband's labor burdens within the other class structures of the collective farms. Such different experiences of men and women collective farmers, and especially their different vulnerabilities to pressures on the collective farms, aggravated gender inequalities and tensions. As we shall show, the tensions eventually weakened not only the collective farms but the Soviet social formation generally. The survival of the communist class structures on collective farms came to depend on the private plots. In the view of one farm chairman, it was the plots which saved the majority of households from starvation. Bell of 1955, 179. Lewin made a similar point. The small plot was also, as Soviet writers agree today, a factor sustaining not only the country but the whole kolkhoz system as well. Lewin 1985, 180. Hubbard's limited sample of collective farms showed that in 1934, 97% of their grain consumption came from their labor dividends, but ancient plots provided most of their other food needs. The latter supplied 87% of their potatoes, 78% of their vegetables, and 100% of their milk and meat. Hubbard 1939, 173. In examining another study done in 1934, Hubbard found that 37.7% of the farmers' total incomes derived from collective farming, 56.6% from the household plots, and 6.4% from occasionally sold labor power. 1939, 177. These and still other studies attest to the ancient private plots' contribution to the survival of the collective farmer then and later. 26. The importance of the private plots in sustaining the collective farms' communist class structures emerges as well from the market conditions of the 1930s. Stalin's industrialization engaged ever more laborers. The resulting demand for more food, whose production, transport, and storage would have diverted scarce resources from industrial growth, led Stalin to impose food rationing to 1935. This drove up food prices on the uncontrolled markets. Baikov 1947, 241. Both grain, produced by the communist class structures on the collective farms, and other foods, largely produced by the ancient class structures on the private plots, enjoyed these higher prices. However, ancient class structures benefited much more from these price increases than communist class structures, because procurement quotas and other state pressures limited what collective farms actually could sell their. 27 Whatever grain supplies collective farms retained after meeting state demands were sold to state merchants and other enterprises under decentralized purchases, to local industrial enterprises under barter arrangements, or to workers in local private markets. In contrast, private plot produce, animal products, vegetables, and so forth, could be entirely sold in uncontrolled markets at high prices to industrial workers, who were unable to buy them at state stores at official prices. The entire collective farm system, and especially the communist class structure at its core, was enabled to continue because of the incomes farm members could derive from their private plots. When collective farmers confronted the high prices for manufactures in both official and uncontrolled markets, they again recognized the greater rewards from work on their private plots as compared to work as part of the collective. Thus, the ancient class structures of the private plots were favored, encouraged, and strengthened, in fact if not in official rhetoric, far more than the collective farms' communist class structures. Yet the latter survived. Its members tolerated the collective farm system increasingly because of what they obtained from their private plots. They probably presumed the necessity of conjoining both class structures inside the farms. Yet they might not presume that in the future, especially if the difference in rewards from the two class structures widened. The relationship between the ancient and the communist class structures on the collective farms was thus contradictory, they simultaneously supported and undermined one another. Per capita consumption in agriculture at the end of the 1930s seemed to have improved from the 1930-33 decline. Yet, it had not recovered to the level of the late 1920s, Harrison 1994, 52. This suggests that while private plots and private trade improved living standards, their benefits did not offset the state's pressures on the collective farms. Delivery quotas, unfavorable terms of trade, tractor rentals, and other taxes and fees bled the communist class structures Stalin had established on the collective farms. The beneficiary was state capitalist industrial growth. Yet this overall judgment too needs to be tempered by other considerations. First, collective farms received benefits, as did their individual members, in return for sending the state so much of the surplus produced in their communist class structures. From the mid-1920s to the end of the 1930s, the state supplied collective farms with many more agronomists, veterinarians, and research scientists, with more libraries, newspapers, cinemas, and medical services, and with a vast expansion in educational opportunities. Bakov 1947, 328, Hubbard 1939, 238. Such benefits supported communist class structures in collective farms. Second, the collective farms displayed marked differences in soil conditions, size, efficiency and honesty of local officials, commitment and productivity of collective workers, size and wealth of farm households, efficiency of private plot production, and so forth. Such differences produced disparities in income and wealth among collective farms that shared the same class structures, instead of poverty being eliminated from the countryside and a better and more equal distribution of agricultural income brought about. Collectivization shows relative wealth alongside great poverty no less than the old system of independent peasant enterprise. Hubbard, 1939, 237. As argued in our first two chapters, communist class structures can occur with or without equalization of wealth and incomes. Soviet collective farms illustrate the latter possibility. However, most Soviet citizens saw matters in the light of different theories. They often attributed the greater wealth of some collective farms to their greater collectivity of ownership, commitment, or effort. Without a class, surplus, analysis of collective farms, their alternative perspective would have functioned socially as a support for the communist class structures of the farms. While collectivization established communist class structures widely in the USSR, the state's subsequent policies did much to undermine them. On the one hand, collective farmers were legally, officially, and popularly differentiated from the farmers under the NEP, from workers in state enterprises, and from women working inside households. They owned their farms and their farms' outputs. On the other hand, precisely because collective farm members occupied that social position, the state had to intervene from the outside, to influence how the collective farm, as a separate, non-state institution, functioned. State officials did not appropriate the surpluses produced on collective farms as they did, by contrast, on the state farms and in the state industries. Instead, in Lewin's apt description, the state engaged in taking grain from collective farmers, Lewin 1985, 142-177. It manipulated terms of trade, tractor rents, and taxes and fees to extract distributed portions of the communist surplus first appropriated by the collective farmers. The Soviet state supported and undermined the communist class structures on the collective farms simultaneously across the 1930s. Likewise simultaneously, the collective farmers supported, resented, and resisted the Soviet state and their own communist class structures. Despite endless discourses about communism, state officials and party theorists lacked any class analysis of their problems in surplus labor terms. They did not think in terms of the multiple class structures of 1930s agriculture, let alone differentiate communist from capitalist or ancient class structures on the farms. Nor did they recognize the existence or social impact of the feudal and ancient class structures in traditional farm households. They could not assess, or debate alternative policy responses to, the class contradictions and struggles besetting Soviet agriculture. Instead, their discussions proceeded as if collectivization simply resolved and hence removed from consideration all class issues. The only problem was simply quantitative: how to secure sufficient grain and raw materials deliveries to fund socialist industrialization. The state's various agricultural policies thus followed one another without any awareness of their differential impacts on Soviet agricultural class structures. As we have shown, one result was to maintain but also progressively to undermine the communist class structures there. Another result was to support instead the ancient class structures of the private plots and the feudal class structures of households. 28 While the consumption afforded by the ancient and feudal class structures sometimes compensated farmers for the inadequate consumption levels flowing from the communist class structures on the collective farms, the complex class structure of Soviet agriculture was rendered fragile and unstable. This portended a future of agricultural problems for the USSR that contributed to endless economic difficulties and to its eventual collapse. Lastly, one agricultural development of the 1930s best illustrates how the interaction between agricultural problems and official Marxian theory undermined the collective farm's communist class structures. Inadequate farm deliveries to state industry produced debates that concluded with a predictable state and party consensus. The problem lay in the still private, that is, not state, ownership of the collective farms. The solution was to convert collective farms into state farms. A relatively small number of these state-owned, State capitalist alternatives to collective farms had been established during collectivization. The consensus held this conversion to be movement toward communism since it socialized farm property. Once again we encounter the property concept of class and hence of socialism and communism, which the consensus attributed to Marx. With a different Marxian interpretation of class, the Soviet shift from collective to state farms represents the opposite transition, away from communist to capitalist class structures. Soviet history thus displays both the establishment and the withering of agricultural communism as policies undertaken by a state and party that used Marxism to reach their conclusions. State capitalism and industry. Soviet industrial successes in the 1930s are well documented. Dobb 1966, ch. 10-12, Nove 1989, ch. 8 and 9, Harrison 1994, ch. 3, Gregory and Stewart 1998. ch. 5. The following table summarizes industrial growth over this decade. Average annual percentage growth rates, 1928 to 194,029. Rolled metal, steel, production. 11.2. Pig iron, production. 12.6. Industrial capital accumulation. 12.3. Industrial employment. 7.0. Capital per worker in industry. 5.3. Electric power. 18.9. Tractor production. 30.0. Annual growth rates exceeding 10% in iron and steel production reflected the priority of heavy industry in the Soviet five-year plans begun in 1928. This remarkable industrial expansion accompanied increased mechanization. The capital-labor ratio in industry rose 5% annually. Finally, rapid growth in electric power generation and in tractor production indicates the structural changes that transformed urban and rural lives. However impressive, these growth rates are not the full story of successful state capitalist industrial expansion. The USSR acquired a huge capital goods sector with modern industrial complexes in chemicals, metal fabricating, and engineering. Dobb 1966, 281, Davis 1994, 143-154. For example, while heavy industry accounted for 33.1% of total manufacturing value added in 1928, by 1937 it was 62.7, Gregory 1970, 29. Industry's proportion of net national product rose from 28 to 45% between 1928 and 1937, Gregory and Stewart 1998, 87. Such development placed the USSR among the leading industrial capitalist nations in the world. Germany during World War II and the United States during the Cold War encountered the achievements of Soviet industrialization. The cost of financing this unprecedented industrialization had to be met domestically, since significant foreign aid or lending were unavailable. Moreover, the USSR's huge industrial capital accumulation accounted for only a part of its expenditures from, and hence demands upon, the surplus its economy generated. In addition to industrial growth, the state was also rapidly increasing expenditures on a state bureaucracy, the Communist Party, a modern military apparatus, and the provision of many free or subsidized collective consumption goods. The latter included public education, health facilities, transportation, and even meals for some industrial workers. The revenues enabling such state expenditures derived chiefly from 1. An increased rate of exploitation of ever more industrial workers, 2. Terms of trade favoring industry against agriculture, and 3. Manipulations of wholesale and retail prices. These sources of state revenues were also indexes of what threatened Soviet society. Increasingly exploiting industrial workers while also squeezing farmers and workers, by imposing unequal exchanges upon them, produced dangerous levels of discontent in Soviet society. The state responded in part with economic interventions, providing free public goods to at least partially offset declining real individual incomes, allowing private plots and markets, offering industrial jobs to those leaving the countryside, increasing employment in the state bureaucracy, and so on. Discontent also prompted the state's political interventions, police terror and the Gulag, to suppress first actual and then potential unrest, increasingly labeled as anti-Soviet. The state also intervened heavily in Soviet culture. Officials and others produced and disseminated images celebrating current economic policies as expressions of national pride. Rapid industrialization became the definitive symbol of the USSR's break with historical backwardness. Opposition to rapid industrialization or its domestic costs became synonymous with subjection to foreign jealousies and intrigues against Soviet ascendancy. Fear grew among the Soviet masses as proliferating warnings about foreign capitalist aggression escalated to hunts for its possible internal allies. All kinds of cultural production, often organized and subsidized by the state and the party, were pressed into service. Industrial construction, nationalist pride, and fear of foreign and domestic wreckers intertwined as major themes of literature, films, music, and painting. They helped to rationalize and justify the necessity of workers' reduced individual incomes and consumption despite their rising productivity levels. Personal sacrifices were protecting the growing achievements of Soviet socialism. The state's economic, political, and cultural interventions in the 1930s sought to sustain its top priority of a rapidly growing state capitalist industry, a subordinated communist and ancient agriculture, and an even more subordinated mix of feudal and ancient households. Individual citizens negotiated stressful lives among these multiple, fragile, and unstable class structures. Tensions within and among the interdependent class structures added problems for state policy since they threatened its concept of socialism. The state's responses, whether or not they solved those problems, added new contradictions, strains, and new problems in the endless dialectic that framed the class history of the 1930s. We may begin to explore that dialectic by considering the flow of food and raw materials from the countryside into the cities. State merchants bought them from the collective farms at state-set prices roughly equal to their values, or costs, for food and sometimes exceeding their values for raw materials. Under the rationing which lasted through 1935, the merchants resold food crops to industrial workers in cities at variously higher prices. The price difference yielded the state merchants' incomes. Price policies were never altogether clear nor consistently applied. The evidence suggests that the state merchants sold many grains and even raw materials at official prices set higher than the procurement prices they paid to the collective farms. However, the merchants also sold these items often at still higher, unofficial prices, referred to as commercial prices, under certain demand conditions and or when special, ad hoc circumstances, apparently politically motivated, made that possible. Once rationing was eliminated, the price situation changed. The post-1935 official prices for the grains and raw materials resold by state merchants remained much higher than what they had paid to the collective farms. But now the price difference had two components. One part yielded income to the merchants. The second, the turnover tax, yielded income directly to the state. The turnover tax also served to soak up excess demand in the market, thereby roughly equilibrating supply and demand. In these ways, the state manipulated wholesale and retail prices in the grain trade to add to its resources, by taking the state merchants' profits and collecting the turnover taxes. The burden of providing these resources to the state fell ultimately on industrial workers' real wages, what their money wages could actually purchase. 30 In other words, a retail scissors, the ratio of retail to wholesale prices, remained open against workers throughout the decade. In the controlled raw material trade, state merchants purchased them from collective farms at rising wholesale prices that sometimes exceeded unit values. From the evidence, we surmise that state merchants resold these raw materials to state capitalist industrial enterprises at little more than their wholesale prices, although at times they likely managed to sell them at even higher unofficial prices. Hence, for trade in raw materials, state merchants passed on to industrial enterprises any excess of their prices over values. To that extent, the state industrial enterprises bore the ultimate burden of any excess of raw materials prices above the values paid to the collective farms. That excess amounted to another demand/claim upon, i.e., subsumed class payment from, the surpluses generated in the state capitalist industries and so may have detracted from the funds available for industrial growth. 31. The ancient class structures on the private plots accounted for most of the trade in uncontrolled markets. They gained both before and after the elimination of rationing because they could sell their food products at free market prices far above their unit values. Indeed, the latter were declining because of rising productivity on the private plots. Industrial workers bore most of the burden of this unequal exchange, since they purchased most of the scarce meat and dairy products, vegetables, and fruits in the uncontrolled markets. Squeezing industrial workers' real incomes provided additional support for the ancient class structures of the private plots. State merchants and even industrial enterprises also purchased food from ancients in the uncontrolled markets, but to a far lesser extent than industrial workers did. In such cases, the unequal exchanges benefiting the ancient private plots meant corresponding losses for state merchants and state industrial capitalists. State merchants were able to pass on their losses to industrial workers by charging much higher retail prices for such food, when industrial workers could not purchase them directly from farmers. State industrial capitalist enterprises often purchased food from ancients to serve free communal meals at the factories. The enterprises were sometimes able to recoup such outlays insofar as their workers accepted lower wages when such meals were provided. Finally, state merchants, industrial enterprises, and even industrial workers purchased relatively small quantities of food in uncontrolled markets from collective farms with produce for sale after fulfilling the state's quotas. Unequal exchanges there yielded the collective farms some extra non-class revenues, from state merchants and industrial workers, and subsumed class revenues, from state industrial enterprises. Once again, the state merchants passed on higher free market prices by charging industrial workers even higher retail prices. To the degree enterprises provided free meals to workers, they too tried to pass on such costs to workers by reducing money wages paid. Nonetheless, in these limited ways, the communist class structures on many collective farms received some support at the expense of industrial workers and the capitalist class structure of state enterprises. However, the dominant motif was to use production and exchange to gather revenues for the state to devote to industrialization. The sale of products manufactured by state capitalist industry yielded important additional revenues to the state beyond the surplus appropriated in their production. We infer from the evidence that state capitalist industrial enterprises sold manufactures to state merchants near or at their values, which likely declined at least after 1932 and particularly from 1932 to 1935. The state merchants then resold these manufactures to both urban and rural individual consumers, wage goods, and to enterprises such as the collective farms, means of production, at much higher retail prices. Through 1935, few consumer goods were available at the official prices in the state's retail stores. The murky evidence suggests an even murkier set of conditions governing the prices charged in such state stores. There seem to have been two sorts of state stores, one of which was also sometimes referred to as commercial. The commercial stores could sell the same consumer goods as the other, more official state stores but at much higher commercial prices. The evidence also indicates that the official stores could also sell some consumer goods at the commercial prices charged in the commercial stores, although the rules for why and when they could do this are unclear and apparently varied from time to time and place to place. In addition to official and commercial prices, there were also special prices set by the state for specific goods. However murky the conditions of retail selling, the frequently high prices, far above the values, costs, of manufactured consumer goods, yielded very large net revenues to the state, which gathered much of the merchants' profits into its hands. After rationing was abolished, the supply of manufactured consumer goods still remained far below the demand. That is, had the retail price of manufactures been set equal to their values, or costs, since Soviet calculations using Marxian value concepts effectively equated these two terms, there would have been massive excess demand for those manufactures. The state then added turnover taxes to manufactured goods costs. Their costs plus the turnover tax yielded prices that reduced the quantity demanded, what retail buyers could afford, to the quantity that state industry supplied. When supply limitations provoked long lines of customers, the state often raised turnover taxes to erase the lines. In this way, the state earned massive revenues from the unequal exchanges imposed on the final purchasers of manufactured consumer goods. The state's organization of trade in manufactured consumer goods, like that in grain, proved to be an important source of the state's revenues. A similar flow of resources to the state emanated from the sale of manufactured capital goods to collective farms and to the individual farmers working within the ancient class structures on their private plots. State merchants bought the capital goods at their values from state capitalist industrial enterprises. They resold them for higher retail prices to collective farms and to the individual farmers for use on their private plots. The communist and ancient class structures on the farms thus depleted their surpluses as needed to pay for the excessive price over value of the manufactured capital goods they purchased as inputs to their productions. Across the 1930s, and despite the few ways in which some unequal exchanges favored collective farms, the state set prices for the grain, raw materials, and manufactured consumer and capital goods handled by state merchants accomplished a massive shift of value. The collective farms lost what the state and state capitalist industry gained. The losses sapped the economic strength and viability of their communist class structures. Similarly, the ratio of retail to wholesale prices of most consumer goods imposed unequal exchanges on industrial workers. In contrast, the ancient class structures on the private plots fared much better. As far as we could determine, the free market prices they received for private plot food products exceeded their values by more than the difference between the values and prices of the manufactures bought by the ancient farmers. Thus, The price system for them yielded a net inflow of value in addition to the ancient surplus each of them produced and appropriated from his/her private plot. This inflow, however, came not from the state, and so did not thwart its promotion of industrial growth. Rather, the ancients' gains from unequal exchanges came from the losses in industrial workers' real wages, as the latter paid the very high prices for private plot produce, prices made possible by the dearth of basic food products in state stores. Weighing the different market losses and gains over the 1930s suggests that Stalin's policies placed the ultimate economic burden of rapid industrialization upon workers in state capitalist industry and in private communist agriculture. What they lost, the state and the ancient producers in agriculture gained. Ellman 1984, 35, Miller 1990, 59. The communist class structures on collective farms depended increasingly on their members' work within the ancient class structure of their private plots. Yet, this crutch for communism's survival also shifted the collective farmers' energy and commitment toward the ancient class structure. This shift amounted to nothing less than a transition from/out of communism, although, of course, the inability to theorize agriculture's class structures as we have done here made the shift officially invisible. The industrial workers. Despite Soviet industrial workers' increased productivity, their real wages fell over the 1930s. Chapman 1963, 166. 32. The value of their labor power fell further, we believe, because wage goods became cheaper to produce, via productivity gains, alongside the fall in real wages, because of fewer commodities actually being consumed. Soviet workers thus endured a rising rate of exploitation in its precise Marxian sense of producing more surplus value for the state's appropriation relative to the value they produced for themselves, the value of their labor power. The industrial workers were thus major financiers of Soviet industrialization in the 1930s. Industrial workers' productivity rose partly because the state successfully increased the intensity of factory labor. Pressures to that end accelerated in the late 1920s with the introduction of shock brigades and competition among workers. In the official view, the brigades truly promote the improvement and acceleration of industrial processes, the reduction in costs, the intensification of labor, and the solution of other important economic issues. Cited in Kuromia 1990, 120, italics added. After 1935, new state pressures included the Stakhanovite movement and the rapid spread of peace rates for workers' wages, Mandel 1968, 594, Nove 1989, 222, Lewin 1984, 62. The peace rates rarely if ever matched the increase in the value of commodities produced by the workers' intensified labor, hence rising labor productivity. Of course, the 5-year plan's relentless increase of capital-labor ratios in industry also raised productivity. Falling real wages combined with rising labor productivity to produce ever greater surplus values in Soviet state capitalist enterprises. The wage and productivity changes occurred in the context of the state's rush to fashion a disciplined industrial labor force. Endless problems and tensions arose as workers moved from one class structure to another, from ancient and communist class structures on the farms to capitalist structures in industry. Workers and managers needed time to learn the new discipline and culture of state capitalist factories. Whereas similar adjustments spanned decades in private capitalist countries, the Soviet experience compressed them into 10 years. Not surprisingly, rapid turnover of workers, poor job discipline, and costly conflicts among workers and managers beset Soviet factories. The ex-peasant newcomers mixed uncomfortably with an older and more privileged industrial labor force. A relentlessly inadequate housing stock and falling real wages further problematized the process. That a disciplined, skilled, and loyal industrial workforce was quickly achieved measures the success of the USSR's drive to construct state industrial capitalism. The new industrial labor force basically supported Stalin and his policies, Thurston 1996, ch. 5. It did so despite a rising rate of exploitation. Especially the newer industrial workers largely supported the shock brigades, increased competition, the Stakhanovite movement, and peace wages. With relatively few exceptions, they accepted the increase in the intensity of their labor and the fall in the value of their labor power partly because of the new role assigned to them by the state and the party. They were treated as cultural heroes, provided job security, and thus given unprecedented recognition and dignity. Moreover, the state and party offered historically unprecedented advancement opportunities to them and, via mass education, to their children. Recognized and celebrated as the progenitors of the new communist civilization soon to emerge, industrial workers seemed willing to make the necessary present sacrifices to achieve the future plenty that would soon arrive. Women workers perhaps best exemplified the contradictions of the 1930s. Their lives changed dramatically as millions more began to sell their labor power to factories and offices. Females in the state capitalist economy rose from 28.6% of total employment in 1928 to 40% by 1940. Barber and Davis 1994, 88. They were officially recognized as equal partners and co-builders with men of the new communist civilization, a significant change in their social identification. Their rising participation in the industrial labor force, added to the general decrease of unemployment, enabled Soviet urban households' real consumption per capita to fall much less across the 1930s than workers' real wages. Chapman 1963, 166 to 167. However, women, like men, were employed in state capitalist industry at an increasing rate of exploitation. Women, more than men, confronted the full costs of unequal exchanges in the retail markets, the endless lines and daily tensions of shopping as well as the prices. The contradictions faced by Soviet women were not restricted to the factory or office. Working outside the household in the 1930s proved no escape from the long-established feudalism that continued inside it. Women, capitalist structures in industry. Workers and managers needed time to learn the new discipline and culture of state capitalist factories. Whereas similar adjustments spanned decades in private capitalist countries, the Soviet experience compressed them into 10 years. Not surprisingly, rapid turnover of workers, poor job discipline, and costly conflicts among workers and managers beset Soviet factories. The ex-peasant newcomers mixed uncomfortably with an older and more privileged industrial labor force. A relentlessly inadequate housing stock and falling real wages further problematized the process. That a disciplined, skilled, and loyal industrial workforce was quickly achieved measures the success of the USSR's drive to construct state industrial capitalism. The new industrial labor force basically supported Stalin and his policies, Thurston 1996, ch. 5. It did so despite a rising rate of exploitation. Especially the newer industrial workers largely supported the shock brigades, increased competition, the Stakhanovite movement, and peace wages. With relatively few exceptions, they accepted the increase in the intensity of their labor and the fall in the value of their labor power partly because of the new role assigned to them by the state and the party. They were treated as cultural heroes, provided job security, and thus given unprecedented recognition and dignity. Moreover, the state and party offered historically unprecedented advancement opportunities to them and, via mass education, to their children. Recognized and celebrated as the progenitors of the new communist civilization soon to emerge, industrial workers seemed willing to make the necessary present sacrifices to achieve the future plenty that would soon arrive. Women workers perhaps best exemplified the contradictions of the 1930s. Their lives changed dramatically as millions more began to sell their labor power to factories and offices. Females in the state capitalist economy rose from 28.6% of total employment in 1928 to 40% by 1940. Barber and Davis 1994, 88. They were officially recognized as equal partners and co-builders with men of the new communist civilization, a significant change in their social identification. Their rising participation in the industrial labor force, added to the general decrease of unemployment, enabled Soviet urban households' real consumption per capita to fall much less across the 1930s than workers' real wages. Chapman 1963, 166 to 167. However, women, like men, were employed in state capitalist industry at an increasing rate of exploitation. Women, more than men, confronted the full costs of unequal exchanges in the retail markets, the endless lines and daily tensions of shopping as well as the prices. The contradictions faced by Soviet women were not restricted to the factory or office. Working outside the household in the 1930s proved no escape from the long-established feudalism that continued inside it. Women. The Soviet state could only increase the exploitation of industrial workers while also imposing unequal exchanges upon them so long as they accepted such conditions. Mollifying men and women with public services was only part of securing their acceptance, while reinforcing household feudalism and providing women with nurseries were other parts. Just as important was a powerful optimism about the future systematically nurtured by promoting the visible successes of Soviet industrialization as proud markers of rapid modernization. The job site empowerment of workers flowing from the severe excess demand for their labor power itself a product of rapid industrialization and from official ideology also encouraged such optimism. As Thurston 1996, ch. 5 and especially 169 to 172 shows, workers at factory meetings or caught up in the Stakhanovite movement won and used rights to participate in setting work norms including the tempo of their labor. They voiced criticisms of managers' attempts to control their labor, and even complained publicly about the shortages of consumer goods they faced. Despite exploitation, shortages, and high prices and all the resulting tensions, the larger social context of the USSR in the 1930s made many industrial workers strong supporters of Stalin. They embraced the socialism he was understood to be constructing for and with them. Not surprisingly, they never inquired about, much less protested, the production, appropriation, and distribution of industrial surpluses. They focused instead on the exciting new reality in which factory and office managers seemed obliged to listen and respond to their complaints and criticisms about managerial abuse, inefficiencies, safety and quality control within the factory, and the availability of consumer goods. The Soviet Communist Party and media proved themselves responsive, more or less, to the workers' concerns. At least formally, the workers' state and party championed workers' more immediate interests for the sake of national production and modernization and also to prove the importance of having the state under the workers' party's control. By focusing their activities among the workers in these ways, party and state officials reinforced the absence of all consciousness of class and surplus labor terms among themselves as well as across the population. Soviet state capitalism in the 1930s built successfully on what the NEP had achieved. Nonetheless, however muted or invisible, dangers to the regime remained. There were growing tensions inside stressed feudal households and inside collective farms strained by the gap between the surpluses they produced and what the state took from them. The competition between ancient and communist farm class structures undermined their symbiotic connection. The stark difference between workers' value added in production and the value returned to them as their wages threatened to surface wherever conflicts arose between workers and state industrial officials. The intrigues and machinations among state and party bureaucrats from different industries and regions, battling over disposition of the state's rising revenues, persistently distorted economic planning and administration with potentially devastating social effects. Yet the Soviet system brought to maturity in the 1930s held such dangers and threats in check for the next 50 years, even as catastrophic external risks added to the internal contradictions. Eventually, however, the Soviet state and the party could no longer extract from exploitation, unequal exchanges, and the other revenue measures we have surveyed enough revenue to sustain the network of expenditures military, cultural, political, and so on necessary for their reproduction. The potential dangers lurking throughout the 1930s then erupted into actual crises. As Chapter 10 will show, such crises and the particular global conjuncture after 1975 proved more than the Soviet state and the party could manage. Drastic changes in politics and culture then ushered in complex class transitions, above all a major shift from state-backed to private capitalism in industry. The other side of workers' decreased real wages was the state's continuing expansion of the output of means of production far faster than the growth of consumer goods production. Household consumption fell as a percentage of net national product from 82% in 1928 to merely 55% in 1937. Net investment over the same period rose from 10% to 23% of net national product. Davis, Harrison, and Wheatcroft 1994, 272. The relentless excess demand for consumer goods provoked especially dangerous daily tensions. In state stores frustrated shoppers strained a poor retail service system that deteriorated further across the 1930s. Pinched retail sales forces adopted indifference to cope with their inability even remotely to satisfy the shoppers, whose frustration worsened in a vicious cycle of resentments. The rising market prices and uncontrolled markets angered the buyers already frustrated from their experiences in the state stores. The rudeness and sarcasm of retail interactions made daily life even more difficult. Yet, paradoxically, the consumer's malaise worked to help sustain state capitalism, even as it also undermined it. In effect, the state had displaced onto the retail distribution system many of the strains and frustrations produced by Soviet state capitalism's lowering of real wages while driving up workers' productivity. The retail store, and then the household, absorbed many of the costs and problems of a rising rate of state capitalist exploitation. Industrial workers turned their frustrations on the retail distribution system, and when that yielded little relief, the tension spilled into their overcrowded and undersupplied households. While this deflected workers' attention and disaffection from their job sites and hence from their exploitation there, it made consumption the flashpoint of rising alienation from the Soviet system as a whole. If not checked by more individual consumer goods, expanded supplies of collective goods especially housing, and over effective campaigns for still more workers' sacrifices, the growing alienation could fatally erode social support for the Soviet system. And this would be yet more dangerous if Soviet citizens became aware and envious of much higher standards of individual consumption abroad. Soviet leaders' efforts to solve the problems of unsatisfied consumers often merely compounded them, or else they capitulated, sooner or later, to other priorities. For example, paying higher money wages only added to the excess demand problem. Chapman 1963, 115. Then the second five-year plan sought to compensate somewhat for the first five-year plan's concentration on industrial expansion by emphasizing much greater consumer goods production. However, fear of war in Europe intervened to negate that emphasis and resume the expansion of means of production rather than means of consumption. 1966, 269-280. Likewise, rising labor productivity across all industries might have yielded increased supplies of consumer goods. Instead, the state manipulated price ratios between means of production and means of consumption to prevent that. While the unit costs, i.e., value, in Marxian terms of both kinds of goods fell, the state did not correspondingly lower the prices of means of production. This forced consumer goods enterprises to pay prices increasingly higher than the costs over values of the means of production they purchased. Simply put, consumer goods enterprises suffered from unequal exchanges with producer goods enterprises. This squeezed the resources available to consumer goods enterprises and thus depressed the growth rate of output they might otherwise have achieved. 33 The unequal exchange imposed by the state once again favored the means of production industries at the expense of the consumer goods industries. The threat of war looming in the later 1930s only added to the discrimination against consumer goods production already embedded in policies that flowed from the dominant Soviet theory of socialist construction. It held that after Lenin's early socialization of industrial production and Stalin's extension of socialization to agriculture collectivization, what remained was to unfetter the industrial forces of production. This was interpreted to mean an explosion of growth in heavy industry, in the capacity to produce means of production. Once completed hopefully in one five-year plan or two, the basis would exist for an explosion in consumer goods production capacity and output. Consumer goods would eventually be distributed according to need rather than according to work performed. The powerful Soviet state, required to reach that point, would then wither away. To achieve such a transition from socialism to communism needed several more years of workers' sacrifices accompanying massive industrial construction. International dangers added to the sacrifices and to the emphasis on non-consumer goods production. The continuing discrimination against consumer goods production profoundly affected Soviet state capitalism beyond the already noted tensions and conflicts imposed on retail trade and households. Limiting investment in consumer goods production hobbled the development of new technologies and productivity gains there. It also blocked the development of new consumption goods, cars, household appliances, consumer electronics, clothing, and improvements in the quality of the old consumer goods. In short, the successes of Soviet heavy industrialization were intricately interwoven theoretically as well as practically with the relative underdevelopment of consumer goods production and consumption. The latter became a kind of Achilles heel of Soviet state capitalism when it was eventually compared to the development of consumer goods in the private capitalist economies of the West and Japan. Stalinism and class. This chapter has focused chiefly on the class processes of the USSR in the 1930s, how surpluses were produced, appropriated, and distributed, and how those class processes influenced Soviet development generally. In contrast, others who analyzed the Soviet Union over the past 50 years rarely considered those processes, let alone examined them systematically. Instead, the dimension of Soviet development in the 1930s that drew the attention often obsessively of virtually all analysts, especially during the Cold War after 1945, was Stalinism. We conclude this chapter by investigating its relationship to class. Stalinism in the 1930s refers to a certain extreme or excessive quality of the main social transformations of the time. It denotes the dictatorial coordination of the state and party apparatuses that force through those transformations. Stalinism represents both the driving and the driven results. More than merely one variant of the more general notion of totalitarianism, Stalinism in the USSR of the 1930s and also later became that notion's definitional incarnation. Thus Stalin described Soviet industrial growth in the 1930s and thereafter as very similar to military strategy, single-minded concentration on a strategic timing and crucial line of thrust. 1966, 244. Cohen criticized Stalinism as more than a totalitarian state, an excess, a wildly extravagant use of state power. 1977, 12. The still more critical Fitzpatrick portrayed Stalinism as a new culture established in the 1930s, Cultural Revolution as Class War 1984, 7-40. Such descriptions across the political spectrum reflect a shared sense of what the 1930s represented for Soviet society. Debate over Stalinism colors studies of the USSR to this day. Cohen 1977. Many analysts conceive Stalinism as the phenomenal form of an underlying power drive that always governed the USSR. Born in the October Revolution, barely held at bay during the NEP, despotism was fully realized and embodied in Stalin and his centralized state bureaucracy, that is, in Stalinism. Others disagree, they prefer to see Stalinism as a discontinuity in Soviet history. Some equate Stalinism with socialism or communism, while others stress their incompatibility. Similar oppositions swirl around the relation of Stalinism to Russian history before 1917 and to global hostilities afterward. Because we approach Stalinism as the interaction of a particular set of class and non-class processes, we reach different conclusions. Stalinism's distinguishing class components included capitalist exploitation in state-owned and operated industries, a shifting mix of communist, ancient, and capitalist class structures in collective and state farms, and feudal and ancient class structures inside households. Stalinism's non-class components included rapid economic growth, suppression of consumption, political terror and considerable workplace democracy, often chaotic and inefficient state planning, and a cultural mix of resigned pessimism and utopian hope. Our research found nothing to suggest that Stalinism's particular class and non-class processes and contradictions were inevitable. Nor were they inscribed in some intrinsic nature attributable to Bolshevism, Marxism, Leninism, the Russian or Slavic souls, economic underdevelopment, a backward agriculture, state-industrial capitalism, foreign enmity, or Soviet geography. Rather, Stalinism emerged from the specific intermingling of cultural, political, and economic circumstances, foreign as well as domestic, particular to the 1930s. Indeed, as those circumstances changed, so too did the Stalinism overdetermined by them. The foundational commitment to build an industrial state capitalism emphasizing heavy industry provoked Stalin to replace one particular set of agricultural class structures with another. Alongside the gains from these class changes, new class contradictions appeared. They were as dangerous for the USSR, albeit in different ways, as the contradictions that led to collectivization. Stalin tried to manage them. The successes and failures of the effort to manage the new class contradictions were important aspects of Stalinism that shaped every other aspect. Managing the contradictory and contested class structures of the 1930s led Stalin's state apparatus to perform a set of non-class processes expanding itself into i.e., establishing a massive state bureaucracy. The state allocated a significant portion of its revenues to recruit, train, pay, and equip a huge bureaucratic army. The continual adjustment of that bureaucracy to rapidly changing circumstances proved to be as difficult, costly, and urgent as its establishment. Beyond its tasks of planning, monitoring, coordinating, and controlling the Soviet economy and performing parallel tasks in relation to Soviet politics, the bureaucracy also had a top priority task in relation to culture in the USSR. The goal was a culture that celebrated or at least tolerated massive bureaucratic intervention in all aspects of life. In coordination with the Communist Party similarly expanding, the state bureaucracy had to design, disseminate, and inculcate new or at least significantly changed attitudes, values, and behaviors. These cultural changes were aimed to integrate formerly ancient, agrarian masses into all levels of the industrial enterprises, into urban environments, into the altered class structures of agriculture, and into the state and party bureaucracies as well. The new culture had to justify and celebrate as necessary and heroic sacrifices the serious difficulties of its diverse class structures. In addition to the falling real wages and countless consumer goods shortages suffered by workers and strained households, those difficulties included the state-set prices, tractor rentals, taxes, and state fees that favored industry against agriculture. The new culture not only aimed to diffuse or deflect political opposition provoked by those sacrifices, it simultaneously exhorted and tried to mobilize ever more effort by all producers of surplus. When that culture did not achieve the desired results, the directly repressive apparatuses of the bureaucracy were deployed. Stalinism included the high financial costs diversions of the social surplus away from industrial growth and social welfare outlays to sustain the massive bureaucracy. It embodied the immense social and psychological consequences of bureaucratic performance of its assigned tasks. Soviet farmers found their political, cultural, and economic activities falling under deepening surveillance, their lives increasingly under state controls. Soviet industrial workers suffered increasingly intrusive measures to promote and enforce factory work discipline, often against the workers' opposition. 34 Dissent was banned or tightly circumscribed. Intellectuals and other producers of culture were either absorbed into the bureaucracy's mission or else demonized by those who were. The Stalinist policies and bureaucracy quickly encountered their own contradictions. Controversies erupted within the state as it too became a site, much like households and retail stores, of struggles often displaced from the class confrontations in production. Carrying forward debates from the 1920s, some groups in the state and the party opposed a too rapid socialist industrialization that would too severely restrict the USSR's non-socialist agriculture. 35 Even those who agreed with Stalin's official theory of socialist construction did not always agree with the means or tempo of Stalinism. 36 Stalinism thus represented precisely what those state and party officials had criticized and warned against. They feared its consequences: chaos, stagnation, a disenchanted working class, a repressive bureaucracy, a sullen and resentful population, counter-revolution. 37 Among Stalinism's early critics were many old Bolsheviks with great personal prestige inside and outside the state and the party. They raised opposition to high theoretical levels, questioning not only particular policies and actions but Stalinism as a whole. Their social influence confronted Stalin and the emerging Stalinism with a major struggle over which ideas, politics, and economic plans would dominate. More than a struggle over who would control the state and the party, it was also a struggle over which class processes would be promoted and which extinguished, what exploitative and non-exploitative class positions Soviet citizens would experience, what roles state and party power would play. Stalinism was in part the response to this opposition and to all that it had represented during the NEP period and into the 1930s. Stalin's group within the state and party suppressed its critics and opponents there. It silenced their arguments, reforms, and alternative strategies to remove the political danger they represented. 38 In 1933 and then again in 1937-38, Stalin's group purged existing state and party officials, even as it created many new bureaucratic positions. Those eliminated were often older Bolsheviks, experienced veterans of the NEP struggles over economic policy. The young cadres who replaced them owed their personal rise from humble beginnings often to powerful and well-paid bureaucratic positions to Stalin's group. They gave theoretical and political allegiance and often unquestioning loyalty to Stalin and Stalinism. They worked hard to inculcate the same across Soviet society. Deutsche 1968, 339. Over the 1930s, Stalin's loyal state and party officials performed the bureaucratic processes that expanded industrial state capitalism, siphoned surpluses from the communist and ancient class structures prevailing in agriculture, and reinforced the feudal and ancient class structures of households. Thus, for example, they raised the state to be the engine of transition to communism. No other Marxist movement had ever before assigned such overarching importance for the achievement of communism to so absolutely powerful a state apparatus. Stalinism pronounced classes abolished. The state-owned factories and the collectivized agriculture, freed finally from class conflicts and contradictions, could now realize their productive potential under and because of the state's management and control. Communism and economic abundance would come soon if and only if Stalinism mobilized the people to repel external enemies, silence their internal counterparts, and thereby let the Soviet socialization of production work its wonders unimpeded. The Stalinist culture thus further developed and deepened productionist attitudes and philosophies. Virtually all calculations of social issues were reduced to numbers of produced outputs and producing workers, so much grain produced, so many tons of steel forthcoming, ever more industrial workers and new factories constructed. Such measures of progress fit a conception of communism in which underdeveloped forces of production remained as the only barrier to its achievement. Previous Bolshevik debates about, references to, and concern with the USSR's relations of production, sometimes called class relations, all but disappeared from Stalinist discourse. Stalinism did categorize opponents and dissidents within and without the state as class bourgeois enemies of the now classless USSR. Stalinism also built upon the actuality of intrigues by the USSR's foreign enemies to magnify the image of a socialist homeland besieged by capitalist predators deploying agents and, when possible, armies against it. It merged that image with a rekindling of classic Russian nationalism. No longer would the USSR be backward, ever susceptible to Western economic, political, and cultural imperialism. Part of Stalinism became a nationalist cultural mandate, to ensure that workers would take pride in the building of a modern industrial socialism in their country alone, one that would develop the capacity to resist all foreign threats. Soon it even would have the capacity to export its successful socialism by example or otherwise to the rest of the world. Stalinist images of a strong state mobilizing the nation in a successful socialist rush to modernization promoted as assuring safety from foreigners as well as prosperity at home served many functions. These images explained, justified, and encouraged the sacrifices by industrial and agricultural workers. By and large, the former seemed to tolerate low real wages, while their productivity rose. The collective farmers seemed to endure the low real incomes they received from collective farm work, while fulfilling the state's rising demand for grains. Inside households, Soviet men and women accepted, albeit no less grudgingly than elsewhere, the exploitative class structures and privations of that social site. The earlier Bolshevik notions and dreams of going beyond feudal and bourgeois family structures faded. The Stalinist culture of the 1930s thus helped to secure a rising rate of class exploitation in capitalist industry, a squeezing of communist agriculture, and docile households. The costly fight for that culture seemed, at least to its proponents, to have been warranted. While crucial in these ways, Stalinist culture did not suffice. A Stalinist politics was also mounted to secure the USSR's distinctive 1930s mix of class and non-class processes. The new entrants into the state and party bureaucracies used rules, force, and terror to manage agricultural and industrial workers, managers and planners, artists, educators, scientists, soldiers, and police officials alike. Fitzpatrick argues that the purges and trials produced an environment of crisis. To justify the regime's demands for sacrifice, the wreckers also served as scapegoats for economic failure, shortages of consumer goods, and a general fall in urban living standards as resources were channeled into the priority area of heavy industry. 1984, 12. Stalinist culture and politics often slid into cultural and political repression. On the other hand, as we argued above, the Stalinist culture celebrating workers also empowered them in particular ways. Workers in factories organized meetings and aired grievances. Meetings of collective farmers were required and often raised problems of all sorts. Managers at all levels seeking inputs to meet mandatory output quotas found limited freedoms to maneuver around official plans. Women newly participating in the paid labor force found some expression for their concerns. The Stalinist society took on a curious blend of partial, carefully delimited freedoms. Even as it grew more repressive, both dimensions flowed from Stalinism's function to hold together the particular Soviet social formation of the 1930s and thereafter. Finally, Stalinist officials in the state and the party directly planned, organized, and managed industrial enterprises and, via the MTS, collective farms as well. Parallel to Stalinism in the political and cultural spheres of Soviet life, a distinctively Stalinist economy emerged in the 1930s as well. Official campaigns of unprecedented intensity drove relentlessly to raise the ratio of machines to humans in production, promote Stakhanovism, tighten worker discipline, and threaten workers with myriad punishments. The glorified aim in industry was rising labor productivity. In agriculture, the goal was an equally dramatic provision of ever more food and raw materials to supply industry even as masses of peasants were pushed from the countryside into the urban industries. The combined effects of the cultural, political, and economic processes comprising Stalinism enabled the class structures in Soviet industry and agriculture to yield industrial growth. That is why Stalin's Council of Ministers distributed so much of its surpluses to the state and party bureaucrats providing these processes. Receiving such distributed shares of the social surplus enabled industrial managers to employ more machines and workers, planners to direct the flows and exchanges among industrial and agricultural enterprises, party officials to oversee and intervene, mobilize effort, mitigate excesses, and institute reforms, the military to protect the USSR from foreign attack, police to discipline and terrorize workers, educators to train them, and artists and writers to properly motivate everyone to endorse Stalinism as the path to a modern communist society. Each particular bureaucratic agency demanded its share of the surpluses appropriated and distributed by the Council of Ministers. Each contested for more and feared that its shares might flow to others. For example, the growing German threat across the 1930s prompted greater military demands on the Council's distributions. Rather than reduce distributions to the other bureaucratic agencies supporting the Soviet system, the Council pressed the workers to generate greater surpluses. Other bureaucrats were pressed into service to campaign anew for the workers' sacrifices needed to meet the German threat. In this and other ways, Stalinism increased industrial exploitation and the squeezing of collective farmers, even as it was also an effect of both phenomena. Stalinism was thus neither a counter-revolution to socialism nor a continuation of it. Rather, it represented a particular phase in the development of the USSR's peculiar mix of class processes and non-class processes. Above all, Stalinism refers to the non-class processes that Stalin's group thought necessary to secure that mix which it defined as socialism. In Marx's sense of communism as a particular social organization of surplus labor, as argued in our first chapter, Stalinism's only connection to communism lay in its collectivization of agriculture. And, as argued above, Stalinism also undermined the communist class structures on collective farms after it had established them. Stalinism's chief result in class terms was also its chief purpose, to solidify the overwhelming predominance of an expanding industrial state capitalism in the USSR. On that basis, Stalinism modernized its industry, organized a massive state and party bureaucracy, built an army able to stop Hitler, inaugurated an ambitious social welfare program of collective consumption, and froze its politics and culture into a rigid statism. However, to sustain the industrial growth and secure the cultural, political, and economic processes that comprise the Stalinism required expanding surpluses appropriated from state capitalist workers and expanding surpluses siphoned from collective agriculture via unequal exchanges. The next and final chapter continues the dialectics of this story, focusing on the contradictions of the post-war Stalinist period and the fading of Stalinism in subsequent reforms. It will be shown how, when, and why the Soviet state could not finally find enough surplus to sustain the state capitalism that it called socialism or even the USSR as a nation. Appendix A, the value equation for collective farms. Using our previous notation, let us stand for the proportion of the crop retained by the collective to support members' consumption in kind, fodder for animals and reserves, and allowed sales on private markets. 1A stands, then, for that required proportion sold to state procurement agencies. 39 In Marxian value terms, the collective's trading equation with state capitalist merchants alone becomes IV over UVG 1A times UVG equals IV over UV times UVV plus IV over UV times UVC plus SSCP company. The first term on the left-hand side of the equation is the total value measured in Marx's labor terms of agricultural products sold by the collective to state merchants. That value is a product of two terms, the unit value of agricultural products, IV over UVG, times the state-mandated proportion of products produced, 1A times UVG. The collective's marketed value equals the sum of three kinds of expenditures: the value paid to state merchants for industrial consumer goods, IV over UV times UVV, for capital goods to replace those used up in the agricultural production process, IV over UV times UVC, and for the value of communist subsumed class payments, SSCP company. The latter sum includes tax payments to the state, rents to MTS, capital accumulation within the collective, insurance charges, interest paid on state loans, and distributions to secure various funds within the collective. Appendix B, the value crisis of collective farms. To show how different pricing conditions threaten communist farmers, we may recast our previous trading equation for them in three ways. First, we value the crop that farmers delivered to state merchants in procurement prices received POG and farmers purchased consumer manufactures, including processed food, in prices paid PV in uncontrolled markets. Second, we include and add to the procurement value of the supply quota the value in labor terms of the crop retained by farmers, where A stands for the proportion kept by them of over UVG UVG. 43rd. By including this latter term, we need to account for what farmers did with their retained crops. Three new terms explain their distributions. One proportion A1 went to replace seed and fodder used up to produce the crop, another proportion A2 was retained for human consumption, and a third was distributed for reserves SSCP company Res. Because of the pressures placed on collectives, these respective proportions often became objects of intense struggle. The new equation's net revenues are a combination of the communist class structures realized and produced values less the exchange values of replaced means of production. The resulting net revenues are then expended by farmers to secure, respectively, their consumption, accumulation, cultural, tax, rent, and other such needs. The equation becomes POG 1, a UVG plus IV over UVG a UVG, IV over UVG QVC plus IV over UVG A1 UVG PV UVV plus IV over UVG A2 UVG plus SSCP company plus SSCP company Res. The first term in brackets on the left-hand side of the equation measures the total value of the collective farmer's crop, the value they realize in selling a portion of the output to the state at procurement prices POG 1A UVG plus the state set value of that portion of the crop they retain for their own use of over UVG UVG. Continuing, the second bracketed term measures the total state set value of constant capital replaced in the process of crop production. The right side of the equation is a composite measure of market and state set exchange values. It shows how the value added of communist farmers was used to reproduce their lives. The first bracketed term measures the amount they expended on consumption, and the second the amount the state mandated in subsumed class distributions. As we shall see, these different expenditures both sustained and undermined that class structure. 41 The equation's inequality indicates the very unfavorable movement in communism's terms of trade. Chapter 10. Class Contradictions and the Collapse. The USSR was born out of class contradictions similar to those in which it died. In 1917, Russian private capitalism and its social context, especially the distribution of private property, markets, and the Tsarist state, had either collapsed or reached such extremes as to undermine confidence and support. Socialist critics of the ultimate unworkability and unacceptability of private capitalism responded vigorously to growing sympathy for their arguments and programs. The crisis of 1917 provoked the USSR's birth in a transition chiefly from private to state capitalism. In the 1980s, it was the state capitalism and its social context, especially collective property, state planning, and the Communist Party, that were in critical decay. This crisis reversed the direction of 1917. This transition went from state back to private capitalism. In class terms, no crash happened at the end of the 1980s. It was rather certain non-class aspects of Soviet society that changed dramatically. Their impact on Soviet class structures was marginal and limited. The demise of the USSR was not a collapse of communist class structures in favor of the capitalist alternative. The USSR as a nation and the social position of the Communist Party collapsed. In contrast, the USSR's class structures marginally adjusted. Charles Dickens once tried to capture in a novel how one historical moment could be both the best of times and the worst of times. In Marx's language, every moment is understood as the play of such contradictions. Richard B. Day identifies the contradictions in the USSR of the mid-1970s as such a best over worst historical moment. 1995, 275-276. Soviet leaders and supporters then celebrated what they understood as the best of times. They believed that the Cold War project containment of the USSR and its satellites had failed. The USSR had grown industrially, militarily, and in global influence. Estimates of Soviet economic growth between 1929 and 1970, and especially after 1950, by Soviet officials, the CIA, and independent academic economists showed stunningly rapid development, far greater than U.S. growth over the same periods. Gregory and Stewart, 1998, 225-226. Reveling in global superpower status and rising domestic standards of living, Soviet spokespersons and supporters exulted. 1 The achievement of peaceful coexistence represented the containment of capitalism, and when Brezhnev launched his own adventures in Angola, Ethiopia, and Afghanistan, he acted in the conviction that capitalism was in historical decline. Day 1995, 275, italics and original. The peaking of Soviet achievements and self-confidence from 1950 to 1975 confirmed the faith of Soviet leaders, while it challenged the faith of those who presumed that the Soviet system would fail. Of course, the USSR's critics and enemies found evidence for the bad sides of Soviet life, especially in terms of civil rights and political freedoms. They repeated or reformulated long-standing critiques of the USSR as an economically inefficient and politically undemocratic political system, a coupling which they insisted would surely undermine the USSR eventually. Yet these arguments, however effective in supporting hostilities toward the Soviet system, lost persuasiveness as the USSR's economic and political situation improved steadily from the war's end to the mid-1970s. The critics offered no credible arguments as to how or why the USSR would collapse a decade later. 2. Neither Soviet leaders nor their supporters nor their critics analyzed the class contradictions of Soviet society. As those contradictions evolved after World War II to undermine the successes and deepen the deficiencies of Soviet society, its leaders could neither recognize nor cope with them. By the mid-1980s, a decade's sense of decline became, for both the leaders and masses of Soviet society, a shared crisis of confidence in what they understood as Soviet socialism. The leaders' failure to cope combined with this crisis to revive the faith of those, inside and outside the USSR, who believed in Soviet socialism's impracticability and in private market capitalism's superiority. Class structures after World War II. The destruction and trauma of World War II for the USSR, arguably the worst suffered by any combatant nation. Keep 1995, Dunham 1976, 214 ff., did not basically change the pre-war class structures. Industry remained state capitalist. Despite various reforms and liberalizations after Stalin's death, Successive regimes never fundamentally challenged nor even questioned state capitalist industry as central to what they deemed Soviet socialism. Only with Gorbachev and Yeltsin did the shift from state-backed to private capitalist industrial enterprises become significant. Gregory and Stewart 1998, 301-304. In agriculture, only the distribution of farms among the different kinds of coexisting class structures of production changed. The relative importance of state capitalist farms rose vis-à-vis both the collective farms and the ancient class structures on the individual private plots. 3 Some of these collective farms retained their communist class structures while others changed to swell the numbers of collective farms with capitalist class structures. 4 The argument of this chapter leads us henceforth to refer to communist and over capitalist collective farms, since the term collective farms abstracts from their different and shifting class structures. Lastly, households retained their mix of feudal and ancient class structures. Alongside state capitalist industries, state capitalist farms, private capitalist and communist collective farms, and private ancient plots, a so-called second economy existed throughout Soviet history. Grossman 1977, 1989. It comprised unofficial, largely unacknowledged, and sometimes illegal enterprises of all sorts. Since the second economy grew quickly after the mid-1970s and since its enterprises were largely organized as ancient class structures, the latter thus grew relative to other class structures inside the USSR. To supplement the surpluses it appropriated within industrial state capitalist enterprises, the state continued to gain revenues at the expense of private communist collective farms and private capitalist collective farms. As before World War II, the means to accomplish this diversion of surpluses from private to state class structures were: 1. State-set prices that turned the terms of trade between industrial and agricultural products in favor of industry, and 2. State taxes and fees levied upon farm enterprises. Additionally, the state appropriated increasing surpluses directly on the ever more numerous state capitalist farms. In this case, turning the terms of trade against state capitalist farms reallocated revenues within the state from its state agricultural to its state industrial enterprises. 5 Of course, these levies upon state and non-state agricultural enterprises made more difficult the securing of their class structures' conditions of existence. Thus the shift from collective to state farms did little to change the basic precariousness of Soviet agriculture. Besides appropriating surpluses from industrial and farm workers and obtaining subsumed and non-class revenues from terms of trade effects and taxes on agriculture, the state also relied on indirect taxes, turnover taxes levied directly on the retail prices of commodities. Starting in the early 1930s, this tax eventually became by the 1980s the most important source of total state tax revenues. The turnover tax represented a growing source of non-class revenues for the state at the expense of reducing workers' real personal incomes. To the degree that the state continued allocating resources to the production of capital rather than consumer goods, the result was excess demand for consumer goods, although this excess was mitigated by post-war increases in consumer goods production. The excess demand that remained was largely removed by the state using the turnover tax to raise retail prices to consumers over and above their values per unit. 6. The post-war Soviet economy continued to comprise an interdependent, contradictory complex of these multiple, different class structures, contradictory because they simultaneously provided and undermined one another's conditions of existence. State capitalist industrial enterprises purchased outputs from and sold key inputs to the state capitalist farms and the private capitalist and communist collective farms. These exchanges supported all the class structures engaged in them. Yet once again, the state's price and other policies directed against agriculture enabled state capitalist industry to gain subsumed and non-class revenues above and beyond its surplus value. Such value inflows at the cost of class structures in agriculture permitted a more rapid industrial capital accumulation, an expanded Communist Party and state bureaucracy, and growing levels of collective consumption, even while it threatened the viability of farms. At the same time, the state capitalist farms and the private capitalist and communist collective farms provided many of the conditions of existence: equipment, storage, etc. for family ancient farming plots. Yet those ancient class-structured plots took individual farmers' time and energy away from work on the state and collective farms, thereby threatening their class structures. 7. Soviet household class structures yielded surpluses in part because industrial and agricultural class structures provided household members with personal incomes, that is, with means for household surpluses to be produced. Because such surpluses supplemented the other incomes flowing into households from outside, they served in the circumstances to compensate somewhat for low wages and high turnover taxes. 8 In value terms, feudal household surpluses delivered by women to men thus lowered the value of these men's labor power, i.e., the wages they had to be paid and thereby raise the rate of surplus value. Similarly, the production chiefly by women of both feudal and ancient household surpluses relieved some of the pressure on the Soviet state to devote the surpluses it gathered to the production of use values delivered free or subsidized to households as elements of collective consumption. This too freed more of the state's surpluses for use in industrial capital accumulation or for the party and bureaucracy. Women worked doubly as surplus producers outside as well as inside households. 9 The resulting exhaustion of women, their limited individual incomes, and the insufficient albeit growing state-provided public services served to exacerbate tensions within household relationships, thereby undermining their class structures and threatening the continued production of household surplus labor. Lapidus 1978.10 Soviet households' problems reacted back upon the class structures outside households. The endless references to problematic worker discipline, morale, and productivity in Soviet industrial and agricultural enterprises suggest the contradictory relationship between class structures inside and outside households. They both supported and undermined one another. The net effect, whether the stability of mutual support or the explosion of mutual destruction, depended on the larger social context, the non-class conditions that overdetermined the class structures. In class terms, the post-war USSR differed only slightly from the pre-war USSR. Both were fragile complexes of class structures caught up in contradictory relationships precariously balanced. For its first 50 years a remarkable set of circumstances combined to hold together the fragile Soviet class configurations as their composition changed in the ways we have sought to trace. Internal catastrophes, actual and anticipated foreign attacks, forced march preparations for and recoveries from both catastrophes and attacks, and socialist fervor combined to produce historically unprecedented social development and to prevent the contradictions of the USSR's class structures from exploding. The euphoria and consolidation of the revolution drove the first decade. Completing the revolution by spreading it from industry to agriculture, collectivization drove the second. Forced march industrialization arose across the first 2 decades to become the spirit of the third. Winning and recovering from World War II defined the fourth and fifth decades. Soviet history includes the awesome, unprecedented 50-year achievement of not only sustained unity but industrialization and superpower status alongside the United States. All this happened despite the devastation of 2 world wars, a civil war which included foreign invasions, agricultural collectivization, almost another civil war, and continuously dangerous encirclements and containments. Yet, not the least irony of Soviet history is that this achievement proved to be as well its undoing. When finally the USSR could stalemate its enemies, arrange a détente with the United States, and open its borders toward more regular political, cultural, and economic interactions, it could not find a new driving spirit for these new circumstances that could hold together the contradictions of its ever-fragile class composition. Beginning in the 1970s, post-war non-class changes altered the balance among contradictory Soviet class structures. Mutual support gave way to mutual weakening. Dissatisfaction, resentment, corruption, and conflict deepened. Initially, Soviet leaders searched for particular solutions to what they saw then as the particular problems of state industries, state farms, collective farms, and households. As these proved ineffective, there arose instead a society-wide sense of a need for some more fundamental, sweeping reorganization of the entire system. This set the stage for the collapse of the late 1980s. Throughout the post-war period, Soviet achievements and problems received often intense debates and sustained academic and policy-oriented examinations. As conditions deteriorated across the 1970s and 1980s, the quality of debate and examination became more open and far-reaching than it had been since the 1920s. Yet at no time were Soviet analysts able to bring any sustained class analytical apparatus to bear on the central issues. Unofficially, Marxian society could not deploy a Marxian class analysis to save itself. Partly this happened because official culture denied the possibility of a complex class structure existing inside the already socialist USSR. Partly the absence of a sophisticated culture of debate over the different definitions of class within Marxism deprived post-war Soviet citizens of the means to undertake class analyses. Deeply influenced, often more than they realized, by Soviet society's class blindness, both sympathizers and enemies outside the USSR offered very little class analysis and none of the surplus labor kind that Soviet citizens might have borrowed. Since the resources of Marxian class analytics were thus largely unavailable, they were not utilized to understand or cope with the problems of the post-war USSR. No transcendent or intrinsic inevitability attaches to post-war Soviet history and the remarkable differences between the changes in its class and non-class aspects. The response to social deterioration after the mid-1970s might have been different and successful in reversing the collapse. A radical change of class structures, for example, a serious, society-wide experiment with communist class structures in industry, a return to and reform of communist class structures in agriculture, a renewed interest in an experiment with communist class structures in households is one alternative that might have been attempted. Had Marxian class consciousness and debates over the class analysis of the USSR been major features of Soviet life, that alternative might have received more attention or even become official policy. In class terms, two basic questions confronted the post-war USSR. First, with the surpluses appropriated from state capitalist industries and farms, the value flows from terms of trade manipulations and taxes at the expense of collectives, and the turnover taxes on workers suffice for the state to fund the USSR's program of heavy industrial capital accumulation, its superpower costs military and political, its state and party expenses, and a growing allocation to raise collective consumption housing, medical care, etc. 11. Second, would the Soviet state and the party be able to manage the economic, political, and cultural non-class processes needed to allow the USSR's fragile structure of classes to survive? The next three sections of the chapter show how changes in post-war Soviet culture, politics, and economics plunged the USSR's class structures and the Soviet state into a mutually reinforcing spiral and a crisis. Post-war culture. Post-war changes in Soviet culture understood in Raymond Williams's Sense of Structures of Feeling 1977, 128-135 affected its class structures in two interrelated ways. Cultural changes aggravated some class structures' problems by contributing to their difficulties in generating enough surpluses to sustain themselves. At the same time, they contributed to strengthening other class structures by facilitating their generation of more surplus and thereby their ability to survive or grow. In short, cultural changes contributed to altering the relative viabilities and hence proportions among class structures within the Soviet social formation. As noted above, Soviet cultural changes after 1945 did not include any challenge to the inherited lack of class consciousness in the surplus labor sense among Soviet leaders, intellectuals, and people generally. The class structures that comprised Soviet society in the post-war years remained even more than in the 1920s and 1930s beyond conceptualization and hence beyond debate or explicit policy treatment. The contributions of those class structures to Soviet history likewise remained invisible, leaving supporters and critics alike with only the non-class aspects of economy and society, for example, distributions of political power between ruling elites and workers, effective property, and so on to consider in their efforts to understand and shape that history. One complex of cultural changes after the war is associated with the establishment of détente with the West, slowly and in fits and starts from the 1950s to the 1970s. Ryasanovsky 1984, 558-562. The rhetoric and realities of that Cold War period coincided with and often contradicted the concerted Soviet effort to construct agreements and relationships around the concept of a peaceful coexistence or détente. In turn, as détente emerged, it enabled and provoked a set of significant shifts in how Soviet citizens felt about their lives. The siege mentality dissipated gradually, although occasionally revived by moments of Cold War intensification. Public and private decisions were less often reached or justified under the pressures of actual or impending social dangers or catastrophes. Finally, after so many years of forced march preparations for and recoveries from social cataclysms, individual lives could begin to be viewed as occurring in peace not only in the sense of the absence of war but in the sense of a relatively stable normalcy of daily life. Perhaps for the first time since 1917, for many of those who more or less supported the official goals and values of the USSR, the absence of acute social crisis meant that personal needs and desires could become legitimate individual priorities. A certain detachment from feelings of immersion in vast social projects of industrial production, collectivization, constructing a new socialist civilization, war preparation, hysterical purges, and recovery from war became widespread. Stalin's death, the ensuing weakening of Stalinism as a cultural as well as political and economic condition, and détente encouraged this shift toward the personal or private spheres of life. 12 These developments had practical and also symbolic consequences in addition to legitimating the relaxation of the hitherto relentless crisis environment. Détente especially promoted the shift to private life by facilitating all sorts of contacts, communications, and exchanges with Western societies. In the latter, the spheres of private life were officially much more valued than those of public life, and no comparable tradition of siege mentality existed. Soviet sociologists undertook many studies that documented their society's shift toward individual concerns, and they offered varying explanations for it. Schlepenek 1989. There was even considerable official acceptance if not endorsement of the shift. It could be interpreted as proof that the USSR had arrived at the stage where citizens could finally reap those rewards of revolution deferred earlier to defeat its enemies. The officially sanctioned and heavily subsidized post-war production and nationwide dissemination of political posters with impacts perhaps comparable to advertising in Western countries stressed serenity and joyfulness amid abundance, a far cry from the poster themes before and during the war. Bunnell 1997, 260.13. The shift of Soviet feeling and focus from the larger society to the individual concerns of relationship and personal life had several class consequences. A deepened alienation from politics spilled over into a parallel alienation from what might be termed social production. Even before détente, the turbulence of party struggles and the legacy of Stalin's purges had turned many Soviet citizens away from participation in or even engagement with the dangerous domain of politics. But total commitment to the urgent goals of production had been much less affected. With détente, the relaxation of Soviet citizens' public and social foci and activities withdrew energy not only from their relationships with the state and the party, but also from their work in the enterprises identified with the state and the party. Schleppendix 1989, 153-163. Reduced commitments to work in state capitalist enterprises and in private capitalist and communist collective farms took various forms. Earlier patriotic and over-party-driven surges of extra and unpaid labor and campaigns to reduce waste of productive resources occurred less often and less effectively. Many individual Soviet laborers worked less intensely and with less commitment. For them, work became more a job for pay than a social mission, crusade, or project of national salvation. Unlike the 1930s, work intensity and labor productivity declined. Thus, in class terms, one effect of the post-war cultural changes associated with détente entailed such workers producing less surplus labor than before. 14 Of course, this influence operated alongside all the other influences over determining the quantity of surplus that the Soviet state could gather into its hands and devote to its priorities. Yet, just when these priority demands on the state's available surplus were expanding with the USSR's superpower status, it did not augur well for the future that cultural changes were reducing some of the state's surpluses. 15. While the cultural shift into private concerns thus undercut the capitalist class structures of state enterprises and the capitalist and communist class structures of collective farms, it strengthened other class structures in the USSR. Chief among these were the ancient class structures on the private farm plots of individuals and families. They were the more private class structures. Individuals or family groups labored alone rather than collectively with many other people. The widely recognized enthusiasm of Soviet workers for their private farm plots and their remarkable productive efficiency there contrasted ever more sharply with waning labor enthusiasm and troubled labor productivity in capitalist and communist class-structured enterprises. 16. The new Soviet Constitution of 1977 officially recognized and endorsed the private plots as crucial components of Soviet productive life. Where most Bolsheviks after 1917 had considered individual or family farm units as politically necessary but hopefully temporary concessions, Stalin had later re-established them as compensatory adjuncts to agricultural collectivization. After Stalin, Khrushchev had returned to denouncing them as counter to socialist commitment and obstacles to industrial and agricultural growth. The constitutional recognition of 1977 represented the end of such oscillations. Official policy had been forced to accommodate in this basic way the cultural shift to private, personal concerns and its class consequences. Brezhnev and Gorbachev celebrated the importance to Soviet socialism represented by private plots. Official state policy from the mid-1970s on not only celebrated the private plots but also welcomed more or less free markets for much of the produce from them. In this way, many Soviet citizens began, more or less consciously, positively to associate private concerns, market relations, and, in our terms, ancient class structures as components of economic and social progress. A cultural shift had contributed to a class shift that reacted back upon and so further developed the cultural shift. The direction of this interaction, in subtle and different ways, undermined both capitalist and communist class structures. Nor did Soviet leaders stop this undermining. They did not think in such class terms, nor envision any practicable alternative to accommodating private plots, nor could they blame some external or internal enemy for it. Thus it proceeded relatively unchecked. The growth of ancient class structures and markets and their products was not limited to private plot farming. There is evidence, sketchy, of course, that across the post-war period increasing numbers of Soviet citizens supplemented their state jobs with semi-legal and illegal productions of service commodities. Most of these seem to have been organized in individual, ancient class structural forms. Examples include the repair of apartments, automobiles, shoes, and appliances, the provision of transportation, the manufacture of selected consumer goods such as t-shirts, the tutoring of children and adults, and the private practice of medicine and dentistry. Schlepanek 1989, 192-196. Millions of Soviet state employees participated. They worked in such ancient class structures in addition to working within the state's capitalist class structures. This no doubt provoked them to make comparisons just at an historical moment when the latter were experiencing increasing problems and difficulties while the former found increasing acceptance and success. The significance of these cultural changes interacting with the shifting balance of class structures within Soviet society emerged in the 1980s. Then the accumulated difficulties of state capitalism, a result in part of the growing attachments to other non-capitalist class structures, provoked a crisis mentality throughout the USSR. As problems mounted, millions of Soviet citizens began to generalize from their personal histories. As they had shifted personally from reliance chiefly on state capitalist employment to an increasing reliance as well on significant amounts of private ancient self-employment, they began to see or accept a parallel social solution for the USSR. However, absent the class terms deployed here, they utilized instead the dominant concepts and languages of their time and place. They reasoned and spoke about the need to solve the problems of socialism by freeing from the state and from collective activity private over individual initiative and private over individual labor. At first this took the modest form of advocating such new freedoms merely as accompaniments to the state capitalism they called socialism. Later, as the problems deepened, more militant arguments demanded the replacement of socialism with such private initiatives. Of course, this juxtaposition of private over individual versus public over social is very different, theoretically and logically, from the polarity of capitalist versus non-capitalist class structures. Soviet demands for shifts from public to private enterprise rarely addressed whether such private enterprises should have ancient, capitalist, or still other possible class structures. In fact, the private enterprises legal, semi-legal, and illegal that had grown during the post-war period displayed different class structures. Not all were self-employed, individual ancient class structures. For example, one of the more remarkable private enterprises involved teams of freelance builders who supplemented their state jobs by using vacation at other times to engage in construction work across the USSR. Schlepanek 1989, 193. Such building teams did not display individual ancient class structures, but it is not clear whether they organized themselves into capitalist class structures, communist class structures akin, say, to the private communist collective farms, or still other class structural possibilities. In sum, the cultural turn from public, social concerns toward more private, personal foci had effects that included changing the balance among the USSR's class structures. On the one hand, the ancient class structure was favored at the expense of both the capitalist and communist class structures. On the other hand, the general turn toward things private served to legitimate a general, rising valuation of private over social organizations of production. The theoretical class blindness of virtually all observers precluded their inquiring about or debating such private enterprises' class structures. Likewise, their class blindness precluded examining how each of these would differently influence Soviet development generally, its socialist character, or its communist future in particular. Because both Soviet intellectuals and leaders wrote and spoke in terms of public versus private rather than in class surplus labor terms, they contributed to the general invisibility of the class changes underway. Hence no policy debates or actions emerged explicitly to address those changes. In their absence, we can understand the remarkable post-war convergence in the class blindness with which both Soviet intellectuals and leaders and their Western counterparts reasoned about economic and social development generally. Thus, what differentiated capitalist thought in the West from socialist thought in the East was not the absence versus the presence of class analysis in terms of surplus labor. Rather, both kinds of thought utilized the state versus private juxtaposition. They differed only and decreasingly on which was considered positive and which negative for economic and social progress. In the realms of the fine arts, academia, and the top echelons of the natural sciences, the connection between Soviet cultural changes and class is more difficult to delineate. However, we find such a connection in the history of Soviet state and party leaders' struggles with various representatives of high culture. One central theme recurring although in different ways and rhythms was the official goal of connecting culture to class. However, the concept of class at work in the struggles over high culture in the USSR, during and after Stalin, was not the surplus labor concept of Marx at work in this book. Rather it was the classical dualistic differentiation of proletarian versus bourgeois chiefly in terms of rich versus poor. In its cultural expressions, this differentiation amounted to juxtapositions of positive against negative, revolutionary against reactionary, popular against elitist, poor and working against rich and idle, new against old. From the rise and fall of the proletcult and socialist realism movements after the revolution to the rise and fall of the proletarian genetics associated with Lysenko and Zhdanov strictures on literature, Soviet cultural struggles were often represented as displaced forms of the basic class struggle between proletarian and bourgeois tendencies. 17. Such a connection of high culture to class reduced a complexity to a dualistic simplicity. Not merely, as noted by so many critics of Soviet high culture, were all kinds of artistic autonomy and creativity lost by censoring artists allegedly linked to bourgeois rather than socialist over proletarian tendencies. The complex reality of the USSR's multiple, contradictory class structures was also thereby repressed from or at least marginalized within cultural expression. Because Soviet art was so heavily pressed into this proletarian bourgeois dualism, it could only rarely explore or illuminate the complex diversity of the USSR's shifting class realities. Official discourse emanating from state, party, and high culture sources defined post-war state capitalist enterprises and private capitalist and communist collective farm structures altogether as proletarian or socialist. The labels applied because these structures had a socialist class dimension in the usual Soviet sense of class. Their means of production were socially rather than privately owned and their inputs and outputs were distributed chiefly by state planning rather than by markets. Proletarian or socialist art was thus connected to class through its cultural affirmation and celebration of such socialist structures and over of the socialist labor occurring within them. Neither these socialist structures nor their socialist laboring activity were connected in any explicit way to the concrete modes of organizing the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor. Art viewed as critical, however obliquely, of those socialist structures or of laborers' experiences in socialist production, received official denunciation as non- or anti-socialist art. Forms of expression troubling or strange to the prevailing tastes among workers and over Soviet leaders likewise obtained the designation of that other kind of art, namely bourgeois. It became the cultural enemy to be combated. Art that might have addressed the contradictions within it among the different, coexisting modes of producing, appropriating, and distributing surplus labor in the USSR. Class contradictions in that specific sense was systematically repressed, actively and passively, unofficially and officially. Those relatively few critical assessments of work and life that did find artistic expression did not address the issues of who produced and appropriated surplus labor in these structures. For example, in Vladimir Dudantsev's novel Not by Bread Alone, Professor Busko explains to Nadia how the post-war USSR carries the residue of capitalism deeply inside individuals, including those with important state positions. 1957, 253-257. Nadia is moved by these words as they resonate with her own vague but developing social criticism. Capitalism is here depicted as merely a residue, then not yet eliminated. It is associated with bureaucratic self-serving and not linked to class in the surplus labor sense, either tangentially or metaphorically, anywhere in the novel. In general, when serious problems of factory and collective farm work in the USSR did obtain cultural expression increasingly after Stalin's death, they were likewise unconnected to class in the surplus labor sense. Instead, the problems were conceptually categorized as workplace bureaucracy, careerism, corruption of socialist morality, and over or insufficient or absent democracy. A parallel post-Khrushchev theoretical blindness characterized the endless criticisms of Stalin and Stalinism within the USSR and beyond. These critiques blamed bureaucracy and its ultimate cult of personality form, careerism, and corruptions of socialist legality and morality located in some deep Russian traits or else in the Bolshevik distortions of them. 18 In contrast, Louis Althusser sharply lamented the dominant critiques of Stalinism in the USSR and elsewhere precisely because even the Marxists among them did not ask how the class structures of Soviet society contributed to the rise and survival of Stalinism. He suggested forcefully that by failing to do so, the criticisms had failed to defeat Stalinism within the Marxian tradition. 1976, 92. High culture in the post-war USSR, in both its social celebratory and social critical formulations, elided anything approaching a class analysis in the sense of what we have argued in this book. The criticisms that were voiced focused especially on injustices, venalities, and inefficiencies attributed to unbridled bureaucratic power and not even partly to the social organization of surplus labor. Hence, the chief objects of attack were the largest and most bureaucratized social institutions, the state and the state capitalist enterprises in industry and agriculture. Their problems and failings, it was argued, flowed from their bureaucracies. Such arguments affirmed some inherent nature of bureaucracy per se thwarting individual initiative, responsibility, and reward, and or claimed that the still insufficiently socialized nature of the Soviet citizenry produced a largely passive general population in the face of a bureaucratic despotism. Hochschild 1994, 118. One effect of such criticisms was a growing tendency after Stalin, sometimes conscious but usually inadvertent, to celebrate and thereby encourage transfers of admiration, loyalty, and effort to enterprises with less or no bureaucracy. These were, of course, the smaller, private enterprises whose class structures were capitalist, communist, or ancient. These enterprises came to be viewed increasingly as sites of less bureaucracy and hence less of the careerism and corruption that kept the large, bureaucratized state industries from making the Soviet economy more productive. Soviet high culture's criticisms along these lines thus contributed to the Gorbachev-Yeltsin-Putin approach to solving the USSR's perceived crisis, policies enhancing the conditions of existence of private enterprises of whatever class structure at the expense of the state capitalist class structures in the USSR. 19. In still another way, post-war Soviet high culture helped to shape its class structures. To the degree that it adopted and repeated the dogma of top state and party officials that dichotomized society into a proletarian positivity struggling against a bourgeois negativity, high culture reinforced the dialectical potential of such dichotomies. If ever the vaunted positivity encountered a serious crisis that undermined popular loyalties, then people would know of nowhere else to look but to the one other. If the Soviet people ever came to view the proletarian way as mired in intractable problems that could not credibly be blamed on bourgeois agents, foreign or domestic, the way would have been prepared for increasing numbers of people, entrapped within the dualism, to reverse its valuation. The time might then arrive to try the only conceivable other way bourgeois instead of the one in place proletarian that had become exhausted and intolerable. The crescendo of economic and political problems of the 1970s and 1980s combined with détente and the nearly universal cultural dualism of proletarian versus bourgeois to produce such reverse valuations in many people. Since proletarian had long been associated with the supposedly socialist state and collective enterprises, collective property, and economic planning, the reverse valuation exalted instead their opposites, private enterprises, individual property, and markets. Economic theories debated in the top echelons of the state, the party, and academia exercised relatively direct impacts on class. For example, Marxian economic theory has a long history of debate over whether produced and sold services are commodities like physical objects and should be theorized in the same class and value terms. For a variety of reasons, the prevalent Soviet practice into the post-war years had considered only produced physical objects as commodities entailing surplus value and exploitation. This relegated most service workers, in contrast to object producers, to a different and often lower theoretical and social position. 20 However, developments in Western thinking, especially during the 1960s, provoked a switch in the official Soviet position in the Seoul Debate Day 1995, 180 to 187.21 Western economists and others had increasingly found that the production of physical goods was declining in advanced economies relative to service work. From this observation they inferred that proletariats equated nearly everywhere with object producers and hence their theoreticians, political parties, etc., were becoming historically irrelevant in such economies. For example, many Western analysts credited service personnel or students training to become the men not proletarians for the powerful left movements in Europe and the United States that culminated in 1968 and 1969. Soviet writers responded in part by revaluing service work as no less productive of surplus than work-producing objects. By this means, they could combine both kinds of workers inside capitalist societies into one undifferentiated mass of proletarians confronting state monopoly capital. On this basis they refuted claims that proletariats were shrinking anywhere in the world and that communist parties were anachronistic. Those who crafted such refutations, however, thereby further entrapped themselves within a class-blind analytical framework. Noting that both service and goods laborers were wage earners, they made wage earning per se the standard of one's class position. Proletarians were wage earners and vice versa, whereas wage payers were capitalists or at least parts of a capitalist ruling class. In contrast, Marx had gone to remarkable lengths in his Capital precisely to differentiate the wage earner in a bank or state office or retail store from the wage earner directly involved in commodity production, whether of the physical object or service sort within a capitalist enterprise. The latter was a productive laborer or wage earner, for Marx, because he generated a surplus value appropriated by a capitalist. The former wage earner was unproductive because he did not generate such a surplus value. Hence the receipt of wages was not the standard that distinguished productive from unproductive labor. Unproductive workers provided the conditions of existence for productive workers to produce the surplus. Part of that surplus was then distributed to the unproductive workers as their wages and salaries. Because of these different relationships to the production of surplus value, the two kinds of wage earners comprise two different classes. Resnick and Wolf 1987, ch. 3.22. The different classes and class interests within the aggregate of wage earners may or may not construct an effective political alliance, but Marx's theory provides no warrant to simply assume that wage earners are a unified economic or political force. Soviet theoreticians' collapse of the two different classes of wage earners into one undifferentiated working class identity influenced the thinking of many officials and hence state policies and enterprise practices. The mix and evolution of the USSR's class structures was thus different from what might have been the case had another conceptualization of class been widely influential. We may suggest this influence by considering some questions logically posed by a class analysis of the USSR that focused on the production and distribution of surplus value rather than on wages. What contradictions and tensions existed inside the USSR between productive and unproductive wage earners? What were the impacts of these contradictions and tensions on labor productivity and discipline and on workers' political attitudes toward the Soviet state and socialism? What sorts of changes in the relationship between productive and unproductive laborers might have better facilitated the achievement of Soviet economic and political objectives? Because Soviet class theory precluded such questions being asked, researched, or answered, the internal class conflicts that weakened Soviet state capitalism remained beyond the reach of policy solutions. Similarly, Soviet social theory's largely undifferentiated focus on wage earning as the sign of membership in the exploited working class reinforced Soviet analysts' inability to undertake class analyses of Soviet households, partly because no wage payments occurred there. Thus they could not inquire into how Soviet citizens participated in the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor inside their households. Nor could they examine how their participation in household class structures affected their participation in enterprises. 23 The class structures of households in which Soviet citizens spent half their lives could not become objects of the prevailing class analysis or of policy debates. 24 Partly because post-war Soviet theorizing secured the invisibility of the feudal and ancient household class structures inherited from before the war, those structures endured. On the possibility that those enduring household class structures may have undermined state capitalist industries or private capitalist and communist collective farms, say, in their effects on workers' productivities, interpersonal values, political loyalties, etc., post-war Soviet economic theory had nothing to say. On the possibility that those household class structures functioned, even if only implicitly, to strengthen ancient and feudal class structures as desirable models for organizing productive work and thereby to thwart social transition toward communism, post-war Soviet economic theory was likewise silent. In theoretical discourses on economics there was remarkable agreement between Soviet and U.S. economists despite their mutual hostilities. Socialist economists in the USSR as elsewhere had long differentiated socialism from capitalism according to whether property was collective over state or private and according to whether markets or central planning distributed resources and products. When Western economists hostile to the USSR based their arguments on the same differentiation, Soviet economists did not question whether that agreement might itself be worth investigation. Thus, debates between Soviet and Western economists turned on whether private property and markets encouraged more efficiency, more economic growth, and more rapidly rising standards of living than did collective property and planning. On both sides of the debate, the production, appropriation, and distribution of surplus labor was absent. As David Ruccio's important work has shown, Soviet economists and economic planners produced analyses and proposals without reference to or concern with the organization of surplus labor. Ruccio 1984. Their concerns were limited to the relation between physical inputs and outputs. They were not interested in the effects of planning on Soviet class structures. The consequences of Soviet economic thought emerged after 1975 when a rapidly growing number of Soviet economists believed that economic decline had reached crisis proportions. Their increasingly desperate search for solutions brought to the fore the influence of their conceptual frameworks as parts of the structures of thought and feeling that comprised Soviet high culture on the USSR's class dimensions. Sutella has usefully distinguished these conceptual frameworks into three groups: the Slavophile, the Radical Socialist, and the Westernizing. 1991, 154-167. Even after the last of these emerged victorious among policymakers in the 1990s, proponents of the two others continue to agitate significantly throughout the former USSR. Slavophile economics responds to the economic crisis by seeking a return to some vaguely defined Russian community. Its nationalism and commitment to full employment display clearly corporatist overtones of the pre-war German and Italian varieties. The stress is placed on collective, non-market economics that would serve to reinforce state and collective enterprises and undermine private enterprises. Although no reference to class in the surplus labor sense is discernible in their arguments, the class implications of their program are quite clear. They amount to a deeply conservative commitment to expand chiefly state capitalist industry and secondarily the private capitalist and communist collective farm agriculture. They serve as well to undermine private ancient and small capitalist undertakings of the sorts mentioned earlier in this chapter. Slavophile theory likewise favors male-headed feudal over the mostly female-headed ancient households as inherent to the Slavic family and soul. What Sotella calls westernizing economics aims instead to reduce the role of the state and collective property in favor of private property and to enhance markets at the expense of planning. While it too makes no reference to class in surplus labor terms, its stress on privatization, markets, and openness to foreign trade and investments carries class implications. Since this trend emerged victorious in the 1990s, these implications became all the more clear as Yeltsin's policies proceeded to enact many of them. Privatization and markets would tend to convert state capitalist into private capitalist enterprises, to expand and strengthen private capitalist and, to a lesser extent, ancient farms based on private property at the expense of communist collective farms, and to maintain the ancient and feudal mix of household class structures. Sotella's radical socialist economics focuses on decentralized worker self-management as the solution, the Arenda movement. In this solution, the state would own but lease to worker collectives the means of production, which they would then collectively self-manage. This would provide workers with the requisite incentives for increasing productivity while overcoming their alienation, which was the cause of Soviet economic decline in the radical socialist view. Arenda would also finally establish a real, democratic socialism by devolving management down from an elite central apparatus to the workers themselves. The absence of any reference to surplus labor in the radical socialist formulations reminds us of the 1917 revolution's parallel lack of attention to class in this sense. Once again, workers are to take command of the factories and the farms, but this time without ceding management to a central state apparatus. This time, workers would self-manage state-owned factories and farms leased to them and negotiate democratically agreed deliveries of their inputs and outputs via markets or otherwise with one another. The idea that management is one thing and class another never arises. With no concept of surplus labor organization, the radical socialist formulations suggest nothing so much as the likelihood that self-managing workers would repeat what their revolutionary forebears did after 1917. They would organize their factories and farms to be efficient, a concept borrowed uncritically from Western and westernizing economics. Most workers would produce surplus while also electing others perhaps from among themselves to appropriate and distribute it. This would be viewed and done as a technical matter, merely an efficiency-driven division of labor. That this model entails an exploitative class structure whether or not the surplus appropriators were once workers themselves or elected by the workers is invisible theoretically and practically. That this radical socialist plan suggests a replay of 1917 follows from the absence of class theory, the prevalence of class-blind, efficiency-focused theories of the organization of production, and the 1990s imperative to revive and expand output. A radical socialist policy of promoting Arenda enterprises would likely enhance capitalist, not communist, class structures, albeit perhaps more humane capitalist structures than their Western private capitalist counterparts. State capitalist enterprises would be transformed, via leasing, into more or less private capitalist enterprises. Collective farms would likely evolve even more rapidly from communist to private capitalist enterprises. Private ancient enterprises would decrease, if such private capitalist enterprises absorbed them, or else increase to the extent that they offered more attractive situations. The diminished prestige, power, and revenues of the state that would likely follow from establishing Arenda would probably promote market rather than planning mechanisms of resource and product distribution. No particular change in the inherited ancient and feudal household class structures would seem likely. As these lines are written, the westernizers advocating privatization and marketization prevail in the Putin regime but also confront many obstacles. State capitalist industrial enterprises and communist collective farms remain and struggle to survive. A powerful nationalist, conservative movement wins millions of supporters. Advocates of Arenda and Arenda-type social reorganizations take advantage of the injustices and costs of westernizing to agitate for their preferred alternative. What remains invisible to all participants in these profound historical struggles is the contradictory coexistence of structures of surplus labor performance, appropriation, and distribution and the social consequences of these class structures. The class blindness of Soviet culture in general and of economic theories in particular meant that the basic class composition of Soviet society could not be seen or explicitly criticized in cultural forms. Again, the parallel with class blindness in the United States is remarkable. Industry remained state capitalist up to 1990 in part because Soviet culture could not challenge that class structure per se. Likewise, Soviet culture supported an agriculture becoming ever more state and private capitalist and private ancient at the expense of a shrinking private communist sector. Soviet households remained feudal and ancient partly because Soviet culture could not integrate a household class critique into its agonized depictions and dissections of deeply distressed family life. One of the greater ironies of the 20th century was a society that endlessly proclaimed and celebrated its communist revolutionary origins and commitments while being anything but communist revolutionary in its own class structures. The blindness of supporters and critics alike to Marxian surplus labor concepts of class precluded their revealing and debating the USSR's fundamentally conservative stance toward class. Partly because it could not recognize the contradiction between revolutionary rhetoric and goals and the underlying conservatism of its class structures, Soviet post-war culture sank into a kind of resignation in relation to politics and economics. Progress toward communism became ever more elusive, distant, and vague. Mass mobilizations and campaigns struck ever more Soviet leaders and citizens as unnecessary or irrelevant. Actual or proposed mass mobilizations became instead objects of ridicule or jokes or else were viewed as cruel hoaxes attributed to distrusted leaders pursuing ulterior motives. The distrust further deepened a profound conservatism that many observers have noted and studied Cohen 1985, 145-157. It also contributed to a disengagement from the entire ideological context of official Marxism-Leninism that had been so pronounced a feature of pre-war thought, speech, and public action. The post-Khrushchev era, 1964 on, was widely experienced as an ideological vacuum in the Soviet Union. Leonhardt 1984, 56. After World War II, much Soviet culture turned inward to private concerns and away from the storms of public collective life. The hope was that the storms would become fewer and shorter. Resignation to the apparent impossibility of real change settled deeply into the national psyche. At the same time, those poets, novelists, journalists, filmmakers, painters, and others who did not resign themselves and did dare social criticism lacked concepts of the class organization of surplus labor to integrate into their work. Thus they vented their critical genius only on non-class aspects of Soviet society: the arrogance of state power, bureaucracy, economic inefficiencies, corruption, alienated intimacy, and so on. They could not link those to any imagining of a revolutionary project aimed at a communist class alternative to the present Soviet society. Those aspects of post-war Soviet culture that we have discussed illustrate certain of its contradictions, how it partly contributed to a maintenance of the state capitalist Soviet status quo while it also reinforced or encouraged private capitalist, ancient, and feudal class structures in small enterprises and households respectively. The celebration of private life and the general conservative aversion to any more campaigns for social transformation displayed similarly contradictory class effects. In addition, the class-blind theoretical climate in which the only conceivable alternative economic arrangements were either state property with planning or private property with markets was pregnant with yet another eventual class effect. If and when Soviet state capitalism lost the confidence of the Soviet people, the only conceivable resolution would be more or less transition to the only conceivable alternative, the kinds of private capitalism associated with European social democracies and the United States. Post-war politics. In their impacts on class structures, post-war Soviet political conditions display many parallels with its cultural conditions with which they were closely intertwined. Political developments combined, on balance, to strengthen state capitalism to the 1970s and thereafter to undermine it in favor of private capitalism. Likewise, politics contributed, albeit not without contradictory effects, to the growth of private ancient class structures and the sustenance of the inherited feudal and ancient class structures of Soviet households. We first consider external political conditions impinging upon the USSR in the first decade after 1945. The combination of Cold War encirclement, nuclear confrontation, and the defeat or decline of communist parties and movements in many Western countries created a new form of the siege mentality that had inspired previous surges of Soviet economic growth. Social feature of pre-war thought, speech, and public action. The post-Khrushchev era, 1964 on, was widely experienced as an ideological vacuum in the Soviet Union. Leonhardt 1984, 56. After World War II, much Soviet culture turned inward to private concerns and away from the storms of public collective life. The hope was that the storms would become fewer and shorter. Resignation to the apparent impossibility of real change settled deeply into the national psyche. At the same time, those poets, novelists, journalists, filmmakers, painters, and others who did not resign themselves and did dare social criticism lacked concepts of the class organization of surplus labor to integrate into their work. Thus they vented their critical genius only on non-class aspects of Soviet society: the arrogance of state power, bureaucracy, economic inefficiencies, corruption, alienated intimacy, and so on. They could not link those to any imagining of a revolutionary project aimed at a communist class alternative to the present Soviet society. Those aspects of post-war Soviet culture that we have discussed illustrate certain of its contradictions, how it partly contributed to a maintenance of the state capitalist Soviet status quo while it also reinforced or encouraged private capitalist, ancient, and feudal class structures in small enterprises and households respectively. The celebration of private life and the general conservative aversion to any more campaigns for social transformation displayed similarly contradictory class effects. In addition, the class-blind theoretical climate in which the only conceivable alternative economic arrangements were either state property with planning or private property with markets was pregnant with yet another eventual class effect. If and when Soviet state capitalism lost the confidence of the Soviet people, the only conceivable resolution would be more or less transition to the only conceivable alternative, the kinds of private capitalism associated with European social democracies and the United States. Post-war politics. In their impacts on class structures, post-war Soviet political conditions display many parallels with its cultural conditions with which they were closely intertwined. Political developments combined, on balance, to strengthen state capitalism to the 1970s and thereafter to undermine it in favor of private capitalism. Likewise, politics contributed, albeit not without contradictory effects, to the growth of private ancient class structures and the sustenance of the inherited feudal and ancient class structures of Soviet households. We first consider external political conditions impinging upon the USSR in the first decade after 1945. The combination of Cold War encirclement, nuclear confrontation, and the defeat or decline of communist parties and movements in many Western countries created a new form of the siege mentality that had inspired previous surges of Soviet economic growth. Social. While the Cold War climate perhaps stimulated Soviet workers to labor more intensely and productively and promoted technical change, thereby yielding the state some more surpluses from its state capitalist industries, that climate simultaneously absorbed more of those surpluses into the costly production of rapidly obsolescent weapons systems. Gatti 1996, 9-46.25. If future developments slowed the growth of surpluses produced in state capitalist industries or the growth of state revenues from other sources while political considerations increased state expenditures on the military, a crisis of insufficient state revenues might quickly mature, unless, of course, the state could sufficiently reduce non-military expenditures. However, reducing the latter undermined the survival of state capitalism's class structures as well as the private communist, capitalist, ancient, and feudal class structures outside the state. See Appendix A to this chapter. The international political climate also confronted the USSR with a single hegemonic superpower, the United States. Not only U.S. foreign policies but also its internal laws, political practices, and prevalent political theories came to define the challenging other against which the USSR measured as well as articulated much of its own political life. The remarkable economic prosperity of the United States after 1945, its military buildup, hegemony over its allies, and the relative ease with which all of these survived its few political reverses, especially China in 1949, Cuba in 1959, and Vietnam in 1970, steadily reinforced this situation. In the West, official pronouncements, mass media, and countless academic formulations explained these U.S. successes as consequences of private property, markets, and the political freedoms of voting, non-state mass media, and civil liberties. The whole was summarized most often in a morally inflected celebration of decentralized democracy as against totalitarianism. 26. Because of global bipolarity, U.S. political conditions and U.S. explanations of their effects wielded great power in the USSR as well. As one recent study has found, we need to rethink the ways in which socialist societies were shaped by the capitalist West during periods in which they seemed internally stable. The official ideology of the Cold War should not prevent us from exploring the penetration of socialist societies by local translations of Western capitalist military, economic, cultural and political institutions. Steinmetz 1997, 348. Thus, for example, When post-war Soviet economic growth showed signs of decline, the debate over the appropriate policy responses hinged repeatedly on the relative merits of decentralized, sometimes referred to as democratized, versus centralized management and control of industrial production sites. 27 Khrushchev's reforms in the late 1950s, Lieberman's a few years later, and then the technical proposals of Kantorovich, Nemchinov, and Novodilov all turned on how much and what kind of decentralization would best serve Soviet economic growth. Sutela 1991, 49-73. Decentralization proposals were central to policy debates both before and after the demise of the USSR. Little was new here, from war communism and its imposed centralization to the decentralization carried through under the NEP reforms to the once more centralized strategies under Stalinism. The state oscillated between which of the two forms of management would best enhance industrialization. The class structures of Soviet production sites did not arise in these debates, whether before or after World War II. Reformers and their opponents both presumed that workers would produce surpluses in enterprises increasingly referred to as profits, and that these surpluses would be appropriated by a different group of persons. Debate centered only on whether the appropriators would be better localized or centralized, organized by industry or by geography, state-appointed or otherwise selected over elected, and so on. On one side, the more conservative defined the USSR over against the United States and so demanded centralized appropriation of industrial and at least part of agricultural surpluses in state enterprises and the distribution of resources and products by central state planning. This they identified with the socialist commitment and uniqueness of the USSR. On the other side, the reformers or radicals insisted that only decentralization to local, regional or local industrial or even enterprise levels of authority offered a way forward to economic growth as central to the socialist project. Almost everyone on both sides presumed without question that industries and an increasing portion of farms would remain state capitalist enterprises. In effect, the debate turned only on how to organize the appropriation of state capitalist surpluses. Should the appropriators be a council of ministers in Moscow or local officials at the enterprise level or other officials located at some intermediate position? The most radical position in the debates favored the most decentralization, often described, as noted above, in terms of worker self-management. They equated this with democratization in the context of arguing that the only genuine socialism was a democratic socialism. Local enterprise managers would be state officials but also directly accountable to and preferably elected by enterprise workers. 28 Democratization decentralization would get the best results in terms of workers' productivity. Granting that such accountability might pressure local managers to devote some surpluses to supplement their workers' wages, radicals argued that would still leave larger surpluses available to the state for industrial growth and its other priorities. The logic of what was called economic reform in the USSR as elsewhere in the socialist countries was thus overwhelmingly conceived and debated in political terms. The issue was who would exercise effective power over means of production: central state officials or local state officials, or possibly even some local persons with no state positions, and, likewise, who would wield power over the distribution of resources and products: property owners acting in markets or local officials or state central planners. 29 In his elaborated discussion of economic reform of the type that evolved in the post-war USSR, Janos Kornai 1992 argues that such reform amounted to political changes making Soviet-type economies more like Western and especially U.S. private capitalism. Since, for him, socialism differs first and foremost from capitalism in having replaced private ownership with public ownership. 1992, 87. It follows that reform amounts quite simply to the reverse movement. 30 He describes this as movement toward private property coordinated through market exchange in the context of a dominant ideology that minimizes the state's interference with private property and markets. International politics made the United States a major touchstone for Soviet thinking about their own society. The model of the U.S. economy that systematically attributed economic and military success to its political institutions, especially laws securing private property and limiting state activity, proved subtly persuasive to supporters as well as critics of post-war Soviet society. The latter saw in Soviet economic and social problems the effects of this or that quality of U.S. society that was regrettably absent from the USSR. The former saw in the United States the great threat militarily, politically, and economically. They aimed to learn from and eventually outperform the United States technically, to mobilize the world's workers so as to outmaneuver the United States politically, and to stalemate it militarily. The political impact of the United States upon the USSR worked profoundly and on many levels. The image of the United States as a society in which the state apparatus was far less centralized and much less socially intrusive than in the USSR supported those inside the USSR who connected US successes and Soviet failures to just that difference. Soviet citizens with all sorts of grievances against the state could and did take comfort from the United States as a model of where, more or less, to direct the political transformation of Soviet society. A general reinforcement of anti-state attitudes and social theories inside the USSR flowed from the US-USSR global confrontation. This happened alongside and in contradiction to the strengthening of the state required and justified as necessary to mobilize the Soviet people to defend against US imperialism in all its manifestations. People influenced more by the anti-statism than the defensism inculcated after the war might, therefore, have looked less favorably on state capitalist enterprises than on private capitalist and ancient enterprises. As we noted earlier, such shifts in attitude could have negative effects on the labor intensities and productivities of labor in state capitalist enterprises and hence on their profitability. This would further problematize the surpluses available to Soviet state planners just as increasing demands were placed upon such surpluses. In addition, growing anti-statist attitudes prompted Soviet workers to devote more labor and hope to existing and prospective private capitalists and ancient enterprises. The Great USSR détente declared by Nixon and Brezhnev in the early 1970s shifted the balance of anti-state and defensist attitudes and hence their contradictory effects on surplus available to the Soviet state. On the one hand, détente, viewed as the achievement of Soviet military might, legitimated the mobilizations and sacrifices it had required. On the other hand, détente itself worked against any further mobilizations and sacrifices, legitimated the cultural turning inward toward more private concerns discussed above, and enabled more questioning of an opposition to the power of the Soviet state. The political process of détente, by reinforcing anti-statist tendencies already developing inside the USSR, also further weakened the capacity of the Soviet state to appropriate surplus within its state capitalist enterprises. Détente also accelerated the post-Stalin relaxation of political obstacles to the flows of tourism, professional and mass media exchange programs, and so on between the USSR and other countries including the United States. The consequences of this relaxation went beyond greater Soviet awareness and appreciation of the United States as a less statist society. As Soviet citizens grasped the difference between Soviet levels of individual consumption and those in the wealthy Western countries, many reacted by questioning the legitimacy of Soviet political institutions. Such questioning flowed in part from Soviet leaders' earlier statements about the virtues of those institutions. When Soviet consumption standards had seemed to be catching up with Western standards, Khrushchev had not only promised Soviet workers standards of living that would soon surpass those in the United States. He had taken the further and remarkable step of making that promise the measure of the comparative worth and success of the Soviet system vis-à-vis the West. When, soon thereafter, détente revealed that Khrushchev's promise was not materializing, the society's own measure of its comparative worth operated to deepen Soviet workers' political disaffection and further problematize their contributions to state capitalist surplus production. It was not only a matter of comparing US and Soviet consumption quantitatively but also qualitatively. Détente revealed above all the much higher levels of private or individual consumption of US workers, especially their private consumption of housing, clothing, automobiles, meat, and appliances. 31 supporters of the USSR responded by stressing the collective consumption provided by the state to Soviet workers, especially subsidized medical care, education, transport, childcare, and so on. A contestation emerged over the relative merits of private over individual versus state over collective kinds of consumption. However, such a contestation worked against the USSR, precisely because it coincided historically with the turning inward, private focus, and anti-statism that were increasingly pervasive across Soviet culture. It was private consumables which just then seemed the most important. Détente allowed the United States to represent itself as the realization of a level of private consumption that Soviet citizens could only yearn for. Moreover, in the USSR private consumption seemed closely linked to private ancient class structures. The goods most prized for private consumption, goods beyond the basics, emerged from them. In private ancient class structures the connection between personal labor effort and rewards in the form of heightened personal consumption seemed most direct. If work in and for state capitalist enterprises and private capitalist and communist collective farms could not generate the promised levels of private, individual consumption, then that work was not worthwhile. Workers would be somehow justified in either shirking labor in those enterprises and farms or else shifting their enthusiasm to private, ancient class structural production sites, or both. Alongside the effects of international politics and especially the interactions with the United States, political changes inside the USSR also participated in the overdetermination of its class structures. Most of the economic reforms after Stalin were in fact political. They shifted the power to make managerial decisions to relatively more decentralized levels of the state apparatus. For the reasons discussed earlier in this chapter, post-war Soviet thinking increasingly linked decentralization of managerial power to greater economic growth and development. The reform shift culminated in the law on state enterprises passed in 1987. It mandated that managers and directors would be elected by workers' collectives, although they would not be workers themselves and would still be controlled by state officials. In the years leading up to passage of this law, the celebratory climate of decentralization expanded the informal, out-of-plan contacts, exchanges, and mutual assistance among local enterprise managers and directors. Elman and Konorovich, 1998, 145-146. As a result of these political changes in the social location of effective managerial power, the central plan became less important relative to the ad hoc arrangements of local enterprise managers in shaping the Soviet economy and the broader society. 32. In this way a step was taken that could, under certain conditions, function as an intermediate stage in moving from state to private capitalism. Some insiders in the upper reaches of the Soviet political apparatus understood the political decentralization in approximately such terms. Elman and Konorovich, 1998, 16. The increasing managerial powers of local state officials in charge of individual enterprises or groups of enterprises brought them nearer to possibly also functioning as appropriators and distributors of the surpluses generated in those enterprises. Indeed, Soviet industrial development did evolve before 1990 from one centralized state capitalist appropriation of surplus and centralized management to two centralized state capitalist appropriation and decentralized management to three decentralized state capitalist appropriation and decentralized management. In the dramatically altered political landscape after 1990, the next evolutionary step, achieved with remarkably little social upheaval, entailed decentralized private capitalist appropriation with decentralized management. In the specific political conjuncture of the post-war USSR, the decentralization of managerial power did contribute to a class transition from state to private capitalism. 33. The cultural and political changes we have discussed associated with decentralization, de-Stalinization, and détente were hesitantly accommodated or actively pursued by successive post-war Soviet regimes. However, these changes also appeared dangerous and threatening to many. As was endlessly reiterated by the opponents of these changes, they risked stopping Soviet progress, weakening socialism equated with the central state guidance of social development, or even aborting the centralized march through socialism to communism that the 1917 revolution had initiated. There was thus a contradiction between the need to make these changes and the need to preserve the revolutionary heritage of Soviet society. The latter was usually depicted as state ownership and control of the economy's commanding heights, the Communist Party's political monopoly, and the state party hegemony over most other social institutions such as schools, mass media, the arts, and so on. How Soviet leaderships managed this contradiction entailed further changes in political conditions that also had significant class consequences. To manage this contradiction, successive regimes combined decentralization and centralization in a particular way. On the one hand, centralized state controls over culture, politics, and economics diminished. On the other, membership and centralized social controls exercised by the Communist Party expanded, especially within the workplace. 34 In simplest terms, the party's assignment especially during and after the 1970s was more closely than before to monitor, supervise, and manage. One goal was to offset the relaxation of centralized state controls over the economy, politics, and culture. The party thereby sought to preserve the integrity, growth, and basic directions of the USSR as well as its own position, while the Soviet state accommodated the social pressure for decentralization and the revaluation of private life. 35 As Brezhnev told the 17th Komsomol Congress in 1974. If we are to single out the main thing in the party's economic policy at the present stage of our development, then it is the sharp turn towards raising the effectiveness of the country's economy, improving the quality of work done, at each place of work. The quality of work is composed of many production economic factors and at the same time it embraces a broad range of moral problems. Brezhnev 1974, 3. Soviet development thus became dependent in part on this reconfiguration of the relationship between party politics and society. Would the contradictions of Soviet society be managed by coupling state decentralization with the Communist Party's enhanced size, power, and reach? Or instead would Soviet contradictions deepen and transform the party, thereby undermining its ability to manage those contradictions? While the USSR's official base superstructure Marxism presumed that economics always determines politics, the Communist Party's goals and activities rather presumed the reverse. The results of the decentralization reforms of the Soviet economy undertaken periodically after Stalin's death have been summarized by Janos Kornai. 36 He believes that the coherence of the classical system of socialist economy was destroyed by the reforms 1992, 377-379. They worsened the irrationalities of the Soviet planning system as ministries, regions, industries, and enterprises increasingly secured their own situations by circumventing central plans. Decentralized economic planning introduced greater uncertainties than had centralized planning into the flows of material and financial inputs needed by enterprises to fulfill their plan targets. At the same time, decentralization further enabled enterprises singly or in various groupings to evade the targets or else to achieve them by hoarding inputs and over or reaching separate, private exchange agreements with one another outside of the central plan. As the well-being of these enterprises and enterprise groupings came increasingly to depend upon such circumventing of central plans, the effectiveness of the plans declined. For Kornai, the economic inefficiencies he believed to flow from one essential source, decentralized state planning, warranted only one conceivably rational response, namely further decentralization to an economy that was chiefly free market coordinated. 37. We need to add that decentralization of management need not necessarily undermine centralized or decentralized state capitalist appropriation of surplus labor. When confronted with the inefficiencies of centralized state planning in the 1930s, local managers had taken on a variety of schemes outside of the central plans to acquire needed but often delayed or never delivered promised resources, including food for workers at the local enterprise level. Such an unintended decentralization of management helped to secure Stalinism's centralized surplus appropriation of surplus labor. However, in the different context of the years after Stalin's death and very much unlike the social environment of the 1930s, such enterprising efforts of managers, whether unintended or intended under the reforms, likely undermine first centralized and then decentralized state capitalist appropriation. The difference was in the attitudes of managers who, like many others in the USSR, increasingly saw themselves coping with economic disorganization flowing from reforms, struggling to secure their own positions, and less caught up in a larger social movement or campaign. Officially, the party believed that its expanded social role would function as the antidote for the economic problems associated with the decentralization reforms. But that did not happen. Instead, party leaders and many members were increasingly integrated into the routines for circumventing the economic plans. Enterprises determined to operate outside of central plans had to secure the party's approval or at least its disinterest. The party did not rise to this economic challenge. Instead, local, regional, and industrial managers themselves, often party members, persuaded party officials to condone the necessity of their semi- and illegal maneuvers in the new, reformed economic circumstances. 38 Were and when that proved difficult, the extraordinary and off-the-books gains from working around economic plans enabled financial inducements, bribes to supervising party authorities. Management corruption in coping with the problems of reformed economic planning spread to corruption of the party itself. The decentralizing economy had transformed the party more than the party had been able to control it. 39. Political corruption of the party in the sense of a growing, systemic dereliction of its economic control duties evolved into the individual corruption that drew increasing popular anger and derision. Economic bureaucrats and party officers and members formed interlocking directorates that often went beyond maneuvering around central economic plans to secure privileges that elevated their individual standards of living and power positions ever further above those of average Soviet workers. Keep 1995, 212 to 216.40. Their alienation from the general population thus deepened, as did popular resentment of the controls exercised by a privileged Communist Party in the name of Soviet society as a whole. For the mass of Soviet citizens, this system provided certain benefits, notwithstanding how distasteful it became, especially in the 1970s and 1980s. War seemed ever less a threat to Soviet society, a victory widely attributed, at least in part, to the state's diplomacy. Levels of mass consumption, collective and private, grew, albeit at declining rates. Cultural freedoms and the space for private, individual life expanded. And perhaps most important, a kind of entitlement to obtain and keep one's job settled in as a virtually absolute political commitment of the state and Communist Party to Soviet workers. 41 Hence the famous workers' joke aimed squarely at the post-1975 Enterprise Party Directorate: they pretend to pay us properly, and we pretend to work properly. Better than most treatises, This joke summarized many of the economic, cultural, and political dilemmas into which the post-war USSR had descended. The growth and corruption of the party had contradictory class consequences. On the one hand, its presence and control functions within nearly all enterprises and labor unions likely raised the intensity and productivity of labor. In this way, party activities expanded the surplus and thereby the state's revenue. However, as noted above, party facilitation of out-of-plan arrangements, corruption, etc., its activities also likely undermined labor productivity and hence surplus production in individual enterprises, siphoning appropriated surpluses to non-planned distributions or personal use, or both. Another contradictory effect was the party's own costs of operation that were covered by state expenditures. A rapidly expanding Communist Party absorbed more of the state's revenues. That left less revenue for the state's other priority objectives: industrial growth, military preparedness, provision of public services for mass, collective consumption, and so on. To maintain or, better still, to increase the surpluses that the state could appropriate in its capitalist enterprises, party policy also often aimed to justify restraints on productive workers' wages there. Party pressure worked likewise to limit the portions of state capitalist surpluses subsumed class payments that were spent on the unproductive laborers, the wages and budgets of clerks, managers, and so on in those enterprises. At the same time, the unofficial activities of the party enriched their leaders and many of their activists. Popular opinion increasingly defined them as an unjustifiably privileged group, whose intrusions into social life were then all the more unwelcome. Resisting or avoiding hard work became, in part, a form of protest against the party's policies and pressures. This situation also fostered shifts of workers' productive efforts from state enterprises toward private ancient class structures where the party intruded much less. Productive laborers in state capitalist enterprises worked less intensely, broke more tools, and produced low-quality outputs and over ever fewer outputs per hour. This happened partly to vent dissatisfaction with party policies or personnel and partly because workers were tired, having spent increasing time and energy elsewhere on private plots and second economy undertakings. Widespread distaste for the party combined with envy at its privileges, especially after détente, revealed Western standards of individual consumption to reinforce, if not promote, apparently large and rising levels of pilfering, especially in the 1980s. Schleppendick 1989, 214-216. In class terms, if outputs were pilfered, they represented a portion of the surplus produced by productive workers but diverted from surplus appropriators in state capitalist industries or in private capitalist and communist collective farms. If means of production were pilfered, they represented corresponding declines in labor productivity. A day's labor yielded less output and thus less surplus than would have been the case without such pilfering. Pilfering supplemented the perpetrator's incomes and so perhaps eased the tensions and contradictions of the ancient and feudal class structures of Soviet households. However, the pilfering directly and indirectly reduced the quantities of surplus appropriated in and by the USSR's state capitalist, private capitalist, and private communist enterprises. It is impossible to quantify the enlarged Communist Party's net effects on surplus production and appropriation in the USSR during the 1970s and 1980s. However, the broad literature suggests to us that the unintended negative results outweighed perhaps by a wide margin the intended positive goals. To the extent that Soviet leaders had hoped to manage the post-war reform movement, decentralization of state planning and power, and reduced social intrusion by the state by enlarging the centralized Communist Party's social role, that plan failed. The party's evolution in the circumstances proved wholly inadequate to the task. The vast turning inward to private and individual and away from state and social concerns that characterized Soviet post-war culture came to include a turning away and resentment and anger from the party as well as from the state. Central to this development was a growing gap between the surpluses produced and available to the state and the state expenditures necessary to sustain the multiple demands of the USSR's post-war global position. The de facto political guarantee of nearly absolute job security helped this highly contradictory and potentially unstable social situation to survive for as long as it did. However, that guarantee also contributed to further class structural difficulties, to the class transitions underway then, and to the eventual crisis situation at the end of the 1980s. Job security in state capitalist enterprises had two problematic effects. On the one hand, automation replacing workers with machines was often blocked or slowed. New labor-saving technologies, if and when adopted, were often added to existing technologies rather than substituted for them. Whatever the practical difficulties planning staffs had in finding or generating new technologies, establishing and financing facilities to retrain and relocate workers, installing new techniques, and so on, The political untouchability of job security added significantly to those difficulties. Thus, the surplus-producing capacity of Soviet productive workers grew more slowly than the state's needs for surplus. At the same time, the number of unproductive workers, clerks, secretaries, managers, and so on grew in the USSR, and they too enjoyed the political guarantee of job security. In Marxian class terms, the costs of their wages and their means of performing unproductive tasks represented a growing demand on the surplus produced by the productive workers. Inside state capitalist enterprises, for example, unproductive workers' job security blocked or slowed their replacement by machines, for example, office computerization. Had state capitalist enterprises been able to economize on the portion of their surpluses paid out for unproductive work, that would have left more surplus for the state to try to tap. In this way, too, the state was thwarted in seeking to enhance the revenues it needed to finance its expenditures. Another historical irony emerges from comparing this Soviet dilemma with the different way in which private capitalist enterprises solved parallel problems in the West at the same time after the mid-1970s. Intensified global competition among the three blocks of private capitalism, the United States, Western Europe, and Japan, had introduced costly new demands on their surpluses. These included especially rising sales costs, especially advertising, managerial expenses, and research and development outlays to both cheapen production costs and invent new commodities from whose production surpluses could be appropriated. Private capitalists had either to appropriate more surplus from their productive workers or reduce other surplus outlays, or both, to find the resources to meet these new demands on their surpluses. The solution found more or less everywhere in the private capitalist economies was an attack on the state aimed to reduce the portion of capitalist surpluses that had to be paid out as taxes and as costly accommodations to state regulations. Thatcher in the United Kingdom, Reagan and Bush in the United States, and later the more social democratic regimes elsewhere commenced their politics of assault against the welfare state as grossly inefficient, excessively expensive and regulatory, corrupt, and generally the major obstacle to economic and social progress. Frad, Resnick, and Wolf, 1994, 88-111. In effect, by cutting state social and regulatory programs and state employment of the unproductive laborers who staffed them, taxes on private corporation surpluses could and did fall. At the same time, as state employment absorbed relatively fewer unproductive workers, competition among them for the remaining private sector, including the surplus-producing jobs, lowered private wages there. In Marxian terms, as workers came to accept lowered wages as a new norm, the value of their labor power fell. Since the productive workers labored at least as long and as productively as before, the difference between the value of their labor power and the value added by their labor, the surplus value appropriated by private Western capitalists, rose steadily. The strategy of state reduction thus increased private capitalist surpluses just as it lowered the portion of them that had to be paid in taxes to the state. The privatization of formerly government-provided services also offered the private capitalist sector new commodities to be produced with the now cheaper workers, yielding increased surpluses on which fewer taxes had to be paid. Private capitalism solved its problems of financing new demands on its surpluses by appropriating more surplus from their workers and distributing less of it to the state. In direct contrast, the state capitalism of the USSR, which also confronted new demands on its surpluses, found no equally effective solution. In Soviet conditions, productive workers became less, not more, productive of surplus value. As U.S. private capitalists achieved markedly higher rates of exploitation, Soviet state capitalism's rate of exploitation fell further behind. As private capitalism in the United States economized on unproductive laborers, Soviet state capitalism moved in the opposite direction. These divergent patterns reflected the typical longer-run cycles that similarly afflict both state and private capitalisms, as many economists have noted. 42 The cycles made their uneven appearances in the 1980s and 1990s, downturn in the USSR in the 1980s and in Japan after 1990, upturn in the United States especially in the 1990s, and a very mixed set of cyclical patterns in Western Europe. The 1990s displayed the consequences of the diverging conditions of U.S. private capitalism and Soviet state capitalism in the 1970s and 1980s. The United States entered upon an unprecedented peacetime explosion of private corporate surplus appropriation, reflected in its stock market boom that encouraged and financed a euphoric global celebration of the neoliberal perfection of private property and markets. The Soviet state could neither appropriate enough surplus in state capitalist enterprises nor siphon enough surplus away from other class structures nor find other revenues sufficient to secure its own survival even to the end of the 1980s. It was increasingly unable simultaneously to finance industrial expansion, military preparedness, global superpower status, and a rising standard of living for its masses. A population increasingly able and determined to compare the Soviet state's troubles with Western private capitalism's economic boom and political and cultural openness became ever more disaffected as citizens and unproductive as workers. The state and the party collapsed. Soviet history starkly exemplifies a global pattern of the 20th century. The century's first half displays tendencies of transition from private to state capitalisms. The second half moves in the reverse direction. The specific problems of the private capitalisms inherited from the 19th century included their growing difficulties in appropriating enough surplus to secure their non-class conditions of existence. These problems eventuated in crises that were resolved by solutions that ranged from state-regulated to state-managed to state-owned and operated capitalisms. The rightist versions in Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Imperial Japan focused on military aggression. On the left, the post-1917 USSR was the longest sustained and most globally influential of these statist solutions. In the reverse movements provoked by the 1970s crises of state-regulated, state-managed and state-run capitalisms, the solutions entailed returns to various forms of more private capitalism. The post-Soviet return to private capitalism has been the starkest example. Post-war economy. Beyond the many economic conditions unavoidably included in the above discussion of culture and politics, a few others deserve brief mention here. Trade relations with foreign countries changed after 1945. Gregory and Stewart 1998, 177-194. Imports of machinery and foodstuffs rose, reflecting the enhanced priority of industrial growth and the difficulties of feeding Soviet workers from the produce of Soviet agriculture. The USSR partly paid for those imports with the revenues from its major new export industry, fuels and energy, from 9.6% of Soviet exports in 1955 to 52.1% in 1982. At the same time, Soviet trade with capitalist countries rose relative to its trade with other socialist countries until they became roughly equal. Finally, the USSR depended increasingly on foreign debt to finance this trade across these years. Gross Soviet debt rose from $12.5 billion in 1975 to $47.8 billion in 1989. While there was little direct investment by foreign enterprises inside the USSR did obtain bank loans. On the one hand, both the trade and the borrowing supported Soviet state capitalism. Imported machinery especially facilitated technical innovation in industry and thereby surplus value accruing to the state capitalists. 43 By supplementing their own appropriated surpluses indirectly through foreign bank borrowing, state capitalist enterprises had more to distribute to secure their conditions of existence and growth. Imported grain also reduced the need for state expenditures to expand agricultural production inside the USSR. This left more for the state to use for other purposes. Lastly, grain imports also made possible an increase in the surpluses state capitalists could appropriate from their workers. 44. On the other hand, and unavoidably, the need to repay debt and to cover the interest costs of the rapidly rising debt represented new, additional demands on surpluses. Against the gains from borrowing, the Soviet state had to weigh the costs of surpluses paid as interest to foreign lenders, surpluses that were therefore unavailable to use for capital accumulation, for the arms race, for the growing party apparatus, for meeting popular economic demands, and so on. To the extent that the costs outran the gains from borrowing, the dangerous spiral familiar among many Third World debtors surfaced for the USSR as well: increased borrowing undertaken to pay interest costs leading to ever higher interest costs. Having become increasingly dependent on borrowing, the risk that delay or non-payment of interest might cut off future loans made this new demand on Soviet surpluses undeniable. The worsening post-1975 productivity problems of Soviet state capitalist enterprises, the chief borrowers, suggest that the balance shifted against the USSR. The gains from borrowing fell behind the costs and so constituted yet another net drain on Soviet surpluses and hence the state's ability to secure its conditions of existence. To the net drain on surplus eventually characterizing its foreign borrowing was added the cost of the state's dependence on state capitalist enterprises. Oil exports, the most rapidly rising and largest of all Soviet export commodities. When oil prices rose above their values in terms of Soviet production conditions, the difference represented a kind of windfall gain. In Marxian value terms, this favorable unequal exchange represented an additional non-class revenue inflow to the state available for its expenditures. When world oil prices fell below their values, it meant that Soviet state capitalists producing oil could not realize a portion of the surplus values and that oil. 45 Such a reduced state capitalist surplus value reverberated through the system in negative ways. The reduction pinched state revenues generally and raised special problems for the state in securing sufficient foreign currencies to pay for imports and service its foreign debt. From the earliest days of the USSR, a recurring debate pitted the proponents of foreign trade against its detractors over the issue of whether the gains from trade outweighed the costly risks and uncertainties of dependence upon it. In Marxian theoretical terms different from the actual terms of debate, this amounted to weighing the value-enhancing versus the value-depleting effects of trade. See Appendix B to this chapter. Some overdeterminants of the balance between positive and negative effects of international trade lay beyond Soviet control in the political acts of foreign states and the market strategies of private foreign merchants and industrial enterprises. Other overdeterminants lay in the use that the Soviet state made of the benefits available from trade. These overdeterminants depended on the overall health and productivity of the Soviet economy. When that deteriorated during and after the 1970s, for the many reasons discussed above, the ability to gain from trade deteriorated as well, thereby raising anew the specter of a trade dependence that could become debilitating. The same logic applied to foreign borrowing. Lastly, anecdotal evidence suggests that the post-war opening to trade had yet another effect on Soviet class structures. That trade brought scarce foreign consumer goods into the USSR, sometimes illegally. Transporting, copying, and trading in such goods enhanced the second economy. More individuals could derive more income from participation in that economy. Since, as noted earlier, the second economy displayed a likely ancient class structure, trade stimulus thereby added its influence to the expansion of that structure. The absolute levels of real wages and other sorts of family income comprise another economic condition that shaped Soviet class structures. Kerbley estimated the average mid-1970s monthly income per family in the USSR combining both monetary income and evaluation of indirect benefits at 342 rubles 1983, 219. Given Roy Medvedev's 1975, 268 estimate at about the same time that a Soviet family of four needed 300 to 400 rubles per month to sustain life, Kerbley concluded that a great many families must supplement their resources by means of produce from their family plot or by a second job. Especially if such a second job were located in the second economy, there was a high probability that participation in ancient class processes would be involved. Since Soviet women earned, on average, significantly less in wages than men, roughly 70% according to Gregory and Stewart 1998, 152, their interest and participation in ancient class structures of private plot farming and over the second economy was likely also enhanced. Thus, for example, considerable evidence suggests that prostitution had become an increasingly important source of extra income for some Russian women in the 1970s and 1980s. Kahn and Reardon 1993, 71-75. The post-war history of changing distributions of wages among Soviet citizens also participated in overdetermining class change. Kerbley 1983, 217 shows that from the 1950s through the early 1970s, the prevailing trend was toward equalization among virtually all categories of Soviet workers, including employees on state farms and collective farm workers. The sole exception seems to have been construction workers. Later studies reviewed by Gregory and Stewart confirm Kerbley's conclusions, but they also show a clear shift from declining inequality to the early 1970s, to stable inequality during the 1970s, and to growing inequality across the 1980s. 1998, 155-157. If the admittedly difficult estimates of second economy participation were taken into account, as some recent researchers have attempted to do, an even greater increase of inequality among incomes is suggested for the 1980s. Gregory and Stewart 1998, 157. This is consistent with the evidence suggesting that the second economy was far less important an aspect of the Soviet economy before 1975 than after. It also suggests that worsening wage inequality within state capitalist enterprises in the 1980s may well have induced growing numbers of workers there to resort to second jobs in the second economy or even to full-time immersion in it. As argued above, this would likely have reinforced their withdrawal of time, energy, commitment, and loyalty from their state capitalist, private capitalist, and private communist jobs in the first economy. An historical comparison reinforces this conclusion. After NEP was introduced in 1921, a sharp increase in income inequality led to much public outcry. The dominant explanation blamed the private merchants and small private ancient and capitalist businesses that the NEP had fostered. The growing inequality derived from forces outside of and antithetical to socialism. We may compare the last few years of post-Soviet economic history. As income inequality again rose sharply and quickly, citizens across the former USSR again reacted with considerable resentment and hostility. The nationalist and communist parties made political gains by attacking Yeltsin and Putin as the causes as antithetical or foreign to either the nationalist or socialist goals that those parties championed. 46. Considering both historical moments, rising income inequality from 1975 to 1990 lacked any blameworthy non- or anti-socialist cause comparable to the Netman before or to Yeltsin and Putin after. No person or group, situated as somehow external to Soviet socialism, could serve as the target of resentment and anger. Yet, to have explicitly connected income inequality after 1975 to Soviet social development itself would have violated a taboo of the culture, been a personally risky action, and contradicted deeply entrenched modes of thinking. Blocked in these ways from any generally warranted object of blame for the income inequality that agitated many Soviet workers, Soviet citizens vented their resentment instead in private forms. Endless griping, ridicule, alienation, withdrawal, and hostility increasingly characterized individual workers' relations toward one another, their state capitalist employers, and the party. This reinforced the declines in labor intensity and worker productivity that we have already noted. The shift toward wage inequality after 1975 thus also worked to undermine the state capitalist class structures. 47 Many Soviet workers transferred their initiative and energy to the non-capitalist class structures of private and often semi-legal or illegal enterprises. Nor could the party's expanded and intrusive controls across the 1970s and 1980s prevent these developments. While state or party controls might have solved similar dilemmas in earlier periods, the changed conditions made them no longer effective. Instead, the stagnation associated with Brezhnev had, in Gorbachev's famous report to the 27th Communist Party Congress, begun to surface in the life of society. Gorbachev's report attributed that stagnation to the inertia and stiffness of the forms and methods of administration, the decline of dynamism in our work, and an escalation of bureaucracy. He mentioned neither growing wage and income inequality nor their consequences on class structures. For him, they existed neither among the causes nor the effects of stagnation. For us they were both causes and effects, a downward spiraling interaction among and between the USSR's multiple class structures and its distribution of personal income as one of those class structures' economic conditions of existence. Finally, despite the quite impressive record of industrial growth since at least the early 1930s, workers' private consumption in 1985 still remained far below that achieved in other private capitalist countries including even Spain, Portugal, and Turkey. Gregory and Stewart, 1998, 159. On the one hand, the state persisted in its commitment to heavy industry over the production of consumer goods and the associated heavy reliance on the turnover tax to absorb the excess demand for consumer goods. On the other hand, the inefficiencies and poor marketing skills of its underfunded retail organization further aggravated the privations of Soviet consumers. Dissatisfaction and long-suppressed resentment turned to disenchantment with socialism and openly expressed anger as workers became aware of the gap between their individual consumption levels and those of workers in other countries. The state capitalist class structure conceived to be socialist seemed unable to secure for workers the rising standard of living it had long promised. This failure of socialism to deliver the desired appliances, television sets, and automobiles stood in sharp contrast to the stunning private consumption successes achieved by private capitalist economies with their ubiquitous private markets and property. The economic problems of post-war Soviet agriculture also influenced its class structure. The steady transformation of collective farms into state capitalist farms coincided with and may have contributed to a serious problem of declining productivity. Recent studies argue that the problem was not a matter of land or labor productivity, but rather that output gains were made with input gains in the sense of grossly wasteful use of produced inputs to farming. Gregory and Stewart, 1998, 164-167. If the state industrial enterprise's wasteful hoarding, misuse, and pilfering of produced inputs partly via planned circumvention afflicted state farms too, then their diminished growth would likely have damaged agricultural productivity as a whole. This kind of decline in agricultural productivity influenced the class structures of Soviet society in multiple ways. In Marxian value terms, the decline would raise the value per unit of food production and hence also the value of productive labor power. Absent offsetting factors including a fall in real wages, that is, for example, a fall in the bundle of food items consumed by workers as their normal and customary diet, that would have reduced the surplus value that the state could appropriate in state capitalist industries and farms. If state capitalist farms absorbed industrial products as inputs in wasteful excess, that meant so many fewer industrial products available, say, for industrial capital accumulation. Lastly, the USSR's deepening agricultural production problems also entailed growing foreign grain imports. These required payments that either diverted scarce foreign currency resources or else incurred loans whose interest costs entailed new claims on Soviet surpluses in future years. In such ways, declining overall factor productivity in Soviet agriculture, especially after the early 1970s, undercut the ability of state capitalist class structures to generate and distribute enough surpluses to grow or, later, even to survive. Party preferences, state policies, and other factors combined to overdetermine three important shifts in post-war Soviet agricultural development. The first two entailed movements, one from private collective farms to state capitalist farms and two from communist to capitalist class structures designating surplus appropriating boards of directors, adopting wage systems of remuneration, etc. within the remaining private collective farms. This double proletarianization of rural, agricultural workers subjected them to those kinds of workplace alienation that we have already analyzed among their urban, industrial counterparts. However, compared to urban, industrial workers, farm laborers could shift their labor time, energy, and hopes much more easily and readily to private family plots. 48 The third shift inside Soviet agriculture was this kind of movement to private plots. Soviet agriculture thus provided its laborers more fluid options among class structures than industrial workers had. Low productivity state or collective farm work supplied a secure and steady, if low, wage income as a base. In addition, workers there could divert much of their time and energy and their employers' physical resources in partly legal and partly illegal ways to work their individual or family plots with high productivity. Kitching 1998. The symbiosis that evolved in the USSR as in other Eastern European socialist states between the ancient and the non-ancient class structures in collectivized agriculture helps explain why individualist and profit-maximizing convictions could remain at least as strong as collectivist ideas among rural Soviet people. That symbiosis also helps explain why the movement toward privatization and market capitalism since 1989 has nearly everywhere been much slower in agriculture than in industry. McIntyre 1992. Gregory and Stewart 1998, 426. In sum, Soviet agriculture's evolution during and after the 1970s contributed to the difficulties of state industrial capitalism and replicated those difficulties in state capitalist farms. Yet, in so doing, agricultural changes stimulated workers' interests in private, ancient class structures symbiotically connected to both capitalist and communist private collective farms. The collective farms were thus strengthened, even as they declined relative to state farms in agriculture. State, enterprise, and household transitions. From 1945 to the mid-1970s, its non-class changes affected but did not basically alter the USSR's class structures. In contrast, during the 1970s and 1980s, the interaction of class and non-class aspects of Soviet life displayed a different dynamic. Cultural, political, and economic changes made it increasingly difficult after the mid-1970s for state capitalist industries and farms to appropriate enough surpluses to 1. Secure the absolute social priority of rapid industrial capital accumulation, 2. Enable the state to maintain Soviet superpower status and provide growing levels of collective consumption, and 3. Fund the considerably enlarged party apparatus and state capitalist bureaucracy, those unproductive workers who policed and managed the mix of class structures in agriculture and industry. Nor could the state obtain adequate revenues from other sources to solve this problem. That is, it could not obtain enough additional value flows from private class structures via taxes, terms of trade effects, fees, etc. or income from direct levies on individuals to make up the difference. In class terms, the state confronted a growing difference between these class and non-class revenues, on the one hand, and the expenditures needed, on the other, to sustain them. SVC plus SCP plus A plus COM plus NCR SSCPC plus CP A plus COM plus Y. The inequality signaled the looming crisis for the USSR. The private capitalist and communist collective farms faced parallel if less severe problems in generating sufficient surpluses to secure their conditions of existence. By contrast, the class structures of private farm plots and the second economy, mostly ancient class structures, were able to generate and distribute surpluses adequate to their health and growth. Neither Brezhnev nor his successors found ways to reverse this pattern of change emerging from the post-1970 dynamic between the USSR's class and non-class processes. During the 1980s, this pattern of class problems and changes reacted back on the cultural, political, and economic processes of Soviet society to produce a social crisis. As state capitalist enterprises sought to squeeze more surplus from their workers, the already heightened disaffection of those workers boiled over in a variety of forms: job actions and strikes in addition to the earlier individual acts of resistance. As successive leaderships seemed powerless to reverse economic declines, political disaffection boiled over in demands for long-deferred civil liberties, open resentment of the party, and demands for an end to its political monopoly. As expectations of and demands for higher levels of consumption rose ever faster than what individual wages and state-provided public services could supply, popular discontent was further aggravated. As private class structures seemed ever more attractive as income sources and work experiences than the preeminent symbols of Soviet society's state capitalist enterprises, both the viability of those enterprises and the legitimacy of those symbols plummeted. Soviet leaders could not solve the now overwhelming problems, and the Soviet masses could no longer tolerate the problems or the ineffective leaders. This was the social crisis. It became clear to some Soviet leaders during the 1980s that the crisis had reached a point requiring much more drastic changes than any hitherto contemplated in Soviet history. Gorbachev recognized this in part and made some drastic changes. Yeltsin made more, and, as this is being written, Putin continues on that path. Soviet leaders unwilling to do likewise lost power. In rapid succession, the USSR abolished itself as a political entity, radically reduced its military aspirations, programs, and apparatus, deprived the party of its political monopoly, and established a more Western-style parliamentarism. More slowly yet steadily, property and means of production is being privatized in a variety of ways. Gregory and Stewart, 1998, 293-462. Private markets in products and resources, a banking system, and a stock market are replacing state planning. In place of the USSR's Council of Ministers as owner, operator, and surplus appropriator in state capitalist enterprises, the emerging successor state agencies move toward becoming Western-style tax-collecting regulators, via monetary and fiscal policies, of a largely private capitalist enterprise economy. The crisis thus provoked a radical downsizing of the state in Soviet society as well as a change in its social roles. State officials would henceforth do much less appropriating of industrial or agricultural surpluses. Private citizens and groups would take over those surplus appropriation functions. Once again, the capitalist class structure of most industrial and agricultural production did not change. Rather, private capitalists replaced state officials within that same class structure. Through the 1980s and since, nearly all supporters as well as enemies of the USSR continued their shared tradition of theorizing its uniqueness in terms of its socialist class structure. They continue to define the terms socialist and class as pertaining to the social distribution state versus private of power over property, markets, and resources, and not to the social organization of surplus labor, which most ignored totally. What fundamentally distinguished the USSR, for them, was that the state or collective rather than private individuals or groups had the dominant power to own, manage, and operate most means of production. The state via planning rather than private individuals and groups via private market exchanges wielded the dominant power to determine the social distribution of resources and products. When marginal policy changes of the sorts attempted repeatedly in the post-war period seemed incapable of reversing a decline that became a crisis, a preponderance of opinion emerged that finally some more fundamental policy changes were needed. By fundamental, the Gorbachev-Yeltsin-Putin administrations meant exactly what was implied by the previous 70-year history of shared theorizations of the USSR's socialism. Administrators, like most Soviet citizens, thought and acted in terms of those theorizations. Hence the requisite fundamental changes seemed only too clear: to change the social distribution of power, to alter radically who owned, managed, and operated means of production and markets. If the state was to be deprived of the powers of ownership, enterprise management and operation, and planning, the only conceivable alternative, nearly everyone agreed, was private ownership, management, and operation coupled with market exchanges among these new private owners. Disagreements swirled only around subsidiary questions. Did private owners mean only individuals or groups, or both? Would any state ownership, enterprise operation, or planning remain in a privatized market economy? Would foreign capitalists be free to buy into the privatization? How far would political and cultural life be adjusted in parallel ways, removing state controls and party monopolies? Some believed in preserving the USSR, others preferred decomposing it into a commonwealth of independent states, or further still. For some, the goal of transition was a society they called democratic or social democratic or democratic socialist. They envisioned the growth of a private sector characterized more by cooperatives, factories leased by workers from the state, and, in general, enterprise forms owned and operated by workers rather than by the traditional Western sorts of private corporate enterprises. 49 They remained committed to a quite interventionist state for limited welfare and redistributive purposes. They also sought a political system entailing parliamentary politics, an independent judiciary, and so on. For them, the Soviet crisis presented a chance to combine a democratized economy and polity and so enable true democracy and over a true i.e., democratic socialism to emerge from the distorted Soviet form of socialism. DNICH 1990.50 Others, inside and outside the USSR, championed a much more minimalist state and a capitalist corporate structure with private managements and shareholders along the lines of the British and US economies. Across all these positions, the common definition of fundamental change was to change the social distribution of power. In one remarkably succinct statement, a litmus test for the completion of the transition is the emergence of an order with an autonomous economic system based on competition. There is no third way to organize a modern society. The great lesson that can be drawn from the unfortunate experience with state socialism is that an institutional design of a politico-economic order that would be able to survive in a rapidly changing world should observe the autonomy of the economic system and society. Kaminsky 1991, 21151. Thus, the collapse that began in the late 1980s and continues since has been, for participants and observers alike, chiefly a shift of power out of the interlocking hands of the central state apparatus and the Communist Party. A private, autonomous economy and a parliamentary polity are taking that power. Class structures in the sense of the social forms in which surplus is produced, appropriated, and distributed have been of even less concern to most participants and observers over the last decade than they were after 1917. Then, private capitalism gave way to state capitalism as part of a shift of power into state hands, just the reverse of what happened after 1989. However, our different, Marxian analysis is more focused on specifying what happened to class structures than in delineating the power shifts across the Soviet crisis and its aftermath. In 1985, 91.1% of the Russian labor force was employed directly by the state. In 1990 the comparable percentage was 82.6%, and in 1994 it was 44.7%. Privately employed percentages went from 8.9% in 1985 to 33.0% in 1994, while employees of mixed state-over-private enterprises rose from 0 in 1985 to 21.2% of the Russian labor force in 1994. Gregory and Stewart 1998, 305. Notwithstanding all the statistical problems underlying such numbers, the trend is clear. Private capitalist enterprises have been increasingly replacing state capitalist enterprises. Where before the Council of Ministers appropriated the workers' surplus labor, now that class position is increasingly occupied instead by private persons who are neither state officials nor Communist Party members and do not function as representatives of either. The collective farms, both those that retained their communist class structures and those that shifted to a capitalist class structure, have experienced considerable difficulties. Some dissolved to be replaced by individual private ancient and capitalist class-structured farm enterprises. The largely ancient class structures of private plots and second economy enterprises have sometimes survived and sometimes combined and reorganized into new private capitalist enterprises, both legal and illegal. Inside households, feudal and ancient class structures remained the unchallenged norms across the crisis. Despite the enormous stresses on family life under the economic and social conditions of the time, the class blindness that governed enterprise transitions reigned hegemonic inside households too. No explicit discussion or action aimed to alter household class structures as a way for families to cope with the crisis or its aftermath. We can now summarize the class changes wrought by the crisis in the later 1980s. By far, the major class change was from state capitalist to private capitalist enterprises in much of industry and agriculture. No change or revolution from a communist to a capitalist class-structured economy occurred. Capitalist class structures were not introduced into the former USSR to resolve its socialist crisis, since capitalist class structures had already long been dominant there. The capitalist nature of the main class structures in productive enterprises was never the issue, it was only their particular form, state or private. After 1989, the USSR's non-state capitalist class structures in enterprises and households survived with relatively minor changes in their relative proportions. We thus conclude that the social mix of capitalist state and private, ancient, feudal, and communist class structures characteristic of the USSR remained the social mix after the USSR dissolved. The major change lay in the proportions of state and private capitalisms, the minor change lay in some much lesser shifts in the proportions among the non-capitalist class structures. In contrast to the USSR's social mix of class structures, its Communist Party's social position could not survive the crisis of the later 1980s. As official vanguard and manager of the USSR's overall direction, the party could not evade the blame when that direction seemed to have become a downward spiral. As agent of the control and retrenchment associated with Brezhnev, its social prestige had suffered. By Gorbachev's time, the party's social intrusions and special privileges made it appear to ever more Soviet citizens, including some party members themselves, as an elite securing its position in a general decline for which it was responsible. Appendix 1989, 207-218. The 1970s and 1980s saw no socially significant challenge to the class structures of Soviet households. Of course, households were no more understood or analyzed in terms of their organizations of surplus labor than were enterprises or the state. The serious debates of the 1920s, which at least had questioned the traditional household and family in the name of liberating women, had long since disappeared, never to return. The post-war Soviet households reproduced their feudal and ancient class structures without sustained social criticism beyond some relatively weak feminist stirrings which did not touch on household class structures as such. Post-war Soviet women's virtually total engagement with wage labor alongside men imposed a double-shift work outside the home added to work inside more intense than that endured by women in the West. Daines, Dowdchenko, and Yasnaya 1994. Meanwhile, Soviet men remained opposed to shared housework. Thus, as the social conditions described above generated ever deeper alienation among both male and female wage earners, the men sought traditional compensations inside the household, partly in the form of more household goods and services delivered to them by their wives. For the women, this meant that the strains of work outside the household were accompanied by demands, however implicit, for still more surplus labor to produce and distribute compensations to their husbands. Yet, the surpluses that women still had the energy, time, and disposition to produce inside many households were shrinking. This meant fewer surpluses to distribute to other household members. Complex familial relationships were entwined with feudal and ancient household class structures. The relationships could not survive those class structures' incapacity any longer to produce, appropriate, and distribute sufficient surpluses in the historically familiar ways. Hill 1975, 122. The household tensions inherited from pre-World War II conditions, as discussed in earlier chapters, exploded in a crisis roughly contemporaneous with the crisis maturing outside the households. Even when wages and state services supportive of households subsidized child care and housing, pensions for elderly household residents, maternity leaves, and so on were rising, for many Soviet households, such resources flowing into the household from outside could not suffice to offset the class crisis inside. During the 1970s and 1980s, for example, hostilities between young couples and their parents become an increasingly recognized and examined issue in Soviet society. Appendix 1989. 168-170. Conflicts mounting inside crisis-ridden households reacted back upon the outside world to lower productivity, exacerbate hostilities toward the state and the party, and also to revive old patterns of national or ethnic scapegoating. The downward spiral outside the post-war Soviet household, especially after the mid-1970s, became cause and effect of that inside. Duplessis Gray 1990. Gosilo 1993.52. The disintegration of family life and the rise of many problems familiar from collapsing families and family values in Western countries became issues both increasingly widespread and publicly acknowledged by the late 1980s. 53. Productivity in state capitalist enterprises, participation in civic life, and respect for the Soviet state all declined as consequences, in part, of the unbearable pressures placed upon the already fragile class structures and interpersonal relations of Soviet households, especially after the mid-1970s. The collapse. The historically quite rapid economic, political, and cultural changes of the later 1970s and 1980s broke upon Soviet society and most outside observers as rather mysterious and overwhelming. Many ignored them in the belief they were minor or temporary. Others revived or refurbished versions of past reforms and campaigns of exhortation on the presumption that they would again reverse the flow of events. Rapidly intensifying conflicts erupted across Soviet society in which the two alternatives that the different sides could imagine were debated. At first, the old positions resurfaced, more versus less centralized socialisms. Then debate swirled around alternative socialisms allowing more or less private property and markets, more or less political pluralism, and so on. But rather quickly this time a new willingness and even eagerness to discuss the two alternatives as socialism and capitalism overtook their designation as alternative kinds of socialism. However, the basic polarity common to all the different ways of describing the alternatives was familiar because, in one form or another, it had long haunted Soviet society as its dominant conceptualization of the two alternative paths. One side tended to favor more private property, multi-party parliamentarism, cultural freedom, and private markets, The other side supported more state or collective property, state-administered planned markets, and Communist Party political and cultural hegemony. With all the positions mixing only various degrees of the classic two alternatives, the old dichotomy resurfaced repeatedly as reformers or liberals confronted bureaucrats or conservatives. Because economic growth slowed drastically, because the Afghanistan disaster marked a decline in Soviet superpower status, because détente made the comparison of Soviet and U.S. living standards cultural and political as well as economic socially subversive, the early 1970s peaking of the USSR turned into a cumulative and unstoppable slide into disaster. The Soviet leaders too recognized the exhaustion of their system and so moved from the one polar alternative toward the other. They partly made and partly allowed a relatively bloodless transition from state property to private property, from state planning to private markets, from Communist Party monopoly to multi-party politics, from state and party cultural controls to a largely private cultural life. The Soviet system collapsed. What the Soviet leaders could not see because they lacked the concepts were the class dimensions of what had led to their impasse, what was happening to them, and what they were doing. They could not grasp that they were preserving the capitalist class structure of industry and only changing the form of capitalist exploitation from state to private. They did dimly grasp that they were undermining rural communism and collective farms to the extent that it still existed by fostering ancient and capitalist class structures there instead. They had neither understood nor directly treated the class crises of industrial and agricultural Soviet state capitalist enterprises. They had likewise failed in relation to the collective farms' communist and capitalist class structures. Trapped within the same paradigmatic polarity of state and private that informed their critics at home and abroad, they collapsed into the other side of that polarity. Thus, while we arrive there via a very different theoretical route, we share other commentators' rejection of the fashionable theory that the Soviet system was toppled by the party and state officials in order to turn their power into private wealth. Elman and Konorovich 1998, 27. No doubt, such motives guided some and perhaps many officials. Kotz 1997, but our analysis has sought to explain how the class contradictions of Soviet development helped to shape such motives, swell the numbers so motivated, and enable them to prevail. As much as the Soviet people and leadership brought down state capitalism and the Communist Party's political hegemony, they preserved and indeed strengthened capitalism as the prevalent form of surplus labor organization in both industrial and agricultural production. Gorbachev and Yeltsin saved capitalism by removing the state and the party from their social roles, replacing a discredited state capitalism by its private counterpart. The historical parallel might be Franklin Roosevelt saving capitalism in the United States by the reverse movement, bringing the state into a much greater role as regulator, employer, and even commodity producer to correct and compensate for a discredited private capitalism. While many non-class dimensions of life collapsed in and with the USSR, its capitalist class structures survived and grew in their new, private forms. The death of the Soviet experiment thus shares something with its birth. At both points, a class-blind theory informing the agents of change combined with the social circumstances constraining them to preclude any basic class transformation beyond capitalism. In 1917 and thereafter these agents made no society-wide transition from capitalism to communism. In 1989 and thereafter they made no society-wide transition from communism to capitalism. The Soviet Revolution certainly did make momentous changes in economics, politics, and culture, but except for some years in agriculture, not changes in the social organization of surplus labor from capitalist to communist. The Bolsheviks socialized productive property, established central planning, and deprived most private capitalists, feudal landed gentry, orthodox clergy, czarist state officials, merchants, bankers, and so on of their fundamental and subsumed class positions respectively. These latter groups lost the political, economic, and cultural hegemony they had wielded before 1917. The Bolsheviks dramatically bolstered the ancient class structure in agriculture and established a vast new state capitalist class structure in industry and then extended it to agriculture and state farms. At the end of the 1920s and over the 1930s, they also established private communist class structures in collective farms, allowed a transition of some collective farms to private capitalist class structures, and then after the war actively encouraged the growth of state capitalist farms alongside the collective farms. In this way, successive Soviet leaderships transferred political, economic, and cultural hegemony from the old fundamental and subsumed classes who had held it before 1917 to a new group. The members of this new group included the few who were members of the Council of Ministers, leaders of the Communist Party, the chief managers of state capitalist industrial and farm enterprises and of collective farms, and top state officials, planners, technocrats, and police enforcers, academics, journalists, and so on. 54 Since these individuals came from families that had occupied the lowest class positions before 1917, the USSR worked a genuinely remarkable transformation of life for many millions of its citizens. Yet the Bolsheviks could not get beyond the transition from private to state capitalism. They achieved stunning economic growth, global political power, and rising standards of living despite the setbacks of 2 world wars, a foreign invasion, 2 civil wars, and nearly continuous encirclement by hostile powers. Given their class-blind social theories, they understood and celebrated those achievements as themselves signs or markers that the USSR had superseded capitalism, achieved socialism, and was progressing successfully toward communism. Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Putin, like the Bolsheviks from whom they descended and absorbed class-blind theory, have also made momentous changes, often precisely in directions opposite to the Bolsheviks. Over the past 20 years, they have been dismantling the state capitalist enterprises and much of the state bureaucracy, replacing them with private capitalist enterprises and markets. Privatization and other related policies are displacing the relatively few communist class structures left in agriculture in favor of ancient and capitalist class structures. Having destroyed the Communist Party's political monopoly and cultural control apparatus, they are presiding over the rapid development of a multi-party parliamentary system, private media enterprises, universities dependent on business enterprises, and the other components of the group that typically dominates civil society in Western societies. Given their class-blind social theories, the followers of Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Putin understand and celebrate these achievements as signs or markers that the nations of the former USSR have broken fundamentally with and superseded the Soviet economic and social system. Like most of their Bolshevik ancestors, Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Putin cannot recognize their roles as agents of oscillations between state and private capitalism. They take themselves rather as agents of far more fundamental changes. Lenin at least glimpsed the possibility of communist class structures radically different from those of capitalism. He wanted and strived to be, even while recognizing that he could not yet be, more than an agent of an oscillation from one to another form of capitalism. With Stalin's ascendancy, what Lenin had glimpsed as a future possibility was transformed instead to something already achieved. Official Marxian theory now held that the establishment of Soviet power simply equaled the abolition of classes. The heroic sacrifices of mobilized militants that had made the revolution, won the Civil War, constructed a hegemonic state industry and marketing apparatus, and established the Communist Party in full power had thereby abolished classes. It remained only to do likewise in agriculture, which collectivization did, in the official view. Thus capitalism, classes, and class struggles had been vanquished and socialism established in the USSR. Neither Stalin nor the hegemonic groups within Soviet society thereafter could admit, to themselves or anyone else, that their vast struggles, achievements, sacrifices, and losses from 1917 to 1989 could have gotten them no further in class terms than an oscillation from private to state capitalism. Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and Putin likewise cannot admit or imagine the possibility that their social role has been no more than to enable yet another oscillation of capitalism from a state to a private form. They and their supporters worldwide need to theorize their actions as entailing rather the defeat of communism and a victory for capitalism, democracy, civil liberties, freedom, and prosperity. They strive to convince themselves that what they are establishing will look more like Sweden, Germany, or France, than Turkey, Mexico, or India. They need to believe that mass corruption is limited to a transitional mafia rather than becoming the normal mode of social life. In short, they strain to shape how the people of the former USSR construct their deepening disappointment with the gap between the promised benefits of their revolution against Soviet socialism and what the renewed private capitalism actually delivers. They lack, so far, any political organization comparable to the Communist Party to accomplish such a consciousness-shaping project. So their recourse is to media-driven persuasion, to an endless drumbeat of argument that the problems are only temporary and the fault of the former USSR. Progress is happening everywhere, the future is bright, and the return to the past unthinkable, while tarring all social critics as proponents of such a return. Once again, no conceptualizations of classes in the surplus labor sense are current. Absent them, it takes no great foresight to suggest how post-Soviet society will likely understand and respond when the first great crisis hits its private capitalist economy. On the one hand, many will then demand a fundamental change of the sort that might enable a Russian FDR to lead the pendulum swing back to a liberal or leftist state-managed private capitalism, or maybe even further to a state capitalism. On the other hand, many may well demand something more like a rightist state-managed or even a fascist state capitalism. Either way, A transition from private back toward state capitalism will be conceived instead as a fundamental change from one social system to another. The USSR was not the first, nor will it be the last effort of people suffering a social crisis to find fault with and rise against the mix of class structures in which they live, and especially against the capitalist class structures within that mix. This has happened and will happen whether or not class structures are explicitly theorized in surplus labor terms. For us, the abiding questions therefore are these: what will happen in future revolts against societies in which capitalist class structures, state or private, prevail? What will their people have learned from the experience of the USSR? Where those revolts occur against state capitalisms, will their thinking and strategies be limited to an oscillation back to private capitalism? Where revolts materialize against private capitalisms, will a shift to state capitalism be the limiting horizon of their activists? Or might the sort of class analysis of the USSR undertaken here contribute to the realization that communist class structures can and should be tried and tested on a social scale as an alternative to all forms of capitalism? For us, that realization is the answer to the question, what is to be done? Appendix A, the value equation for military expenditures. To show, in value terms, how growing military expenditures could pose a crisis for Soviet state capitalism as well as other class structures outside the state, we regroup total Soviet state expenditures into two parts departing from our earlier categories of the state's capitalist subsumed class payments SSCPC and non-class payments of CPLS A++Com and Y. The first part M comprises expenditures destined for the military and for the accumulation of capital in state capitalist industries producing military outputs. The second part ENM includes expenditures for all other state purposes: non-military industrial growth, investment in agricultural growth, provision of public services for mass consumption, Communist Party expenditures, payments to sustain the state bureaucracy, payments destined to secure other class structures, and so on. It follows that for any given total state revenues, the more expenditures on the first part, the less remain for the second. CPLS char CPLS A++ com plus NCR equals M plus ENM, where SVC stands for revenues derived from appropriation of surpluses in state capitalist industrial and farm enterprises, CRCPLS A++ com for revenues from subsumed class payments from other, private class structures, and NCR for revenues from turnover taxes and other levies on people who did not appropriate surpluses. Cold War growth of M along with the continued necessity of a growing ENN put increased pressure on raising the left-hand side of the equation. However, expanding those needed revenues was made more difficult because of the text's described cultural, political, and economic conditions of post-war Soviet history. The Soviet state thus faced pressure to reduce its ENM expenditures, even though such an action would undermine the reproduction of class structures within and without the state. Appendix B, the value equation for international terms of trade. Consider the example of state capitalist industry importing machinery while exporting processed oil. To keep the example simple, we abstract from any foreign exchange considerations. To the degree industry can trade oil to merchants at world prices that are greater than domestic values, it earns a non-class revenue flow. The latter is a measure of the USSR's value gain from its participating in international trade at favorable world export prices. The value loss of importing machinery at world prices greater than values per unit can be measured by state capitalist industry distributing an additional portion of domestic surplus value to foreign merchants in the form of a new subsumed class payment. Taking exports of oil and imports of machinery together, the impact of the international terms of trade, the ratio of export to import prices on the USSR's state capitalist industry, can be written as SVC plus NCR oil equals SSCPC plus SCPCMCH, where NC oil equals P, IV over UV oil times UV oil, SSCPCMCH equals P, IV over UVMAC times UVMAC, and the equality sign indicates an assumed balancing of the respective gains and losses from the USSR's trading at these international world prices. An inequality sign in the equation would reflect either trading gains or losses, depending upon whether the foreign terms of trade moved in favor of or against the USSR. If such price terms improved, NC oil would be greater than SSCPCMCH, while worsened terms would produce the converse. The effects of such international movements in the terms of trade on state capitalist development parallel the internal movements ratio of agricultural to industrial prices under both the NEP and collectivization. For example, a turning of the international terms of trade in favor of the USSR would enable the state to enhance SSCPC and, therefore, its state capitalist,